All right, how's it going, everybody? It's almost Halloween, but not quite. But we're here to play some more Higurashi Chapter 2. How's everyone doing tonight? I have a feeling this is where the spooks are going to start, as far as the gameplay is concerned. Because last time we finished the Watanagashi Festival, and that's when the spooky stuff started happening in the first chapter. So, here's here's hoping. Anyways, how's it going, Proxima? Hello, DX. Welcome to you both. Yes, I'm doing well. I have all the lights turned out, and I'm ready for a potentially late stream tonight because I actually took work off tomorrow, so I don't even have to get to bed at a decent time. I don't think we'll be able to finish tonight. I'm fully anticipating we'll have to do another stream on Halloween, just based on the fact that I have only gotten 7 out of the 15 achievements in the in chapter 2, which means assuming all the achievements are tied to getting to certain story events, that means there's about half of the chapter left. Yeah. I have no idea what that means. I have no idea how much of the chapter we have left. I think the chapters generally get a little longer each time. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see on that one, I guess. I see. You need to know who died. That's true. We did end on the cliffhanger. Well, we probably should boot things up then. I actually changed the chat in advance this time, so we won't have to worry about that anymore. That's right. It always wants to play the opening cutscene. Okay, folks, so we're back to Chapter 2 of Higurashi When They Cry. Last time we finished the festival, we got to sneak into the weird shed with Takano and Shion, where they had a bunch of, torture devices there, and we learned a lot about the legends of the town, where supposedly the town would regularly, disembowel people and torture them on the Watanagashi Festival, eat their flesh. It was very strange, because apparently the residents are, half human, part demon. Very, very weird. I don't know really what to make of it. But I do have a feeling that Shion is about to have not a great time because she's now starting to hear things that nobody else can really hear except for Camera Boy Tomatake. And kind of similar to what Keiichi went through last time too, where in chapter 1 Keiichi was hearing weird stuff as well and everything started falling apart. I don't really know what to make of it. Again, I don't have a whole lot of the answers for the pieces of the puzzle. I'm just continuing as I go. But I have a feeling that there's going to be some rough stuff involving Shion in the near future. Either she's going to go crazy, or we're going to go crazy, or everyone but her is going to go crazy. Regardless, I want people to go crazy. Or maybe nobody will go crazy. Maybe everything is just normal in this chapter just to take you off guard. I don't know. But here we are. Okay, did we go through the tips? Yes, we did. We have the new notebooks as well as the end of the festival, because that's where we had the cliffhanger that somebody died and they know who it is because they had the dental records. But we didn't actually hear who it is, so let's continue. I let out a great big yawn. It was like morning had arrived just as I got to sleep. As Mom set up breakfast, she gave me a pained smile.
どうしたのケイチ。昨べは何時に寝たの？
Irrelevant.
12時には寝たつもりだけど、昨日はなんだか寝つきが悪くてさ。
お祭りではしゃぎすぎて興奮して眠れなかったんでしょ。
Well, we were a master salesman who, made sure everybody bought stuff from all the vendors.
違うよ。
I crunched down hard on the pickled radish to hide my embarrassment. That's what you get for watching the Late Late movie. Oh, wait. After all that happened yesterday and our discussion about the sound Shion heard, that banging noise, like a child far away jumping up and down on a wooden floor. The story wouldn't get out of my head, so I had trouble sleeping. It was a long night, and I kept jumping at the slight sounds of faraway tree branches, which should have been either unhearable or too insignificant to notice. When I woke up to the morning sunlight and the birds chirping, it made me feel pretty ashamed about it, but I felt far from refreshed this morning.
ケイチくん、おはよ
Hi, Rena.
う。あれ
Please don't go insane.
ケイチくん目が真っ赤だよ。
Uh-oh.
どうしてだろう
おはよ
Well, I watched the Late Late movie.
どういうわけか寝つきが悪くてな。そんなわけで今日は寝不足だ。
I feel like everyone, if they're having school the day after the festival, that's gonna be rough. But they had that in chapter 1 as well.
昨日のお祭りは楽しかったね。レナも興奮がなかなか冷めなくて、なかなか寝れなかったんだよ。
In Rena's case, her excitement seemed to still be wide awake.
こういうお祭りが何度もあればいいのにね。またみんなで大盛り上がり。はう。
まあそうだな。
I don't think the wholesome times can stay, though. Rena talking about the festival yesterday made me remember everything I had nearly forgotten from last night. Flashback! The inside of the ritual storehouse had been so utterly different from the relaxed, bright, everyday life of Hinamizawa. All those stories that Takano-san told me, too. The mysterious incidents that occurred on the day of the Watanagashi festival every year. The strange incidents where one person would die and one would disappear. The old stories of Hinamizawa flickering like a candle behind them. The numerous and horrifying traditions of the Onigafuchi village. The villagers with demon blood in them. The terrible cannibalistic feasts. The poor sacrifices kidnapped from human villages. Victims of the Onikakushi. To quell the rage of Oyashiro-sama, the ritual involving living sacrifices. There were also many, many others. There were so many stories that just remembering them put me in a foul mood. Most of them weren't fiction either. They were true. We didn't need to fear them just because they were real, though. Since it all happened so long ago. Such a very long time ago. But you don't want to compartmentalize history either. History really happened, and could happen again. Before I realized it, we had arrived at the place where we'd usually meet with Mion. Probably because I was so lost in thought.
この時間になっても来ないときは先に行ってもいい約束になってるんだけど、どうする？
Mion being late wasn't too rare of an occurrence, but today she was unusually late. A few of the ominous tales from the night before came back to life in my mind again. Who would die this year, and who would disappear? It couldn't have been Mion?
どうするかな、ケイチくん。もう行かないと遅刻になっ
If
ちゃうか
Mion
も。
disappeared or died, that would make for an interesting story.
来るよ。学校休むって電話があったわけじゃないだろ。もう5分待ってみようぜ。な。
I don't know, you don't want to make teacher mad. The little nervous face she had before, like, the bright spot, that was great. Rena looked at her watch and seemed a little worried, but then she nodded with a satisfied smile. If we had to wait 5 minutes, we'd have to run as fast as we could to school or we'd be late. As soon as I thought that, we spotted Mion running towards us out of breath.
みーちゃん、遅い遅い。
That's some attractive gasping.
待っててくれたわけ。先に行っちゃってもよかったのに。
Mion was breathing heavily and her face was all red. Her house was right down this road, wasn't it? It wasn't far enough away for her to end up like this, was it? Oh, are they doing the twin swap now? Did she run, is this Shion and she ran all the way from the city?
みーちゃん、ひょっとして具合悪く
Either that or, Mion, you gotta get back on your regular exercise program. Huh? Now that she mentioned it, Rena pushed Mion's bangs away and put her hand to her forehead.
レナの手、冷たいな。みーちゃん、ちょっとだけ
I guess she could have been beating up Shion as well, but maybe not.
そんな大したことないよ。半日もすればケロッと治っちゃうって。
本当に大丈夫かよ。あんまり無理するなよ。
あれ、ケイちゃん、気遣ってくれるの？嬉しいな。
I'm worried about everyone. Rena's like, oh, so embarrassing. That answer wasn't like Mion at all. She must have had it pretty bad.
無理しない方がいいと思うな。先生にはお休みだって伝えとくよ。大丈夫大丈夫。
You don't want to lie to teacher.
風邪薬も飲んだし、すぐに効いてくると思うから。
Mion forced an energetic expression onto her face and flexed her biceps at us.
じゃあ行こうか。くれぐれも無理するなよ。って言いながら時間。
走らないと。
Ah!
スリリングな朝になっちゃったね。
I hope you know a shortcut.
鈍った体にはちょうどいいカツかもね。走ろ。
Hey, wait! You're sick! Don't go overboard! Mion began to run vigorously anyway.
兄ちゃんだって最上級生だよ。自分の体のことは自分で一番よくわか
I
って
thought she
るよ。
and Keiichi were the same age. I decided to leave it at that and assume she was fine.
よし、俺たちも行こうぜ。
We began to run after Mion. Hey, we didn't almost get hit by a car this time. The school looked the same as always. The hours passed listlessly, and my lack of sleep took its toll. If there was a sport where people competed by sleeping, I'd be the world champion right now. The trick to overcoming this sort of dangerous situation was to hold your pencil upside down. Why, you ask? So you don't draw strange patterns all over your notes while half asleep. If you were holding your pencil upside down, that wouldn't happen, would it? Now you're gonna erase your notes. Bump, 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 bump. Something that felt like an eraser hit me in the head 6 times.
あいてててて、何しやがるサトコ。
私は何もしてないでございますわ。
お前以外にこんないたずら誰がするんだよ。あ、消しゴムじゃなくてチョーク。
Uh-oh, teacher's not happy we were sleeping in class! I knew it. Behind me, like a female outlaw might hold razors, was the teacher's shadow, holding 3 pieces of chalk in each hand. Uh-oh. She's Wolverine.
前原くん、お顔を洗ってらっしゃい。
はい。喜んで。
Oh, he drew on his face. That alone was enough to wake me up, but I flew out onto the hallway as if shoved out by the pressure exuded by the teacher's sheer power. If I was going to wash my face anyway, then I would rather use the sinks out front rather than the ones in the dark restroom. Thinking that, I left the hallway and went to the entrance. The sunlight was strong. So strong you wouldn't think it was June. I turned the faucet, and with a lifeless bubbling noise, lukewarm water came pouring out. If I let it run for a few moments, would it get cold? I looked at it absent-mindedly for a little while. Don't waste
やっ
water.
ぱケイちゃんはこっちの流しを選んだか。表の方が気分いいもんね。
ミオンか。
Uh-oh, she was sleeping in class too.
授業サボるなよな。
I stuck my hands into the water to find it had gotten so cold that it seemed strange it had ever been warm. Yeah, maybe Uisi isn't coming this time. I scooped it up and splashed it against my face, because last time he contacted us because we wrote our name on Tomotake's shirt, and then he died. We didn't do that this time. So even if Tomotage died again, there wouldn't be the connection between him and Keiichi, I would think. Unless he knew we were kind of sort of hanging out with his girlfriend. Once I was done, I moved out of the way, and Mion did the same.
ミオン、具合の方はいいのかよ。眠いのは寝不足じゃなくて薬の副作用なんだろ。
That's an interesting face.
実は内緒なんだけど、昨日はお祭りの後で親族の宴会に巻き込まれ
Uh-oh,
ちゃって。
Mion, you tried to party too hardy.
それで実はエンドレスに突入しちゃって。
Oh, she's hungover. A bit. She made a gesture like she was tilting a cup into her mouth. Which means you didn't have a cold or anything.
つまり本当に寝不足なのかよ。徹夜明けならそうと言え、紛らわしい。
勘弁してよ。体調が悪いのは本当なんだからさ。
Well, that's what hangovers do. I suppose she'd be feeling lousy either way. That's true. He is a very bad liar. Keiichi, you left your shoes in the feed. Oh, darn it! Still, you treat colds and hangovers in completely different ways.
心配して損したぞ。たく、ミオンらしいというかなんというか。
Mion scratched her head, a little embarrassed. She didn't seem to be feeling well, but now that I knew it was a hangover, I didn't need to worry too much. It would go away with time, after all.
あ、でも頭がガンガンするのは本当。だからさ、さっき先生に早退していいって言われちゃった。
あ、ずるいやつ。じゃあミオンは もうこれで帰りなのか？
Now that I looked again, Mion had her bag with her. She must have been on her way home.
申し訳ないけどね。今日は家でおとなしく寝させてもらうわ。部活できなくて申し訳ないね。
Hopefully Grandma's not too mad about that.
今日はケイちゃんがリーダーってことでやってくれない？
多分無理だと思うぜ。俺たち部活は全員揃った時しかやらないっていう暗黙の了解があるだろう。ミオンがバイトに行ってる時はいつもそのままお開きだったんだぜ。
Mion laughed wryly, saying we didn't need to worry about her. No matter how much fun we have, though, I think that feeling guilty about friends who can't share in it is the sign of a really fantastic friendship. In that sense, the club Mion had created is a wonderful thing. As I thought about it, the moisture on my washed-up face dried up. My washed face. Washed up. I'm just a washed-up teenager. I'm going nowhere in life. I suppose we were talking too much. If I didn't get back to the classroom soon, I could get in trouble.
じゃあな。俺は教室に戻るぜ。帰りは気をつけろよ。ふらふらして速攻や用水路に落ちるなよ。
I left it at that, turned around and started heading back to the classroom.
そうそう、ケイちゃん。
Mion stopped me and I turned my head to listen.
なんだ？
変なこと聞くけど、深く考えないで答えてね。
それは内容によりけりだな。
True.
昨日の綿流しの晩さ、富武さんと高野さんに会わなかった？
Ooh. We get the weird music. Yeah, we kinda hung out with them. I suddenly tensed up.
富武さんと高野さんはわかるよね。
Yeah, I do. But I kinda wish I didn't.
ほら、
I
ケイ
mean,
ちゃん。
what?
お祭りの前日準備の時、シオンと一緒に4人でお話ししてたでしょ？
If I could, I wanted to forget about sneaking into the storehouse that night as soon as possible. So hearing the names of the people I was with at the time really got to me. Oh, you ain't gonna lie your way out of this one, bro. Besides that, though, why was Mion asking me a question like that? I ended up staring at her, unable to answer immediately. Was she asking to see if I had seen them or not? Or was she asking the question knowing that I had? I couldn't tell. And we're getting the creepy music now.
さあ、どうかな。あったような、合わなかったような。
What do you mean you don't know? That's how you know. She's gonna know you're lying. Just say like, oh yeah, I saw them. Like, that's really all you have to say. Don't elaborate unless they ask you to. My vague response was clearly not to Mion's liking. What answer was she expecting from me? There was no way for me to know.
そう。じゃあもう一つ質問ね。同じく昨べ、シオンに会わなかった？
Oh yeah, we made out. No, we didn't. My heart leapt into my throat again. The tiny needles buried underneath Mion's words pricked into me.
それ、昨日も聞いたよな。
She did.
俺、会ったかどうかわからないって答
You
えたと思
used
うんだ
the
よね
same dumb lie twice.
そうだっけ？また改めて
Uh-oh.
違う答えが返ってくるかなって思ってさ。
There it is. There it is. We got the crazy eyes. Uh-oh. Crazy eyes come back. I suddenly noticed something in Mion's eyes. Something indescribable. Toмотake-san and Takano-san. Shion, too. She was asking me about them. There was no doubt about it. Last night, the four of us snuck into the ritual storehouse. She knew everything. So what? There's not really a curse anyway. That's right. Even Shion and Takano-san said yesterday during the festival that there was no curse. And that rather than a curse, it was the doing of the villagers. My blood curdled. Mion was, almost without a doubt, aware that we snuck into the storehouse. It was nothing strange. I screwed up bad flipping on the light switch last night. If Mion had been searching for me, it was simple to imagine that she had seen that momentary light and come to find out what was going on. But are you gonna lie to her, or are you gonna tell the
本
truth?
当に会ってないんだね。
どうして会ったかどうかをそんなに気にするんだよ。
大したことじゃないの。富武さんと高野さんとシオンとケイちゃんをね、悪く言ってる人たちがいるの。
Uh-oh, we're the talk of the town now. Uh-oh, was your grandma trash talking us?
何が悪いんだかはよく聞いてないんだけどね。
Unpleasant sweat dripped down my arms, and the sound of it hanging from my fingertips was so annoyingly loud.
私
Dude, your sweat is making
ケイちゃん
audible
が悪いこ
drips?
とをするなんて信じてないから。でもちょっとだけ聞いてみたかったから聞いてみたの。不愉快な思いをさせてごめんね。
I found myself unable to reply. My reaction must have made it obvious what the truth was, and yet I couldn't explain myself.
ケイちゃんは富武さんとも高野さんとも、そしてシオンとも一緒じゃなかった。
You know, we probably should tell her the truth, because when we lied a bunch last time, that led to hardcore stalking. Granted, we might have been hardcore stalked even if we had told the truth, but it probably didn't help. Rena freaked out when we lied to her.
そうだよね。
ああ。
I finally run out an answer between ragged breaths. Mion's expression softened a little.
よかった。私言っとくね。ケイちゃんは何にも悪いことには加わってないって。みんなにちゃんと言っておくからね。
Uh-oh. Yeah, please do. Tell them I wasn't doing anything bad. I've been a good boy for Santa Claus this year. To everyone, make sure. Everyone. Everyone? Who is everyone?
じゃあね。明日は元気になってるから。バイバイ。
Wait, Mion! What do you mean by everyone? Just then, a freezing cold hand touched the back of my neck.
こら。
Uh-oh. Hi, teacher! I was washing my face. I ran into Mion and wanted to make sure she was okay.
遅いですよ、前原くん。顔を洗うだけなのに時間がかかりすぎです。
The teacher's the most realistic, scary, though, in the game. The fear of being caught by the teacher. It was the teacher. I was taking so long she came out to get me.
あ、すみません。
I was not playing hooky.
ついミオンとおしゃべりを。
I turned around, but Mion had crossed through the schoolyard without me realizing it, and was now standing at the gate.
さ、お勉強に戻りますよ。早く早く。
Oh, how could I say no to that smile? The teacher was being insistent. We returned to the entrance. I looked back one more time, and Mion was nowhere in sight.
ケイチ、今日はずっと元気がないのです。
There she is. Hi, Rika.
昨日大はしゃぎしすぎたからに違いありませんわ。
There she is. Hi, Satoko.
迷子になって目を真っ赤にさせて半泣きしてたやつに言われたくねえ。
Wow! Let's laugh at their misfortune! Ha!
ゆうべのさとこちゃん、可愛かったよ。はう。
My friends did their best to try and cheer me up, but it didn't lighten my mood. Was it far worse than I thought? Had I really done something that terrible last night? These thoughts remained with me for the rest of the day.
じゃあね、ケイチくん。また明日ね。
Bye, Rena. By the time I realized it, I was in front of my own house.
みーちゃんも風邪だったみたいだけど、ひょっとしてケイチくんもなのかな。
No, I'm just suffering from I know too much syndrome. I'll have to sleep it off.
え、大丈夫だよ。こう見えても風邪で休んだことはないんだぜ。
でもみーちゃんもケイチくんも今日は具合が悪そうだし。
気にしてくれてありがとな。大丈夫。バカは風邪ひかないんだぜ。
Rena smiled and then waved to me and left. Whew. With my shoulders bobbing up and down from breathing heavily, I entered the house. As soon as I got back in, Mom called out to me.
何？
ケイチ、悪いんだけど図書館に行って本を返してきてくれない？
Yeah, heck yeah!
めんどくさいな。
Come on, Keiichi. You know what they say. Having fun is not hard when you have a library card.
お父さんも母さんも今ね、ちょっと電話待ちをしてるところで家を開けられないの。返却期限も今日までだし、お願いできない？
Sheesh. Did it have to do with Dad's job? No point in arguing if they bring that up.
仕方ないな。でも俺、図書館がどこにあるか
That
知らないよ。
oh, you can get a library card now. This is
あら
great.
知らないの？沖宮の駅前をちょっと進んで。
If I got directions like that, like, oh, it's just a bit past this, I would 100% get lost. Just then, the phone rang. My parents' faces immediately turned grim. Uh-oh. Mom snatched up the receiver.
もしもし、前原です。はいはい、おりますけど。
Then she thrust the receiver at my face. Uh-oh!
圭一に電話よ。
Okay, folks, is it gonna be Rena? Is it gonna be Mion slash Shion? Or is it gonna be Police Chief Uisi?
早めに終わらせてね。
oh, it's my girlfriend, Mom. I know Google Maps is not there, and I know not everyone is as completely geographically inept as I am, but I'm just saying, if I got directions, oh, it's like just a bit past the Burger King, I'd be like, in which direction? For how long? Are there landmarks near it that can help me? Is there a sign?
もしもし。
Oh, wait, hang on. I didn't read that. I tried to ask who it was from, but asking the person on the phone directly would be faster. Sorry. Hello? Oh, it's not Police Chief Uisi.
こんにちは。今はお時間大丈夫ですか？
Not on the phone. It was Shion. The older sister had a hangover today, but the younger one made no reference to it.
シオンか。ミオンと同じで、今日は徹夜明けで寝込んでるんじゃないかと思ったぜ。
We just outed her!
それじゃあおね、今日はずる休みですか？おねらしい。
She laughed warmly, but Mom glared at me, silently telling me to finish up.
ごめんな。ちょっと親が電話待ちをしてるんで、そんなに長話はできないんだ。何の用だ？
お話ししたいことがあったんですけど、長電話が無理じゃ仕方ないですね。
We can meet in person. I have to go to the library anyways. She sounded a little disappointed. What would Shion want to talk to me about? Now I was interested.
じゃあさ、会って話をしないか。ついでに図書館にも案内してもらえるとありがたい。
Oh, we can get library cards together. Great first
図
date.
書館って駅前の私立図書館ですか？
Actually, have we technically been on a date with Shion already? Because she invited us to the all-you-can-eat desserts at Costco. I mean, at Hooters. I mean, at Angel Mort.
別にいいですよ。バイトのついでってことで。
じゃあいつもミオンと待ち合わせてる場所わかるか？園崎家の小道に分かれる分岐の。
あ、ケイちゃん言ってませんでしたっけ？私本家じゃなくて沖宮の家に住んでるんですよ。
True.
だから待ち合わせ場所は沖宮駅の改札前なんかにしてくれた方が嬉しいんですけど。
Main house? Living in Okinomiya? Now that you mention it, it's always seemed like the Sonozaki sisters weren't communicating. Did they live in different houses? Yeah. And now also now that she mentioned it, Rena said that she'd never met the younger sister despite going over to play sometimes.
じゃあ駅に集合な。すぐに行くよ。じゃあ。
I set the receiver down. Mom immediately thrust a large pile of library books in my face. 6 volumes of long-form mystery novels. Mom had her own hobbies. Okay, we'll have to return all of the Agatha Christie
圭
books.
一、よろしくね。お夕飯までには帰るのよ。
じゃあ行ってくれよ。
I supposed I'd change my clothes and grab my bike key. We have a key to our bike. I climbed the stairs to my bedroom. There she is! Hi! Shion has been waiting for me already, so meeting up was a smooth process.
ミオンと違ってシオンは待ち合わせ時間を守るな。しみじみ。
おねを標準にされるといろいろと困ります。
Shion seemed a little unsteady, too. Was she drinking with Mion last night? Or she was drinking with Mion last night, wasn't she?
お前も夕べは寝てないんだろ。隠しても無駄だぞ。で、学校を早退したに違いない。
残念でした。
Uh-huh.
私はそもそも今日はずる休みしてますので。
Don't you have school, Shion?
私、おねより容量いいですから。
That's not very nice. Hey! I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter.
じゃあ、先に用事を片付けます？時間もそんなにないですから。図書館へ行くんですよね。
ああ、頼むよ。お袋の借りてる本の返却期限が今日までらしいんで。図書館は遠いのか？
すぐ近くですよ。
See that building there that says Brower? No, never mind. As she said that, we spotted a signboard for the library almost immediately. Oh, is it that one? On the far right side? If it was this easy to find, then I guess I didn't need Shion to show me where it was after all. We rode around a bend, and the building was right there. Shishibone Public Library. We lived in the country, so I hadn't expected too much, but it was pretty big. The first floor was actually a government office, so the library was only on the second floor, but it still looked large enough to fit a decent collection of books. We passed through the automatic doors and were greeted by the cool breeze of an air curtain. Wait. Is this the second floor, or is this like the police station on the first floor? The cicadas had been loud outside, but it was quiet inside the library. I missed the days when the library was quiet. The air conditioning inside was keeping the temperature at an ideal level for the books, which was that mildewy smell unique to old paper.
どこの図書
They
館
had
も
that.
似たようなもんだな。
If there was one difference, it was that people studying for tests weren't taking up all the seats. I was one of those people, but now that seemed like a distant memory.
すみません、返却に来ました。
Okay, this is the library. I like the little caterpillar drawing. The librarian went through the process of checking them in and then returned my mom's library card. Mom had to give up her library card in order to get the books back. She's that bad at returning them. Shion was going around the bookshelves with a deeply interested look on her face, like she wasn't the type who went into libraries very
悪
often.
いな、お待たせ。終わったよ。
図書館って涼しくていいところですね。私、将来は図書館で働きたいです。
You know, Shion, I would support you working at the library instead of at the Hooters. I think that's a more noble cause.
地味というか堅実というか、姉と比べると随分とささやかな希望だな。
Mion would definitely want to be a hardworking employee for an international trading company, or some other crazy job that involved her running around all around the world. Compared to that, what Shion said was pretty heartwarming.
まあ、互いの持ち味を大切にしたいですよね。私たち分身じゃなくてシオンとミオンというちゃんと
You
した
did a good job of hiding that until the halfway point, or
双
if
子
we
は
had
双子
were at
な
the halfway
りにいろい
point.
ろと考えてるんだな。でも楽しそうだよな。俺には兄弟はいないから、うちには俺以外は親しかいない。窮屈なもんだよ。
私だってそうです。お姉とは一緒に住んでるわけじゃないで
Yeah,
すから
Mion just lives with her grandma. Oh right, she said something like that, didn't she? Why though? Sisters living apart is unusual. Maybe they had a falling out. No, this is the police station. Either that or they're just reusing backgrounds, which could be the case. We were getting tired of talking while we were walking. We ended up going to the lounge area, which was vacant, and continued the conversation.
ええ、お姉は本家に、私は沖宮の家に住んでるんです。
本家ってなんだ？随分と立派な響きがあるけどな。
We
本家は
are.
本家です。園崎家の本家。お姉は跡取りだから、バッチャと一緒に住んで、いろいろと当主としての修行をさせられてるみたいです。
Mion, the head of the family? Huh. It kind of fit her personality, but kind of didn't, too.
ケイちゃんは引っ越してきたばかりでしたよね。自分で言うのもなんですけど、園崎家ってここいらじゃ結構名士なんですよ。
本当かよ。
The word personage didn't really match the extremely sociable air that Mion and Shion gave off. From what Shion explained, the Sonozaki family goes way back to the beginnings of Hinamizawa. After the war, they had a bunch of successful ventures and extended their influence to a wide area.
園崎家はですね、親族全体で助け合う土壌があるんです。今の当主のバッチャが築き上げたんですけどね。
You go, Grandma! The entire family would provide backup to help the one relative with a business venture. They were like a huge living company. That's probably not super ethical, but this let them avoid tax-related problems and help relatives' ventures succeed, one after another using large amounts of money. Oh, that's definitely not ethical. Money laundering!
沖宮の街を歩くことがあったら、看板とかを意識してみてください。
We own everything!
園崎の親族が経営しているお店ってとても多いんですよ。
言われてみれば。
Yeah, that was the gain that saved us from the bikers.
例のおもちゃ屋も親類の人が経営してるみたいだったな。そういえばエンジェルモートも親類の人が経営してるんじゃないのか？
Even what few shops I remember with were involved with the Sonozaki family. It was definitely surprising.
特に金融不動産関係は強いですね。あと商工会議所の役員も何割かは園崎姓かその親類がついてます。沖宮一帯を評伝に市議会議員と県議会議員にも園崎がいます。
In other words, don't get on their bad side.
ちょっと待て。なんだかすごい話になってきたぞ。
Her relatives operate shops in downtown Okinomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate. On top of that, a lot of those in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even people elected to local offices.
ひょっとして園崎家ってこの辺り一帯じゃ すごいんじゃ。
ねえ、
I knew it! This was the police station. Hey, bro.
すごいんです。
All of a sudden, a cigarette-smoking, overweight old man interrupted our conversation. Well, that's not very nice. He kind of saved your butt when you were attacked. Wait, I know this guy.
どうも、
Hey, Weesey.
こんにちは。今日はデートですかな？
Totally.
羨ましいですね。
そうだと思ったら邪魔しないでほしかったですね。大石さん。
Yeah, she does not like the popo. That's what I'm getting. Anytime he shows up, she's just like, oh, it's him. That was it. He was Uisi-san, a police officer. I thought this was the person who came to my rescue when I got involved with those delinquents before. Now that I thought about it, Mion didn't seem to like him very much.
いえいえ、すみません。知ってる声が聞こえてきたのでついつい。
Uisi-san laughed coarsely, not showing any sign of giving up. Why do I keep yawning? Stop it. As Shion watched him do so, I didn't feel the same sense of malice from her as I had from Mion.
前原さん。
She's smiling evilly. I feel like that's kind of malicious.
あなたもタフな人ですね。園崎姉妹を二股かけるなんて。
Double dating the twins. That could not end poorly.
いや、そんな二股だなんて。
I turned around to look at Shion and plead for help, but she grinned and maintained her silence. Her gaze wandered. She looked at the clock.
ごめんなさい、ケイちゃん。私もうバイトの時間なんです。
Oh, she's working at Hooters again.
そうなのか？
Wait, didn't Shion have something to talk about today? Now this weird man is here, though.
また今度。あ、バイトが終わったら電話します。夜なら電話大丈夫ですよね。
ああ、大丈夫だと思う。
じゃあ今夜電話しますのでその時に。じゃあ。
Shion left so fast she was practically running. See, she doesn't like the cops! There is definitely some illegal stuff going on with their family. I think that's why she's like, I can't let the police know about this. What's her dark secret? Don't actually tell me. Uisi was waving at me with a grin. I felt like I'd been left here as bait so she could get away. Maybe she was lying about having to go to work.
園崎のご令嬢とこれだけ親しくできるなんて、私も口の利き方を改めた方がいいかもしれません。
Uisi put a coin into a vending machine as he said something a bit appalling.
アイスティーでいいですか？
Oh no, he wants to talk! He wants to bro
ミ
talk!
ルクは入れます？
え？あ、いえ。
Oh no, I gotta go help my dad butter toast.
じゃあ入れますよ。はいどうぞ。
He handed me a cup of tea filled to the brim with ice as I looked up absentmindedly. I don't think I'm obligated to have a guy like this buy me a drink, but he did get it for me, so I'll thank him. Was Uisi-san just killing time? We didn't know each other well, but he still engaged me in conversation about all sorts of dumb things. When I thought back to how I talked with Shion, this seemed like a total disaster.
前原さんは園崎さんのことをどれくらいご存知で？
Which one?
さっき聞いた以上のことは何も。
Until then, I hadn't known anything about either Mion or Shion other than the fact that they were interesting. I really only did just learn that she was the daughter of some prestigious family.
園崎家はこの地域一帯を
You know
薬剤屋
this.
さんです。
Okay, so they are doing illegal stuff.
ちなみに彼女のお父さんは関東でも有名なヤクザの大幹部さんです。
Wow! Yakuza within Yakuza.
ご
Great.
存知でした？
I did not!
大幹部って。
シオンさんのご自宅をご存知ないんですか？高い塀に有刺鉄線と監視カメラで守られた
What on earth? She lives in a compound?
オタクですよ。
Keiichi, you probably shouldn't be dating these girls. You should probably date Rena.
今度ぜひ遊びに行ってみてください。
Provided Rena doesn't go super hyper creepy stalker. She'd mentioned Mion being a successor, but to a Yakuza group?
いえいえいえいえいえいえ。
No, to the good Yakuza.
まさかまさか。 園崎美音さんが継ぐのはそんなちんけなヤクザ組織だけじゃありません。
I mean, it just said boring old Yakuza group. He's like, the Yakuza games just get old after a while.
彼女が継ぐのは園崎家そのものですよ。そのあたりの意味、ちょっと噛み締めていただ
That means she can redeem the Yakuza group. Ueshi-san had spoken lightly about all of this from start to finish, but what he was saying wasn't light in the least. It was abrupt and unbelievable. How is the police aware of this? And they're just like, well, okay. I guess they're too
ミオン
powerful.
さんがその気になれば、往来の真ん中で人殺しをしたってもみ消せちゃうか
Oh,
もしれない。
great! Yeah, let's instill more paranoia in Keiichi, just like in Chapter 1.
証人は現れないだろうし、警察にだって圧力をかけられますし。
ミオンは人殺しなんかしないぞ。
But she has!
しませんしません、ものの例えですよ。
大石さんでしたっけ、名前。
ねえ、そうです。
大石さん、ミオンの家が何だろうと、ミオンは俺の誇れる最高の友人です。それをあまりけなすような言い方は好きになれないですね。
Alright, alright, I respect it, Keiichi. Sticking up for your friend. I let my quiet anger show in my gaze as I stared at him. Of course, I could never seem to tell what he's thinking, so I didn't know if it had any effect.
ではざっくばらんに、そのミオンさんにいくつかの事件の権利がかかっている
He's gonna install the paranoia in us again. He's like, I'm pretty sure Mion is a serial killer. Suspected incidents? You can't just say terrible stuff like that on a whim.
何かの誤解に決まってるじゃないですか。ミオンは物騒なことを言うやつだけど、そんな悪いことをするようなやつじゃない。
前原さん、お静かに。
Do you want the whole police station to know about this?
ここ、図書館ですから。
The police station is in the library. Uisi-san shushed me, but in a state of heightened excitement as I was, I wouldn't be calmed so easily.
落ち着いてください。さっきも申し上げました通り、園崎家はいい意味でも悪い意味でもこの辺り一帯で強い力を持っているんです。ですからちょっと何かあるとすぐに疑いがかかってしまう。その辺りをご理解いただきたいのですよ。
Well, I know what Uisi-san is trying to say. Combining it with what Shion told me before, the Sonozaki family is huge and controls everything from Hinamizawa to Okinomiya. Mion, meanwhile, is its successor, who apparently holds strong influence over the entire family. Still, that's all? That's the only reason they're suspecting her?
ですから私だって仕事で仕方なくやってるんです。ミオンさんを疑うためでなく、ミオンさんの疑いを晴らすために捜査をしている。そう。
Can we get like a spin-off police murder mystery series where you play as Uisi trying to like bring about the downfall of the Yakuza group? I would play that. He could talk a dog out of a meat truck. He was the definition of a shrewd, unfair adult. At this point I began to think that it was no coincidence that I'd met him.
大石さん、ひょっとして俺に用なんですか？
Oh, the percussion instruments, those are creepy.
ねえ、そうですよ。前原圭一さん。
He answered in an absent tone of voice.
何かの事件でミオンを疑っていて、その友人の俺に何か聞きに来た。そういうことですか？
いえいえ、違います。私は園崎美音さんの友人と話をしに来たのではなく、前原圭一さんに話をしに来たのです。ご自宅にお伺いしたらご迷惑でしたでしょうからね。
Yeah, that would have been hard to explain to our parents.
俺に警察が何の用だって言うんですか？
Having realized this faked coincidental meeting had me as its target, my mood immediately turned foul. Did Shion set us up?
そんなに構えなくて大丈夫ですよ。肩を楽にして。ちょっと。
それって職務質問ってやつですか？
He's playing the good cop right now. I wouldn't want to see him playing the bad cop. I feel like he could turn very scary.
偶然知り合ったおじさんとの世間話ってことにしましょう。
Alright. Uisi's one of my favorite characters. Uisi-san freely suggested that I relax. That said, behind his eyes was a light, which I could only see sometimes, that was sharp as a hawk. You don't get to be like head of the police by being dumb. If I tried in vain to run away, he might actually take me in and bring me to an interrogation room or something. That was an undoubtedly unpleasant thought.
昨べは綿流しのお祭り。
Oh, yeah, made out with my girlfriend. Totally.
はぐらかさないでください。今さら世間話なんかされても。
昨日の綿流しの晩、富武二郎さんと高野美代さんにお会いしませんでした。
Why does everybody want to know? I could plainly feel myself give a start.
あれ、写真はどこに行っちゃったかな？
Oh no, not the grizzly photos.
ああ、あったあった。
He opened a small notebook and removed 2 photographs. I didn't have to look.
さあ、どうでしょう。あったような、合わなかったような。
Yes, give your stupid, vague, lying answer to the head of the police. Yeah, he'll believe it. I was asked the same question for the second time today. I gave the same answer for the second time, too.
あれ？記憶が曖昧ですか？
Well, I mean, to be fair, you know, we had a lot of food, and then there was the party with alcohol, and, you know, maybe I saw them.
まさかアルコールが入っててよく覚えて
Oh,
ない
wait,
の
we
か
should
な
admit
なんて
that
言ってんだ
we
った
were
ら
having alcohol in front of the police guy. It's a good thing I'm not a criminal. I would be very bad as one. Here, too, I got the same answer as I had from Mion. I realized he wasn't taking my vague reply well. Why is he asking me the same thing Mion did? The dark feelings I had nearly forgotten due to my conversation with Shion came rushing back in a hurry. We snuck into the sacred ritual storehouse. A punishable act. It was on a tiny impulse. While it may not count for much now, I do feel sorry about it.
もう一度お
Oh,
聞きしま
now
す。
bad cop's coming out.
ゆうべのお祭りで富武二郎さんと高野美代さんにお会いしませんでした
I have a feeling that they died and disappeared just like in Chapter 1, which is why he's asking about it. Either they're suspected of murder. His tone was soft, but there was a dreadfulness in his voice, clearly different from the first time he asked. I'm scared. That was exactly how I felt.
と、繰り返し聞かれても、答えはさっきと同じです。
Harr, harr, harr. Well, you're only a criminal if you get caught doing that, and you just admitted it on the internet. I really don't remember. There wasn't any better answer I could give him. I didn't have the balls to say I didn't see them, nor the courage to admit I had.
そうですか。改めて聞けばさっきとは違う答えが返ってくるかなと思いましてね。
I'm too scared to look Uisi-san in the eyes.
では質問を変えます。ほら前原さん
Uh-oh.
リラックスリラックス。
You owe me for the iced tea now. Uisi-san grabbed my shoulders and squeezed them, as if trying to give me a massage. It mostly just hurt, though. Still, why would he ask the same things as Mion? He's working with the Yakuza. If he's asking the same things, then the next question must be...
同じく夕べのお祭りなんですがその時シオンさんに
Okay!
お会いしませんでしたか？
This guy is Mion in disguise. I wondered what that sound was, and when I looked down, I saw that it was the unmelted ice in the cup I was gripping in my hands. My hands were trembling, rocking the ice back and forth. Hey, you could tell Grandpa Uisi anything, man. Did you see Shion? You see, I don't know why. If you're looking for Shion, she was just here. Realizing that, I hastily put the remaining ice in my mouth and crunched down on it.
すみません。あったかもしれないですけど、ほら、ミオンにもそっくりですから。
What clothes was she wearing?
ミオンと見間違えてるかも。
そんなわけはないでしょう。
I'm just waiting for the reveal to be like, Keiichi, Shion's not real. They're the same person. After it was revealed they were different. I'm waiting for it to happen. Oh! That's a new look. That's a new sprite right there. Oh, man. Why is this so intimidating right here? Oh my gosh. Suddenly Uisi-san grabbed both my shoulders and hunched down to give me a level stare. This must be what it's like to be a deer in the headlights. I want to look away, but I can't. This is the first time I've experienced such a piercing stare.
ミオンさんもシオンさんも
Anyone can wear it, man! They could totally just swap clothing.
そう簡単に見間違えるはずはありませんよ。前原さん。
His voice was harsh. Harsh, the same as when Mion said it. I could feel my heartbeat quickening. When I realized he could feel it through the hands on my shoulders, I got even more scared. Why? Why are Mion and Uisi-san both asking about last night? Was sneaking into that storehouse so bad? I shouldn't have let Takano-san talk me into it. Toмотake-san casually said to check it out too, so even Shion, if she hadn't encouraged me. No, I understood. I was the one most at fault here. I shouldn't have let my curiosity get the better of me. I shouldn't have gone into the forbidden storehouse.
おいさん、
Oh! Hey man! What's going on here?
ホタルの光っす。
A young man wearing a suit came into the lounge. We didn't see him in Chapter 1, did we? He looks new. From the way he held himself, I knew immediately that he was Uisi-san's subordinate. Maybe we got his voice in the
あ
first
ら、
chapter?
本当だ。もう閉館なんですね。
Or maybe he did appear in one of the police tips. I hadn't realized it until he said something. The jingle and announcement telling patrons the library had closed had started playing without me realizing it. I was so irritated, so overwhelmed that I couldn't even hear it.
じゃあ前原君、もうこんな時間なんで私たちは失礼させてもらいます。
Wait, is this just the library? Okay, so they reused the
こ
background.
のお話はもっと時間のある時にのんびりといたしましょう。
New cutie just dropped. I mean, he's a handsome man, that's for sure. Dresses very snazzy as well. This isn't a joke. If I never saw him again, it would be too soon. Hey, Keiichi, I'm coming to your house for dinner. No! Uisi-san followed his subordinate and left the lounge behind him. However, he spun back around.
そうそう前原さん。
なんですか？
さっきさせてもらった2つの質問ですが、どちらの回答もよく覚えてないでしたよね。
はい。
参考までに。あなた、昨日全員お会いしてますよ。
I was watching you.
4人で楽しそうに歩いてたじゃないですか。石段のところで。私がこの目で見てますから。
Oh, busted! I caught my breath and my heart seemed like it was about to stop. What a detestable person. He knew, and he was testing me. You failed your secret test of character, man. Now Uisi will never trust you.
ではまたお会いしましょう。良いお年を。
We'll meet next year. I sat there like a rock, unmoving, until I could no longer hear the clacking sounds of their footsteps. Well, that was a thing. Yikes. Alright, that was very intimidating. I was on my way back home. The cries of the Higurashi accentuated the already lonely evening. More time had passed than I'd thought. Uh-oh, are you gonna get home by nightfall? The orange of the dusky sky was being chased down, little by an indigo color approaching from the east. Exhausted from the slow climb towards Hinamizawa, without even noticing, I'd gotten off my bicycle and was pushing it uphill. Genuinely easier to push the bike up the hill than to ride the bike up the hill. I don't understand any of this. No one had told me to my face that I'd done something wrong. No. In fact, it might have been much easier on me that way. What happened yesterday really was just my curiosity. Ooh, very quiet music. It really was no more than a quiet prank. No more than having the courage to cross at a red light as long as you did it with other people. The storehouse for ritual implements, hallowed ground, only accessible to the family of the priest. For sure, I'd seen terrifying things that I would never have imagined would be there. Thinking on it now, though, it didn't matter what was stored away inside. It didn't make the wrong I had committed any more right. What the four of us did, Mion seemed to know about it. For some reason, even the police were trying to learn what the four of us did. Did we do something so bad? Really? It doesn't matter how wrong it was. I did something wrong. It was nothing more than that, and yet I couldn't accept it. I didn't apologize to Mion or Oishi. All I did was shield myself with ambiguities. I told you not to do that. I did something wrong yesterday. I set foot into the Forbidden Storehouse for a little bit of mischief. I'll forget everything I saw in there. I won't ever do something like that again, either. I'm sorry. If I apologize like that, would they forgive me? The suddenly cool evening air left no room for such sentiment, however, as it mercilessly chilled my feet, urging me to head home as soon as possible. In the end, the evening air was correct. If I trudged along such an isolated road, regrets would pile on top of regrets, but nothing would change. Let's go home. I'll go home, go to my room, put on my favorite music or something, and go to bed. That might sound plain and boring, but it's probably the strongest I felt all day. Now that I've made a decision, there's no point in dawdling in a place like this. I sat back on my bike. I pushed hard on the pedals. I rapidly advanced forward. I steadily gained speed. The wind was cutting and mercilessly cold, but it actually felt good, as if it were softly punishing me. It's June. Is it that cold in the evening? Mom's gonna be mad that we're late! I didn't eat much dinner before excusing myself early and returning to my bedroom. My mom called me from downstairs.
ケイチ、電話よ。園崎さんから。
Sonozaki? Was it Mion? No, it was Shion. I just remembered. She'd had something she wanted to tell me today. Uisi-san had interrupted us, so she didn't get the chance. Shion had said she'd call tonight.
もしもし、シオンか。
どうも。今日は災難でしたね。
She said it so plainly that I got a bit annoyed. She was the one who left me there and ran.
そんなこと言わないでください。私、ケイちゃんに一緒に逃げようってサインを送ったじゃないですか。なのにケイちゃん、ぼさーっと残っちゃって。
Well, he offered to buy me a drink, so...
ボサってことはないだろう。シオンがあっという間に置いてきぼりにしたんで。あの後、俺は大石のおっさんに。
He asked you two questions.
そんなの、私に愚痴られても困ります。
I can't believe she passed it off like that! She looks just like Mion, and yet inside, she's this different. I think Mion would do the same thing. I got a little irritated at myself when I realized I was, somewhere in my mind, hoping for the same reaction I would get from Mion, even though she's a different person.
ああ、悪かったよ。次からはシオンを置いてくぐらいのつもりで。
できればレディーファーストでお願いします。
Shion laughed refreshingly. When I heard her voice, I realized that she wasn't really that angry or anything. It was just as she said. The cause of my temper was because it was my own fault for not leaving immediately. I'm sorry, not all of us hate the police as much as you do, Shion. I'll stop blaming it on others. Blaming it on others would be...
それより、俺に何か話があるんだろ？
あ、はい。もしも、もう知ってるなら、改めて言うような話じゃないんです。知ってますか？
Shion lowered her voice suddenly, as if she was glancing around. I had no idea what I could already know.
悪いけど、何のことかさっぱりわからないぞ。ヒントくらい出せ。
Oh, is it that there's a third Sonic movie being made?
ってことは、知らないみたいですね。
She seemed to take my stupid-sounding question as evidence. However, her voice didn't sound disappointed or exasperated in the slightest.
実は、昨日の綿流しのお祭りの晩なんですけど。
My entire body jolted as I was assailed by a terrible feeling. Is Shion going to ask the same thing?
もしもし？
If Shion asks us if I saw Shion last night...
ケイちゃん、聞いてます？
ああ、聞いてる。昨日の晩どうしたんだよ。
私たち4人、入ったじゃないですか。
She didn't beat around the bush. Whether or not I wanted to admit it, that was the actual honest truth, and I couldn't act like it hadn't happened.
それでその後、みんなで歩いて、石段のあたりで私たちみんな別れましたよね。高野さんたちは沢に行って、ケイちゃんはその場に残って、私は親類の人たちのところに行っちゃって。
ああ、それがどうした？
お互い質問の返し合いになっちゃうと拉致が開かないんで、私からまず質問します。いいですか？
ゆうべ、 富武さんと高野さんに会いませんでしたか？
はい。あの後、あの二人には会いましたか？
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. This is the third time I've been asked this question today. Why? Why? What the hell was going on?
どうしてだよ。だからどうしてそれを俺に聞くんだよ。
ほらほら、ケイちゃん。質問は私からのはずです。答えてください。
シオンはあったのか？シオンが先に答えたら俺も答える。
My shabby response betrayed how scared and small I felt now, after everything that had happened today. Shion didn't say anything for a few moments. Just as I was beginning to think I'd really put my foot in my mouth with that response, she finally answered me.
もちろん、会ってません。一緒にいた親類が証明できます。
俺だって会ってない。証明って言うならミオンとかレナとかみんながしてくれる。
Now that we knew our answers matched, she let out a sigh that sounded more relieved than anything else.
正直に答えてくれて。じゃあ、言いますね。
They died, right?
ゆうべ、高野さんと富武さんが死んだ。
Both of them died! Okay.
ごめん、シオン。今、なんて言った？
ゆうべ、高野さんと富武さんが死んだんだそうです。高野さんは焼死体で。
Whoa! Oh! Oh, she was the one who burned to death.
富武さんは、自殺みたいな感じで。
What?
今朝知ったんです。お父さんが親類の人からの電話で話してるのを聞いて。
Did he claw his throat out again? Late last night, a police car on its way back from festival security duty had discovered Tomatake-san lying in the middle of the road heading towards Okinomiya. He had clawed out his throat and died. Yep, same thing. But this time, instead of just disappearing, Takano actually died herself.
喉をかきむしったの自殺って。あの明るそうな富武さんが自殺？何かの間違いだろ？
警察がちゃんと検知したんです。自分の爪で
Ew.
ガリガリと喉をかきむしって、
Yep.
血管を破いて血をドバドバ出して、
Don't try that at home.
自分の血で溺れ死んだんだって。
そんなバカな自殺？自分の喉をかき破るなんて。
Well, you're not trying hard enough. He hated trimming his nails. He never did it. I realized I was yelling too loudly, so I lowered the force I was putting into my voice. His parents are like, "What are you talking about with that girl?" I didn't want my parents to hear me, so I switched to the cordless phone and ran up to my own room.
大声出してごめん。
Okay, well, I was thinking Takano was gonna be the one to, like, kill people. But apparently she died, so maybe that theory's out the window now. So there's someone else? Was it Grover? It could have been Grover.
で、高野さんも自殺なのか？
高野さんは自殺かどうか。
Who would commit suicide by self-immolation? That's gotta be one of the dumbest and most painful ways to commit suicide. Takano-san's body was found in the mountains of the Gifu Prefecture. How the heck did it get in the mountains? Employees at a rest stop nearby have reported to the police late that night that they could see flames in the mountains. Did she jump in a volcano? The firefighters dispatched there were the first ones to find her. An autopsy concluded that it was the burned corpse of a half-naked female. They initially considered the body beyond recognition, but directly after there was a request for a dental comparison from the redacted prefectural police station in Okinomiya, and the results concluded that it was Mio Takano. The cause of death wasn't confirmed, but it was highly likely to have been a homicide since she was in her undergarments and her clothes were nowhere in the area. Oh, well that's messed up. So she was stripped and tossed into a volcano.
焼身自殺の線もあるそうです。
自殺なわけあるものか。同じ死ぬならもっと楽な方法がいくらでもあるだろう。
This music's amazing for the tone.
こんなの絶対に自殺なものか。
私だってそう思ってます。富武さんのだって自殺だなんて考えられない。
After the two of us rattled on at each other, there was a silence as we paused to catch our breaths. And as we calmed our nerves, right then I understood what Shion's story actually meant.
お社様のたたりってことになると思います。私たち 語られるのに十分な資格がありますから。
資格って、冗談じゃないぞ。別に俺は。
Shion wanted to see it with me. I just went on with her. I tried to say that, but I fell silent. Nothing would come of me blaming others. Yeah, I agreed. She was definitely very creepy, but yeah, she did not deserve to be, like, stripped into her underwear and then burned alive. That's a horrible thing. I couldn't... Yeah, it didn't matter how much everyone else encouraged me. I could have put my foot down. I lost to my own half-assed sense of adventure and agreed to go in with them. Yes, it was my fault and no one else's.
シオン、お前は昨べ細工殿の中に忍び込んだらこうなるかもしれないと予想はついてたのか？
まさか。そりゃ多少はヤバいとは思いましたけど、こんなことになるなんて夢にも思いませんでした。
Shion's words were probably her true feelings. She knew she could get in trouble if she were caught, but that was the thrill of this little adventure. It was the same for me.
それよりもケイちゃん、ちょっとよく考えてください。今年のお社様のたたりはおかしくないですか？
It was already plenty strange, seeing as how Tomitake-san and Takano-san died like that. Given all that, what could possibly be stranger?
死体が2つ見つかったってことです。
That's true!
言いましたよね。
It's supposed to be you find one corpse but the other one just disappears, which is what happened in Chapter 1.
例年は1人が死んで1人が消えるんです。
They didn't do a good job of putting it in the swamp this time.
2人の死亡が確認されたのは今年が初めてです。
確かにそうかもしれないけど、そんなのは大した問題じゃないだろう。
いいえ、ケイちゃん、もっと真剣に考えてください。いいですか？2人の死がお社様のたたりということになってるなら、お社様の怒りを鎮めるための生贄もまた2人分必要なはずなんです。
そういう理屈になるのか？
Weren't you paying attention, Keiichi?
じゃあなんだよ。
No.
富武さんと高野さんが死んだ陰で今年は2人が行方不明になってるってのか？
I don't understand why, but when I said that, I felt my spine freeze.
まだ誰も行方不明になってないと思います。多分2人が失踪するのはこれからじゃないかと思うんです。
Shion, like me, was obviously getting the same feeling crawling down her back.
これから2人が失踪する？
Shion didn't answer. I couldn't say anything more than that either. A chill crept in through my clothes and tried to wrap it into a fist around my heart. Cold hands feeling about on my chest. Neither of us could say anything. Tomitake-san opened the lock and he died. Takano-san exposed the ritual storehouse and she died. If 2 more people were to be sacrificed, then they would be none other than the ones who entered with them. None other than us.
まさか冗談だろ？
I wanted so much for her to pass this off as a joke even now. That, though, was such an incredibly difficult and selfish request. Oh, hey! Dippy's playing Roller Coaster Tycoon. That's a fun time. If Tomitake-san and Takano-san had died in a common way like a car accident, I could tell myself it was a coincidence. Instead, he clawed out his own throat, and she burned to death, drowned in oil in the mountains. These 2 deaths were so out of the ordinary that I couldn't possibly dismiss it as mere coincidence. It was as if, in exchange for sneaking into the ritual storehouse, there must be someone punishing us, some sort of cruel will working behind the scenes. Even so, I still didn't want to accept that terrifying truth. If I did, then I would have to acknowledge that a horrible crisis was growing near for Shion and I. So this is basically kind of Chapter 1 if Mion had an identical twin. Is that the only difference? Is this literally just Chapter 1, but in this timeline, she happens to have a twin? That seems to be making all the difference. That's why I argued against it. I argued knowing I was running away. I could get behind that
大
twist.
地、そんなの新聞に出てないぞ。
They're not going to exactly advertise that.
そんなに奇怪な事件なら絶対に新聞やテレビで報道するはずだろう。雑誌記者とかだって面白がって大勢来るに決まってる。
マスコミに報道されないのは当然なんです。過去にそうだったから。
Oh no. Mio's using her Yakuza connections to make sure the story doesn't get out. When the incidents occurred for the third year in a row, there were some third-rate magazines that sniffed out the story and ran issues full of gossip columns about Hinamizawa. Fearing that the region would develop a negative stigma, they negotiated with the prefecture and the police. Since last year, it became a big conspiracy, where no information about the incidents was allowed to be leaked to the media.
村長とか、あと園崎家出身の金バッジが警察に思いっきり圧力をかけたんだって聞いてます。
Convenient.
じゃあつまり二人の死は秘密裏に処理されてしまったということか。
そういうことです。もちろん警察は捜査をしてますよ。でも秘匿捜査ということなので、捜査活動にはかなりの制限が加えられているそうです。これは事実上の捜査妨害と言えるでしょうね。
This story was unbelievable. People died, and yet they don't publicize it and deal with everything in secret. I guess neither of them had any families. They're gonna have to know one way or another.
もっと噛み砕いて言うと、綿流しの夜に誰が死んでも公にはならないということです。
そんなバカな話があってたまるか。
ケイちゃん、私以前にお社様のたたりは村人が起こしてるかもしれないって言いましたよね。つまりそういうことなんです。このひなみ沢では毎年綿流しの夜にお社様のたたりということにして誰かを殺してもいい土壌がいつの間にか作り上げられているんです。
Oh boy. Messed up death cult. When someone dies on the night of the Watanagashi, it turns into the curse of Oyashiro-sama. We're only one death can happen though, folks, alright? So I don't want to have 5 different people all killing people tonight. We can't explain that one away. The curse turns into the serial murder incidents. In order to avoid exacerbating the negative stigma surrounding Hinamizawa, those incidents are dealt with in secret.
バカな。毎年死者と行方不明者が出るんだろ。いくらマイナスイメージって言ったって警察にも限度があるだろう。
毎年の事件が不可解って言うなら警察も本腰を入れられるんでしょうけど、何しろ毎年の事件は個別に解決してますので連続事件という形にならないんですよ。たまたま毎年綿流しの晩に不幸なこと
Oh yeah, it just so happens.
それだけのことに。
Most of the criminals responsible for the original dismemberment were arrested. The last one managed to stay and get and stay away, but the events were totally exposed and elucidated, so it was, in essence, resolved. The dam supporting couple who died in an accident on the second year, that was an accidental death, plain and simple. They made a lot of investigations into the possibility of it having been a homicide, but they didn't turn up anything. It ended up as an accident. It was resolved. On the third year, the priest fell ill and passed away. There were doctors present at the hospital at his deathbed, and they all had trustworthy medical certificates. They even did an autopsy. They concluded that it wasn't a homicide. That was resolved too. On the 4th year, the sister-in-law of the dam-supporting couple was murdered. The criminal was an abnormal man with a history of regular psychostimulant usage. He confessed that he thought Oyashiro-sama's curse was so interesting he wanted to try it out. The criminal died of an accident while imprisoned, so this incident was essentially resolved as well. That's right. None of the incidents had any relation to another, and each was independently resolved.
なのになぜか毎年綿流しの晩に不幸な偶然が起こる。
Copycats.
連続事件にしたくても連続にならないんです。それでも毎年必ず誰かが死んで誰かが消えていく。
The story Takano-san told me the day before during the setup. Now that the curse really had occurred this year, I couldn't just laugh it off.
じゃあ俺たちも狙われるっていうのか。毎年一人死ぬと一人が消えるように富武さんや高野さんの道連れに消えさせられるっていうのかよ。
And the worst part is we're in Japan, so we don't have Second Amendment rights. Mion does, though. My lips had, at some point, become completely dry, and just saying that was difficult. Shion didn't respond. Her silence, however, was the clearest form of confirmation she could give me.
俺たちそりゃ確かに入っちゃいけないところだったかもしれないが見ただけだぜ。何かを盗んだり持ち出したり見たことを誰かに喋ったわけじゃないんだぜ。
I was already regretting having committed such a wrong. Even so, was it really so bad that Toмотake-san and Takano-san deserved such cruel deaths?
第一、俺はあんなの見ても全然面白くなかったし、高野さんが見て一人で大喜びしてただけだろ。
That's true, and then she died.
悪いのは高野さんだけだよ。俺は全然関係ないぜ。興味もないし関係ないし、あの中にあったものだって知ったことじゃない。
Your parents are gonna hear you. I knew saying so wouldn't solve anything. I could feel myself, my cold self, in the innermost depths of my heart, disgusted at my pointless howling. However, my emotions had broken through the dam, and I couldn't stop them anymore.
俺はもともと興味なんか全然なかったんだ。リカちゃんの演舞を見ていたかっただけなんだ。それをシオンが勝手に連れ出したんじゃないか。
I don't think Shion wanted to do this. I thought she was just gonna be like, oh, let's watch them make out.
あの二人が
Which is
泥
so
棒
weird.
しようが相引きしようがしたことじゃない。そうだよ。そもそもシオンが中に入ろうって言い出したんだ。
Well, playing the blame game. This is gonna end well.
ケイちゃんは見ておく必要があるとかなんとか思わせぶりなことを言って中に引き込んだんだ。どうしてくれるんだよ。俺は全然関係ないんだぞ。
She thought it would be a romantic first date.
どうすんだよ。どうすんだよ。どうやって責任を取ってくれるんだよ。おい、聞いてる。あ、
Click. Without any warning, the phone cut off with the soft sound of a receiver being slammed down. Yeah! I don't blame her for hanging up on that! Shion was just as terrified as I was. I just said some really self-centered things. My riled-up emotions disappeared as if they'd never existed, and in their place surged waves of deep regret at having run my mouth so irresponsibly. I could try to call out Shion's name from beyond the disconnected phone, but it was too late. What have I done? Shion was only trying to tell me as much as she could about this thing about to descend upon us. As for me, I could only whine like a child about it. I went to call her back, but then I remembered she lived in Okinomiya. I didn't know her phone number. Since I had declared to Mion that I hadn't seen Shion last night, I couldn't just call Mion and ask for Shion's phone number. I was too scared. I couldn't even call her back. I was stricken with hopeless regret. I returned the receiver to its stand, and then I simply prayed that Shion would call me back again. Call me, maybe. Please, Shion. Calm down and call me again.
もしもし、前原です。
I swept up the receiver as though it wouldn't go through if I didn't grab it at that exact moment.
前原さんのお宅でしょうか。夜分遅くに失礼いたします。君吉と申します。
Who?
ご主人様でいらっしゃいますか？
Yes, it is. It was the voice of a girl who clearly wasn't Shion. All my hopes rushed out of me.
いえ、違いますけど、親父に用なら呼んできます。
I went to put the receiver back down, but the caller stopped me hurriedly.
あ、いえいえ、お忙しければ結構なんです。実は恐縮なんですが、うちのおじいちゃんがお邪魔してませんでしょうか。
I don't think so.
いえ、誰も来てませんけど。
そうですか。夜分遅くに申し訳ありませんでした。失礼いたします。
Well, that was a weird call, and it happened right after we hung up. I don't know who that was, but what if Shion tried to call while I was on the phone? I thought, bubbling with egotistic anger. Hey, wait. Give it a break, Keiichi Maibara. These are the selfish emotions that made Shion mad at me, aren't they? The more I thought about it, the more I thought about Shion had given up hope in the short time since we had our conversation, and didn't want to call anymore. Calm yourself, Keiichi Maibara. If Shion does call again, then first apologize in a calm voice. If you do that, then Shion should understand. However, no matter how long I waited, the phone didn't ring again that night. I don't remember. There are too many names in this game. Maybe I should have written the names down. You are playing Higurashi When They Cry. New tips unlocked, scrapbook notes, and the late night phone call. Ooh. Close calls. Form an alliance. Did we form an alliance? I don't think we did. That wasn't official. Wait a second, how can Takano still be writing more scrapbook things if she's dead? The significance of Watanagashi. Watanagashi, a festival of hunting for sacrifices and feasting on them. While the festival itself is remarkable, it has come to be considered a form of entertainment as well. Perhaps it was because of the disparity between being both an egregious act and a form of entertainment that the perpetrators began to believe themselves transcendent. However, I found some very interesting literature that appears to raise questions about that explanation. As with most oral traditions, it is not easily swallowed, but it does mention a few things that spark my interest. According to this literature, even the residents of Onigafuchi village felt fear towards this ritual. Women and children would grow pale and tremble, and those of weak constitution would vomit, but it is said that the feast, the dissection, was an obligatory viewing. This is an extremely curious tale. Until now, I'd thought that the residents of Onigafuchi village were fascinated by the Watanagashi ritual. They looked down on those vulgar, barbaric humans, cut them open like fish, and by eating them, they reaffirmed their own holiness. At least that's what I thought. However, if what the villagers gained from this ritual was not fascination, but fear, then that would suggest the ritual meant something entirely different. There's the possibility that the executions were meant as warnings, encouraging the villagers to strictly follow religious precepts created by those with power for their own convenience. Onigafuchi village has been effectively ruled over by 3 old families called the Three Families. Without investigating the 3 families, I probably won't get any closer to the truth of Onigafuchi village. Okay, so this is still in the past before we broke into the shed. Okay. From the scrapbook, part 7. The Three Families. The Three Families refers to the 3 old families who effectively came to rule Onigafuchi village. To break it down, there was the Kimiyoshi family, that's the girl who called, the Furude family, Rika, and the Sonozaki family, Mion Shion, and each of them still exists today. Though they don't have as much control as they did in the remote past, they still hold considerable influence today. The 3 families are considered by legend to be those in whom the blood of the swamp demons runs the thickest. The Kimiyoshi family. The Kimiyoshi family appears to have held great power as the head of the 3 families, but it doesn't have that kind of leadership today. The current mayor of the village, Kichiru Kimiyoshi, is from this family. The fact that members of the Kimiyoshi family are elected as mayor every generation is thought to be a remnant of the old sister. Of course, as no rival candidates appear, it doesn't change the fact that the Kimiyoshi family holds the mayoral office even through popular elections in the post-war era. The Furude family. The center of the village's faith since ancient times, the Furude clan has guarded the sole shrine dedicated to Oyashiro-sama. They were worshipped as the only people to represent the voice of Oyashiro-sama for a long time, but the family branched off after the war and lost most of its power. It now consists of only the main house, and now I think only Rika. The main house, as well, presently consists of only one daughter, Rika Furude, so the lineage may end in this generation. Unless she has kids in the future. There is apparently an old tradition of honoring females of the Furude family, so the only daughter Rika is the subject of much respect among the elderly of the village. Oh, that's why. I thought they just thought she was uwu kawaii. The Sonozaki family. It's said that this family had a certain police-like role of protecting the religious precepts of Onigafuchi village. Of the 3 families, their relatively weak position can be seen from me putting them here last. Of course, today, the Sonozaki family is flourishing, and the state of affairs among the 3 families has completely reversed. Even now, one could say that they are in control of Hinamizawa. The 3 families conferring with each other is similar to the old way. The current head of the Sonozaki family, Oryo, essentially decides all of the goings-on in the village by herself. Is that Mion's grandma? I would assume so. Grandma Oreo. Grandma Oreo decides who can do what. Late night phone call. Whose phone call? And what day?
夜分遅くに失礼いたします。君吉と申しますが、ご主人でいらっしゃいますか。
Old man Kimiyoshi.
はい。いえ、その説は本当にありがとうございます。それでですね、こんな時間に大変恐縮なのですが、 うちのおじいちゃんがお邪魔してないかと思いまして。
Why is he saying that? I thought it was like his granddaughter was saying that, or like his daughter. Why is he... I was wondering if my dad was visiting you. What is going on here?
ですよね。はい。こんな時間に申し訳ありませんでした。それでは失礼いたします。ごめんください。
どうだい？ダメ？
参ったな。どんなに熱中しても電話くらいはしてくれる人なんだけれどな。
囲碁の人の家は全部電話したんでしょ？
Huh?
はい、君吉です。
園崎です。どうです？村長さんは見つかりましたか？
ああ、ミオンちゃんか。
Oh, the
片っ
mayor's?
端から電話をかけてみたけど。
So this Kimiyoshi is not the mayor. He's a member of the family who's looking for the mayor. Okay, that makes a little more sense.
見つからないんだ。参ったな。どこで油を売ってるのかな。
こっちでも心当たりにいろいろと問い合わせましたけど、全然。
He probably secretly went to the Hooters.
ばっちゃんにも相談したんですが。
Now, Kimiyoshi is the mayor, but there's a bunch of people that all have the last name Kimiyoshi. That's what I think is going on.
こんな時間にかい。それに別に行方不明になったと決まったわけでもないし。
綿流しの直後ですから、少し慎重に扱った方がいいとのことです。それでも見つからないなら、明朝警察に通報しましょう。
And we know Mion hates the police, so that really should tell you
見つかる
something.
見つからないは別にして、痛くない腹を探られない方がいい。
It was Engine Joe who did it!
おりょうさんがそう言ったのかい。
はい。直接声を聞かないと信用で
Yes,
きないので。
yes, I want to hear
電話
Mion's
先に行か
grandma.
せますよ。
いえ、わかりました。
I don't want to talk to grandma!
青年団を集めて探しましょ
It's just old bag.
う。それで見つからなければ翌朝に警察に通報します。
青年団の連絡もよろしくお願いしますね。私もバッチャの代行ということでそちらに参ります。
ありがとう。すぐにみんなを集めます。
ええ。では。
Well, that was interesting. No characters. Cool. Alright, I guess we continue the story. Let's see what happens next. There was no way I'd be able to sleep. When she hung up the phone like that, I realized for the first time what kind of a situation I was in, as well as the only ally who would support me was. I waited with bated breath for Shion to calm down and call me back. What would I do if the phone rang while I was sound asleep? No matter how long I waited, however, it never rang. Exhausted, whenever my mind started to wander, I would jolt awake as though I heard the phone ring. In the end, I brought the cordless phone with me into my futon and I went to sleep with it in my arms. Though it still didn't amount to anything. Morning came, and by that time, I was pretty sure she wasn't calling back. That was when a fierce drowsiness assailed me.
くそ、寝ぼけてる場合じゃないぞ、前原圭一。
I slapped myself in the face a few times. Then I went to the washroom and washed my face, which was something I usually didn't do. That wasn't enough either, so I even brushed my teeth. After that, I was finally wide awake. When Keiichi brushes his teeth in the morning, that's how you know he's serious. When Mom saw how strange I was acting, her eyes went wide. What the heck? Keiichi brushed his teeth in the morning?
どうしたのケイイチ？今日はどこかにお出かけでもするの？
うん、学校に。
Keiichi, it's Saturday. No, it's not.
圭一くん、なんだか今日も調子悪そう。
Oh, sorry, Rena. The thing was, the Girl Scouts came by, but they didn't have any samosa. No, they didn't have any trefoils. I was very upset.
やっぱり風邪かな。
Nope, I just didn't get my shortbread cookies.
風邪じゃなくて寝不足なんだ。寝ぼけてわけのわかんないことを言い出したらフォローよろしくな。
圭一くん、寝ぼけたらどんなこと喋り出すのかな。
Be nice, Rena. Please.
楽しみかも。はう。
I felt utterly shattered, and I still hadn't picked myself back up this morning. And for precisely that reason, Rena's honest smile was a sight for sore eyes.
よ、
Hey.
ケイちゃんにレナ。
She looks tired. We had to call every number in the world last night looking for the mayor.
おはよう。あれれ、みーちゃんもなんだか寝不足な感じだよ。
Mion had gone home early yesterday with a hangover, but she didn't look too good this morning either. Her usual cheerfulness was completely buried in shadow.
うん。寝たの3時ぐらいだからね。
That's not healthy, Mion.
眠い。
Granted, I'm probably going to be going to bed at like 3 tonight. Actually, no, probably not. Well, we'll see.
3時？昨日に続いてか？おいおい、夜更かしにも限度ってもんがあるぞ。大方漫画の単行本が面白くなっちゃって一巻から読破してしまったんだろ。
Busted!
俺にも経験があるぞ。
She read the first Warrior Cats book, so she had to read all the Warrior Cats books. 88 books later, it was time to go to school. I joked, trying to shake off my sleepiness. I was trying to be considerate. To this day, I have never stayed up the whole night. I've never pulled an all-nighter, even in college. I did stay up till like 4 one day in college, but I still went to bed. I'm trying to imagine. That would be so weird to just not have that moment of like unconsciousness to like process the next day. However, neither Mio nor Rena smiled. In fact, they didn't even pay attention. Rena's expression immediately darkened.
あれ、ひょっとして村長さんのこと？
What happened to Mayor McCheese?
まだ見つかってないの？うん。
おい、ちょっと待ってくれ。村長さんが見つかってないって何の話だ？
Even the classroom, which was normally bursting with bright, joking voices, seemed filled with a different sort of murmur today.
おはようございます、ケイチさん。
Hey, said Hugo.
聞きました？なんだか大変なことになりましたわね。
俺はその村長さんって人をよく知らないんだが、ジジイなんだろ？
He's old! Well, most of the village is old.
ボケて徘徊してるだけじゃないのか？
I think the only person in the town that's my age, like IRL, would be Takano and then the teacher. That's why teacher is best girl.
村長さんはボケてなんかいませんですわ。お習字も教えるし、剣道も教える、はつらつな方でございますの。
What I wouldn't give for that.
僕と同じで、きっとどこかで迷子なのですよ。
What do you mean, like you, Rika? Rika, did you pull an all-nighter too? Did you get lost on the way home from the Chuck E. Cheese?
迷子いいね。はう、お持ち帰り。
Keep it in, Rena. Getting lost is only cute because children like Rika do it. A worn-out old man getting lost isn't moe in the slightest. While my mind entertained dumb thoughts like that, our teacher arrived. Everyone rushed to their seats. Hey, girl.
おはようございます。
Good morning. The class greeting was normal, but the atmosphere in the room was heavy.
すでに聞いている方もいるかもしれませんが、昨日の夜、村長さんが夜遅くになってもお家に帰ってこなかったのだそうです。
Yay, wow, we got like 3 people missing now.
皆さんの中で昨日村長さんを見た人はいますか？
That's it, DX. Rika snuck in, she had to see the new FNAF movie. That, you know, I wouldn't blame her. 1 or 2 hands went up in the silence, and they told her about having seen him. None of it seemed to be vital information, however, and everyone began whispering amongst themselves.
もしも村長さんを見かけた人は大人の人に教えてあげてくださいね。それでは授業を始めます。
After that, the same old lessons began. What's she teaching, though? The rumors, once quieted, blossomed in flowers again at lunchtime. I could hear a few different conversations. They were mostly related to the mayor's disappearance. Summing them all up, I came out with this. Yesterday evening, the mayor went to a meeting at the Shrine's Assembly Hall. The meeting ended after the sun had fully set and everyone left. Ew, that sounds like a horrible meeting. The elder's house was a bit far from the center of Hinamizawa. It was already late, and Hinamizawa doesn't have a lot of lights outside. Nobody saw the mayor after the meeting. However, because he would have been hungry, he wouldn't have taken any side trips. He would have gone straight home. However, no matter how long his family waited, he never returned. Some thought there might have been an accident. They left no stone unturned. They searched from the irrigation channels to the water wells and even the rice paddies, but they didn't find him. Of course, there was a limit to how far they could search in the middle of the night. The police were going to wait for daylight, then have the young men of the town help search. It was after all of that when they still didn't find him, and they were apparently even going to look in the mountains. Even now, at this moment, the adults were probably all searching for him. The more they searched in vain, and the more time passed, the only thing that came to mind was the curse. The rumors of Onikakushi, of the demon Inoue. Had he become this year's sacrifice to Oyashiro-sama's curse, which had recently been occurring every year? That scary possibility, which everybody thought about, but nobody could say aloud, was slowly but surely spreading throughout the village. Was he demoned away, and offered as a sacrifice to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger? My classmates were whispering to each other that the curse didn't happen this year, so there shouldn't have been any sacrifices. I, on the other hand, I knew. The curse did happen again this year, and there were 2 people that died. This may sound strange, but I hadn't exactly thought the elder would be the one to go missing. My reason was clear. Shion and I should have been a higher priority than him. The 4 of us were thieves that broke the taboo and set foot into the sacred ritual storehouse. If Toмотake-san and Takano-san had suffered their mysterious deaths, then it should have been my and Shion's turn next.
今度こそ俺かシオンの番なのにな。
I laughed painfully to myself. I'd yelled at Shion over the phone, and I didn't want to end up in such a terrifying situation, but now that someone other than me had disappeared, I could only think I should have been the first to go. Onigafuchi, the bottomless swamp, said to have been the place where they drowned sacrifices long ago. Just as it ran through my thoughts, the villagers must have also considered the swamp. Maybe police divers were plumbing its depths even now. They probably wouldn't find anyone. Not a single missing person had ever been found. They'd always suspected Onigafuchi, but not once have they ever turned up a corpse from it. After all, it was a devilish bottomless swamp from which no one who sinks can ever return. I could hear someone telling their friend that in the classroom.
そういえば、サトシさんがいなくなったのも
Yeah,
去年の
Satoshi!
今頃だったね。
We haven't heard about him like at all this chapter, really. Huh? Satoshi. I've heard that name before. He was... Right, he disappeared because of last year's curse. The conversation was happening in the seat next to me, so I could hear it clearly.
サトシさんの時も確かこんな風に村中で探したんじゃなかったっけ？
あれも見つからなかったんだよね。
Did he go out to see the FNAF movie?
あれって結局どうなったんだっけ？確か鬼隠しじゃなかったんだよね。
うん。貯金を全部下ろして家出しちゃったんだって聞いたよ。
Oh yeah, he definitely went to see the FNAF movie.
警察の人
A
が
year before it came
名古屋
out.
駅で新幹線に乗るところを見た人がいるとか言ってたもん。
Ran away, huh? I wasn't that interested in the reason, which seemed understandable in this case. Everyone else who disappeared had their own reasons, too. Either they were still on the run because they were criminals, or they were a corpse that couldn't be found. It's not like any of them suddenly disappeared into thin air for no reason. But they disappeared. Someone disappeared whenever the curse took a life, as if by design. They may have had various understandable reasons, but they all still disappeared. From that point of view, it really might have been a demon Inoue this time. The mayor's disappearance was the first such incident without a clear reason behind it. Of course, coming to that realization didn't help to resolve anything.
今日は味の加減を間違えちゃったみたいだね。
Oh, are we making curry again?
ごめん。
Normally, Rena's lunch would have been devoured immediately, but today there was still a ton left. That wasn't because Rena's lunch didn't taste good or anything, though.
そんなことありませんのよ。
It's amazing how Rena can simultaneously be, like, the best and also absolutely terrifying.
レナさんのお弁当は今日もとっても美味でしたよ。
Satoko dips her chopsticks into Rena's bento box and eats bits of food out one after the other. Does Rena just make lunch for the whole class, or just her friends?
ええ、おいしいおいしい。今日も格別でしたよ。
Yeah, the dried apricots are top tier, Rena.
あれ、それかぼちゃのコロッケだよ。
Pumpkin croquettes? What the heck? Rena, how much time do you spend every morning making these fancy schmancy ones? I just smear peanut butter and jam on bread and call it a good
大
day.
丈夫？レナさんのかぼちゃならとっても美味しいですわ。
You know what? That could make for a nice thumbnail. Did Satoko dislike pumpkin? Regardless, she forced herself to smile and shoved more in her mouth. Now, we're all allowed our things we don't like. Everyone knew. Nobody's lunch tasted very good today. Satoko kept shoveling it down, repeating her remark on how good it was.
そんなにうまいなら俺もいただかないとな。このままじゃ全部サトコに食われちまう。
あんまりにも美味しいので、ぜひ圭一さんにも召し上がってほしいですわね。
たまには俺も年上らしい寛大さを見せないとな。
Yeah. Rena's very sweet until she turns to a hardcore stalker.
よし、遠慮するな。今日は俺の分まで食ってよし。
うわ
She really, really hated pumpkin, didn't she? That made it all the more touching to see Satoko's own brand of generosity. I grabbed her head and started stroking it. That's a little weird. Satoko, in a somewhat exaggerated fashion, was bawling, tears streaming down her face.
嘘だよ。そんなにうまいものを譲るほど大人にはなれないよ。レナも食え。俺のは夕べのおでんの残り物だが、おでんは一晩経ってからがうまいんだぜ。
Satoko's like, how dare
お
you!
大根が綺麗な色に透き通ってて美味しそう。
One of these will make a good thumbnail.
じゃあいただこうかな。
Rena reached out with her chopsticks, and at the last, the usual lunchtime atmosphere began to return. That was only at our desks, however. Where's Rika? The dark tales of Oyashiro-sama's curse, which had recurred for 5 years in a row, didn't cease. The whole classroom remained stuck in this somber mood. Rika got her own lunch. Rika went to Wendy's. Oyashiro-sama's curse had happened for 5 years straight. Everyone had wanted the previous year to be the last. What was Oyashiro-sama's curse anyway? They were going to build the dam in Hinamizawa. The people building it were bad, so they were cursed. I would admit that much. Still, the dam project was frozen years ago, wasn't it? So why was the curse stubbornly persisting? Well, when you open the portal to hell and summon demons to the world, they ain't gonna leave so easily. I hit myself on the cheeks to perk myself back up. Everyone was trying so hard to brighten the mood, I couldn't go straight back to thinking about the curse like that. I forced the grim story out of my head. Driving Oyashiro-sama's curse out of my thoughts was actually a good idea. In the end, that meant that I would also be driving away the most terrifying thought of all, that I could be the curse's next target.
しかしミオンは遅いな。
Well, Keiichi, sometimes girls take longer in the bathroom.
あいつのお手洗いってこんなに長いのか？
Mion had said she was going to wash her hands and left, and she hadn't come back yet.
多分どっかでお昼寝してるんだと思う。
She turned her locker sideways so she could take a nap in it like a coffin.
昨べはきっと遅くまで村長さんを探すお手伝いをしてたんだと思うから。
I smiled wryly and let out a sigh. Today was no good. However much we tried to lighten the mood, things always came back to the mayor. It was just a no-good day. I had just transferred here recently, so the shock of a curse happening 5 years running was an unimaginably big one. Maybe I do need to appreciate that.
村長さんはね、ちっちゃかった頃みーちゃんのことをすごく可愛がってくれたんだって。いたずら盛りのみーちゃんをすごく可愛がってくれたって。よく話してたな。
Mayor seems like a nice guy. I see. Mion was in shock, too. Someone disappearing at all because of a curse was a very scary thing. If a sacrifice was someone you knew, though, then the shock must be 100 times worse. Satoko, as if she'd come to the same conclusion, bit her lower lip and looked downward.
そういえばリカちゃんも遅いな。ひょっとしてリカちゃんも仲良くお昼寝か？
リカはそんなに遅くまではお付き合いしませんでしたわ。
Rika better not have been having any brewskis.
リカがあくびをしたら皆さんみんなしておやすみなさいませおやすみなさいませって。
Now that you mention it, there were a lot of old people rubbing their prayer beads in fervent gratitude towards Rika-chan during the festival, too. An image of the indulgent elderly came to mind. Had Rika discovered a way to get herself to be pampered like that?
リカちゃんって何気に年寄りのアイドルだな。理想の孫娘像ってやつなのか？
Yay, we get the fun music back.
そんなの知らない。でもリカちゃんのあくびなら見てみたい。
Okay.
きっとね、ふわーって。
Okay, you're getting a little hyperactive there, Rena.
お持ち帰り。
It's a yawn.
そんなに可愛いとも思いませんけど。
I'm actually with you in that one, Satoko.
ふわーって喉の奥まで覗けるくらいの大あくびでしたよ。
Just like Jaws!
リカちゃんの大あくび。
Rika's not going like, oh my, I'm used to... She's like... It's like my old cat. Rena's handy at times like these. I finally managed a heartfelt laugh. Oh, right. I'm on day duty today, aren't I? I need to go water the flower garden. The garden is right outside the teacher's lounge, too, so they can immediately tell if you don't do it right.
リカちゃんのだけじゃなく、さとこちゃんのも可愛いと思うわ。
Just realized Rena's open mouth could be seen as just a giant tongue getting, like, sticking out. Bleh.
大あくび。窒息。ちらっと見えた。可愛いの見えた。さとこちゃんのあくびも可愛い。お持ち帰り。
Rena was strangling Satoko. I don't think that counts as yawning. You know, Rena is... I can't say it out loud, but she's a notorious boop, isn't she? Really, bro? Hearing Satoko make a weird noise like a chicken being strangled was kind of hilarious, and I couldn't help but laugh. At some point, the classroom had erupted into laughter, too. Maybe Rena was doing it on purpose. Even if she wasn't, this nonsense was a welcome sight. Anyway, let's get over to the flowers while I still have time. Slowly and quietly, lest I destroy the room's newfound peace, I left the classroom. Why are we watering the flowers? What purpose is this going to play in the story? The watering can was hanging up outside the kitchen. This building had originally been an all-male forestry service building, so there was apparently nothing so thoughtful as a garden here before. When they decided to have school share the space, they built one there as a modest gesture of appreciation. But, well, the flower bed, it was a little longer than you'd expect. It went all around. It went all over the place. It was so big. It was so big one would need to refill the watering can 5 or 6 times to get it all done. You always had 30 minutes before classes officially ended where students had to clean. Oh, interesting. I mean, I think that's kind of a good thing to teach kids. To just instill that kind of like, hey, you're using this, you need to take responsibility and keep it clean. Like, I see that. I totally get why it would be super annoying when you were actually doing it. But I feel like that's one of those things that you'd probably look back on and be like, that was a good lesson for me to learn. But what do I know? She was I was doing this together with a kid who was also thankfully on day duty today. She was in the lowest grade, though, and a full size smaller than even Rika. I couldn't make a kid who would struggle just to lift the full watering can help me with this. If you were placed on day duty with someone who liked the sort of thing, they'd do it all for you, so it'd be cake.
悪態をついても仕方ないな。諦めて仕事を始めるか。
Watering can in hand, just as I was about to leave the building, the old man from the forestry office addressed me.
兄ちゃん、倉庫裏に菜園があるだろ。だいぶくたびれかけたぞ。あそこにも水をやってあげな。
ああ、カレー菜園ですか？
That's the teachers.
じゃがいもとか人参とかカレーの具しか栽培してないっていう。
Water that! That's the important stuff. You can eat it. It's definitely the personal garden of our curry-loving teacher, but making students responsible for its upkeep is getting them involved in her personal affairs. I couldn't say that to his face, though, so I gave up and decided to carry out my day duties. The sunlight out front was strong. The great chorus of cicadas was strongly underlining how nothing was different today than yesterday. I passed by the classroom, And I don't know how it happened, but Rena and Satoko were in the middle of a huge melee! While I was gone, the kids had all arranged the desks into a circle, forming a ring while everyone was cheering them on. Yeah, that's how it should be. Once school ended, we would need to return to reality, where talk of the Elder's disappearance would once again be all over the place. I wanted everyone to forget about everything and have fun, just like yesterday, if only while they were at school. In that sense, Satoko's whirling elbow and Rena's backwards flying spin kick made for a pleasant sight. Even if, as a result, they flipped over my desk. Ah, there's my pencil box! I'll just let it happen today. We better get a CG of that. How could we not get a CG of the melee? That's a wasted opportunity. I set to work, hastily watering everything, wanting nothing more to be done as soon as possible. That should about do it. No sooner had I thought of that than I remembered that I had to water the teacher's curry vegetable garden too.
めんどくさいが、やらないと後でいろいろと不利益なことがありそうな気がする。
I gave up, filled the can with water again, and headed behind the warehouse. This is a place students didn't like to go. It was always damp here, and you couldn't discard the possibility of slugs and pillbugs being around. So when I ran across her in a place like that, I was surprised. What's wrong, Rika?
リカちゃんか。驚かせるなよ。
Rika was just standing there like a puppet, devoid of life. We don't want to see a CG of a girl in a skirt kicking. I don't want an upskirt photo, obviously. But, like, you could have just had, like, I don't know, like the Street Fighter, like Satoko versus Rena. Like, that would have been a cool CG. I was the only one who was startled here. Rika didn't even seem to react to my appearance.
リカちゃん?
Finally, she noticed me. Whoa! That seems like a... I don't think I've seen that sprite on Rika before. This is a very serious expression for her. That looks pretty much like her normal expression. Okay. Maybe it's just this one. I don't remember her doing this in any of the previous ones. There was red under her eyes, stained with tears and dirt. Oh. She was probably close with the mayor, wasn't she? There were blades of grass stuck in her hair, too, and her clothes looked as though she'd fallen to the ground.
リカちゃん、ひょっとして怪我したのか？転んだとか？
違うのですよ。違うのです。
Rika said it in the brightest voice she could manage as she rubbed her eyes. She didn't look anywhere near normal, though.
何があったんだ？まさか倉庫の屋根の上で昼寝とかしてて落ちたとか？
僕のことはいいのです。それよりも、圭一に聞きたいことがあるのです。
If she asks me if I had seen those two, like again. Whoa, hi. It's a little close there, Rika. I gotta say, this is making me a wee bit uncomfortable. Rika walked over and clung to me. At first, I thought she was playing a trick on me. Eventually, however, I realized it was so I wouldn't run from the question she was about to ask, and I shuddered.
俺に、なんだよ。
She looked straight into my eyes. Her upturned eyes bored right into me. It was as though they were trying to pull the answer out of my own eyes without actually asking me the question. It was scary, so I averted my eyes from hers.
圭一?
Oh, is she about to go crazy? That'll probably be the creepiest part of the game if she goes crazy.
お祭りの晩に何か悪いことをし
Why does What? Was this publicly brought? Did we live stream this on YouTube or something? How does everybody know? My body gave a jolt from its very core. Rika, who was clinging to me, might have felt my shiver. A nervous tingle crawled up my feet, and after going up my back and freezing my entire body, it made its way into my brain.
圭一? 本当に覚えはありませんか?
You know, I kinda don't remember. My head began to throb. I don't understand anything. Mion asked me, Uisi-san asked me, Shion asked me, and now Rika was asking me. We thought nobody knew about what we did last night, but, in fact, everyone knew! They all knew, and they came to ask me, again and again, until I admitted it. When I thought about it, it was pretty clear the whole thing was out in the open. You can admit it to Rika. You can take her in a fight, worst case. After all, don't Tomatake-san and Takano-san's deaths prove it?
Keiichi?
How should I respond? We never should have entered the Forbidden Storehouse. And even though I regretted it so much, was she saying it wasn't enough? However, I had all but decided what I was going to say.
俺もそこが悪いからな。
Oh. Is he actually going to admit it?
悪いことの覚えが多すぎて見当がつかないよ。
Oh, never mind! He's giving the same stupid excuse again! I kinda don't remember! Just as I had with all the others, I evaded the question. Rika stared at me with those innocent eyes. Her eyes were so painful that I had to look away. After a few moments of mutual silence, Rika released me.
変なことを聞いてごめんなさいなのです。忘れてくださいなのですよ。
She said, smiling her usual smile. Then, she went running off as if nothing had happened. As she retreated in silence, I could feel her accusing me.
リカちゃん。
If she didn't hear my voice, then I was going to give up. However, she heard it. Rika swerved around and waited for me to continue. I was the one who had questions now. Still, asking any of them could be a half-assed way of admitting what I did.
なあ、リカちゃん。
はいなのです。
If everyone knows anyway, then I should be able to at least ask this, right? Why is everyone asking me about the night of the festival? That evening. Had I done something that wrong? Maybe everybody noticed when you left. You're like, excuse me, pardon me, gonna make out with my girlfriend. Excuse me, pardon me, gotta leave the right. Excuse me. Maybe it was blatantly obvious. I felt plenty sorry about it, and I only looked anyway. I didn't break anything or steal anything. Really? Still, Tomatake-san and Takano-san, they died so miserably. Since those two had come to such an end, there's obviously no way it would forgive only me. Rika-chan cutely tilted her head in confusion and waited for me to say something. If I were to admit what happened that night, though, she might suddenly do a 180 as if flipping a switch. That would make sense. Rika was the Shrine Maiden. She was the least likely to forgive me for breaking the taboo, wasn't she? Upon reflection, wouldn't telling her be more terrifying than telling Mio Norisi-san? Rika could just give up and leave, couldn't she? She didn't. She only was quietly waiting for me to say it myself. Say it, Keiichi Maibara. If you really are sorry, then you should say so. Of course, it's normal to hesitate, given the crazy way Tomatake-san and Takano-san died. A pulping machine called Chaos was grinding up my brain. The juice run out of it, turned into big droplets of sweat, which began to fall.
Keiichi?
Rika suddenly straightened up, trying to pat me on the head.
ケイイチが何を悩んでいるのか、僕にはよくわからないのです。
I had nothing to say to that. I lowered my head a little so that Rika's palm could reach it. She petted me kind of like one would a cat.
境内の裏を少し行ったところに大きな倉庫があるのを
Yeah, we played hide and seek there!
西宮殿と言いますです。
My breath literally stopped. Rika, though, wasn't acting in a coercive way at all.
お祭りの晩、その西宮殿に猫さんが入り込んだのだそうです。
Oh, is that how she's gonna spin it?
猫？
はい、猫さんです。にゃーにゃーなのです。
Rika knew. She realized I was in fear. I could tell she was desperately trying to choose the right words so that she wouldn't scare me. I appreciate
猫
that.
さんは前から西宮殿の中を探検してみたいと思っていました。でも僕が意地悪をして中を見せてあげなかったのです。なので祭りの夜、猫さんは我慢できなくなって中に入ってみましたのです。
The cat. It was clearly supposed to be Takano-san. Or wait, was it supposed to be me?
実は中には猫さんが怖がるものがたくさんあったのです。
Rika made a cute gesture like a ghost that was coming out to frighten me.
猫さんはびっくり仰天。一目散に逃げ出してガタガタブルブルニャーニャーで大変なのです。
その猫が誰だって言うんだ？
猫さんは猫さんです。
She's like, no, it was literally a cat.
にゃーにゃー。
Rika still avoided saying it. The cat, though, was without a doubt me.
リカちゃん、頼む。教えてくれ。その猫さんはこれからどうしたらいい？
Rika's a sweet girl. Maybe it was a desperate question to ask. I had sort of admitted to being the cat.
猫さんは猫さんですから。泣いてるだけで大丈夫ですよ。
In actuality, there was a real cat that broke in addition to us. Rika only knows about that, and she's just like, hey, you know, I'm just wondering where my pet cat is. I lost it. Why is Keiji being so weird?
そんないい加減な。
にゃーにゃー泣いてるだけではダメなのですか？
Jeez, Rika-chan and I have put together an entire conversation using cat as the code word. I didn't say it directly, but I had already admitted it. I didn't want to end up like those two. I didn't want to be a sacrifice, like Shion said. That's what I thought, so I stubbornly remained silent. But now, that's enough.
泣いてるだけじゃダメなんだ。猫さんがいたずら心で忍び込んだのを。
犬さん。
She's like, there are no dogs in this village.
そうだ。犬さんなんだ。猫さんのところへ代わる代わるやってきて忍び込んだだろうって問いただしてくるんだ。
After I said that, Rika's expression clouded over. She was trying to hide it, but I'd already noticed her eyes darkening.
リカちゃん。
The silence was frightening, so I spurred her on. At that point, Rika grinned.
大丈夫ですよ。猫さんは僕が守ってあげます。
Thanks, I'll need your biceps. Huh? I thought for a moment that I'd misheard those words. So dependable they were.
猫さんはとても怖がっていますが、本当はそんな
Don't
に
worry,
大変な
guys.
ことではないので
We've
す。
got a 10-year-old girl on our side.
何匹かの犬さんがきっと勘違いしてるだけなのだと思います。
そんなに大変なことじゃないって。
猫さんの心配しすぎなのです。僕がきっと何とかしてあげますですよ。
Rika will do something about it? I don't even know left from right at the moment, so Rika didn't look all that dependable.
ちょっと大変ですけど、頑張りますですよ。
She's like, I'll pin it on someone else.
ファイト、王なのです。
She'll pin it on the otakus. She clenched her fist and struck it in the air. Rika had said that the cat can just keep meowing. She said it to leave it all to her. Is that really all it took to resolve this whole thing?
本当にリカちゃんで大丈夫なのか？
I have political clout. Nipa!
僕が頑張らないと、犬さんも大変なことになってしまうかもしれないのです。
I had no idea what Rika was talking about anymore. She had been talking to me under the assumption that I was aware of certain things. So at first I understood her. Around the middle, though, I stopped understanding anything. However, one thing I did know was to not worry and to leave it to her. Rika straightened up once again, petted me on the head, and smiled. I was so moved by that reassuring feeling that I couldn't help but start to cry.
ごめん。猫さんも本当にちょっとしたいたずらのつもりだったんだ。こんなことになるなんて全然。
猫さんは臆病すぎです。だから見せたくなかったのです。
She was right. It was far too shocking for someone to see based off of a little bit of interest alone. That's why they made it so difficult to look at in the first place, wasn't it?
リカちゃん、その猫さんはどうなるんだろう。忍び込んだ2匹の猫さんが、その。
She's like, wait, 3 cats were
あ
in!
の晩に。
She only knew about one. I'd heard Toмотaki-san and Takano-san's deaths were being kept a secret. Rika might not have known about it.
富武と高野ですか？
Nope, she knows about it! I gave a start at the sudden mention of actual names. Though it's weird to do that at this point.
忘れると良いのです。
What? My spine froze again.
忘れる？
はい。あの二人のことを思い出すことは、圭一にとって良
Rika?
くないことなのです。
What do you know?
考えれば考えるほど怖くなるだけです。
I don't know if she's trying to just reassure me or if she's like subtly threatening us.
だから早く忘れた方がいいのです。
She said something so enormously terrifying without letting the smile on her face waver at all.
どこで聞いたかわかりませんが、きれいさっぱりお風呂でゴシゴシするみたいに忘れちゃうと良いのですよ。
Joke's on you, my bathtub is covered in grime.
忘れるって言ったって。リカちゃんは知ってるんだろう。あの二人がどういう死に方を。
どんな死に方をしても、それは圭一とは関係のないことなのです。
Rika declared this in a flat voice. Nothing to do with me. So forget about it. The girl before me, she was innocent and lovable, and even seemed trustworthy. But suddenly she took on another dimension. Don't get involved with their deaths. I'll help you, Keiichi. That's true. Rika's like, I played chapter 1. I know what happens. We're gonna try changing things this time. Those two contradictory statements twisted and distorted my image of the girl in front of me.
シオンはあいつはどうなるんだ？
It might have been dangerous to mention Shion's name, but I couldn't stop myself from asking. Rika saw through everything anyway. There was no way I was gonna fool her or keep anything from her at this point.
姉妹猫の妹ですか？にゃーにゃー。
she's keeping up the cat metaphor.
そうだ。妹猫だ。
Rika appeared to think about this for a moment. It was hard for me to endure even this momentary silence.
姉猫は怒ってます。妹猫が悪いことをしたので、とても怒ってます。
Uh-oh.
姉猫って。
That could only be Mion. I recall being questioned by her yesterday.
圭一、姉猫はとても機嫌が悪いです。
Well, yeah, she was hungover.
しばらくの間、そっとしてあげてほしいなのです。
Not in a good mood. Those words sent a shiver through me. Rika knows so much more than it seems, I think. Mion was mad. She was mad that we entered the ritual storehouse.
今日から部活はなしにしましょう。
え？なんでだよ。
そっとしてあげてほしいからなのです。
Oh. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's a new sprite right there. Dang, she looks angry in the OG art style. I feel like all of her sprites in the console one are just the same, though. Just like, I don't approve. Wow. Rika ended her sentence with such force that I couldn't say anything in response. Hey, Keiichi Maebara. Don't disobey Rika right now. She's the only one who said she'll help me right now. I'll leave things to her, just as she said to. I mean, she even said that the cat should just keep meowing. I'll forget everything, like she said. I'll leave everything to her. I'll forget everything about Takano and Tomatake and what I did that night. Bro, how long does it take to water the vegetable garden? Just then, we heard a bell far away, marking the end of our lunch break.
じゃあ校舎に戻ろうか。
圭一、
As if she had noticed how miserable I was, about to leave everything to her and flee the scene, Rika called out to stop me.
勘違いの犬さんが猫さんに噛みつこうとしたら知らせてくださいね。
The misunderstanding dog. She put it in a such a cute-sounding way, but the true meaning behind those words was an eerie one.
勘違いの犬さんってなんだ？
The police officer. I'll kill the police.
村長を噛んだ犬さんです。 して村長を噛んだのか。僕噛むならいたずら猫さんを先に噛むはずなのにです。
Okay, Rika. Wow. Ooh, this is getting weird and creepy. The flow of blood in my body felt like it completely stopped for a moment. Rika had admitted it. The sacrifices of that terrible calamity. She admitted that if they were to happen again, it would be Shion or I. I didn't know what the true meaning about the girl standing before me. My suspicion gave way to fear, and nearly began to change into anger. Was she a savior who would protect me? Or a stranger trying to capture and kill me for the sake of a horrible tradition? If Rika tried to capture us, we can overpower her, okay? At the end of the day, she is still like a 10-year-old girl, and we're like a 15-year-old guy. It's not even a contest. What did she say? She was saying if the dog that bit the mayor was to bite anyone, it should have bit the trickster cat first. Basically implying she's like, I don't know why the mayor died. It should have been you who died instead, pretty much. I had no idea what was true.
ごめんなさいなのです。猫さんが怖がっているのに、また怖がるようなことを言ってしまいました。ごめんなさいなのです。
Rika bowed so quickly it looked like her head had been pulled downward. Still, she was right. I was cowering. I could distinctly feel my body shaking violently. So when Rika reached her hand out to pat me on the head, I pulled away without thinking.
ごめん。
Rika made a very sad face, but I couldn't bring myself to put out my head for her again. Alright, well, that was a good scene. That day, Rika said she wasn't feeling up for club activities, so she suggested we don't bother. There's always vetoes when someone doesn't feel up for it. Rika, low-key the most interesting character to me. Because she 100% knows, like, a lot of what's going on behind the scenes, but she's putting up this facade of, like, I'm innocent. Like, there's something going on with that, I think. I don't know if she's, like, behind everything or not, or if she just, like, is kind of in the know. Being that she's literally the only member of the Furude family left. But she seems very nice, so I do enjoy Rika. She's a good character. The others sounded disappointed. The big sister cat is not in a good mood. I remembered Rika's words, and quietly stole a glance at Mion's expression. If I could forget the way she questioned me yesterday, though, her behavior was the same as it always was. I was about to be like, is it gonna transition to the next scene, or was it? After dinner, without the energy to watch TV, I climbed onto the futon in my bedroom and let my head be overtaken by gloomy thoughts. I told Rika anything and everything. She had seemed trustworthy at the time, but had that really been the right choice? The more I looked back on it, the less I understood what Rika was saying. Not only did she know about Takano and Tomotake's deaths, but she spoke of them as if she were a concerned party. After all this time, in my futon, I began to tremble fiercely. Had I been lured in by Rika's sweet smile and told her things I shouldn't have? I should have continued to feign ignorance. I shouldn't have shown her such a weak side of me. She indicated pretty much right away that she knew we broke in. So, like, she already knew. Admitting to it really, I don't think, did anything. My emotions are a mix of regret and fear, and it colored the darkness of the night with an additional layer of terror. Suddenly, a knock! I might have yelped. That's how surprised I was.
圭一、さっきから呼んでるぞ。電話だ。園崎さんから。
Which one? It was Dad. I reached out for the cordless phone through the gap in my door.
園崎さんってどっち？
There's only one!
あれ？妹？
そんなのは知らん。自分で出て聞きなさい。
They all sound the same. I took the receiver and buried myself into my futon again.
もしもし、ミオンか？シオンか？
私です。シオンです。こんばんは。
I practically jumped out of bed. It was Shion, who I had hoped so desperately would call me back last night.
シオン、ゆうべはすまなかった。つい興奮して。
I heard what sounded like a deep sigh on the other end.
俺もシオンも同じ立場なんだよな。一方的に責めるような言い方をして悪かった。
She's like, I'm running away to America.
もうしない。謝るから機嫌を直してくれ。
機嫌を直したから電話したんです。
That was honestly probably very smart of Shion. After, like, the crazy, like, outburst of Keiichi, I think she actually did make the right call of, like, we're both clearly emotional, not in good moods right now. Let's take, like, 24 hours and reconvene and continue. Like, I think that's actually very, very smart.
後悔したなら許してあげますから、もう謝るのをやめてください。
Shion's tone still sounded a little angry. Yeah, understandable for sure. But at the moment, she said she'd forgive me.
ケイちゃんの言うように、私たちは運命共同体なんです。
Shion, it's okay. I have an ally who's gonna make everything okay. She's like, really? Who is it? Rika? You mean that 10-year-old girl? Yeah, she's gonna protect us. He's just like, oh my gosh, Keiichi, really?
互いの無事の確認が自分たちの安全の唯一の保証なんです。
ああ、それについては同感だ。
だから私たちは互いの知っている情報を共有する必要があります。高野さんたちみたいな死に方をしないために。
I forced myself to swallow a solid drop of saliva.
では、昨日の続きを話します。もう怒らないで聞いてくれますよね。
ああ、大丈夫だ。
まず、私たちが思っている以上に、西宮殿に忍び込んだことは禁忌、タブーだったみたいです。
Takano and Tomotake's miserable ends, terrible enough that would make you call them that you could call them a warning. They were more than enough to make me believe that.
犯人たちは西宮殿を怪我した首謀格のあの二人を殺し、次に私たちを
Nah, we got a 10-year-old girl protecting us.
否定したいでしょうが、これを認めてください。失踪してから認めてももう遅いんですよ。
分かってるって。用心に越したことはないからな。
私も本当は認めたくありません。あんな拷問道具の博覧会を覗き見したことがあんな殺され方をする理由になるなんて絶対に信じたくない。
Wait, Shion, do you have a gun like your sister? Oh yeah? Well, we're good then! That's what a taboo is. For those who honor it, if no one breaks the taboo, no matter how small or innocent their intentions were, they wouldn't be forgiven.
互いに何か気になることがあったら報告し合いましょう。互いの持つ小さな断片を合わせていけば、ひょっとすると高野さんたちを殺す
Yeah, that wasn't a warning!
今年の時期に限らない。
Dear Lord, their deaths were like as gruesome as you can get, pretty much.
過去の連続事件を解決する鍵が見つかるかもしれません。
そうだな。確かにそうだ。
All I was doing was waiting in fear, but Shion had already thought that far ahead. Given how trustworthy she felt, I became embarrassed over how passive I was being.
では、まずは言い出した私から行きます。最近、誰かに監視されているような気がします。
Yep! That's just what Keiichi was feeling in Chapter 1. He felt like he was constantly being watched and followed everywhere.
と言っても、気のせいかもしれません。
So this is Chapter 1, but Shion is like... It's from Shion's perspective, essentially. She's becoming super paranoid now.
でも、一応報告します。今は気のせいだと思っていますけど、もしもケイちゃんも同じように誰かに監視されているように感じるなら。
Yes! Exactly, DX. Smoking in the church. Honestly, like, I feel like if you got caught smoking in the church, that wouldn't just get you kicked out of church. You'd probably be confronted on that, and you'd like have to answer before like the elders of the church or something. But they'd probably be more interested in like, why were you doing that? Like, hey, if you need help, we're here for you. Or maybe it depends on what church you're part of.
これは気のせいじゃないのかもしれませんから。
そういうことなら安心しろ。少なくとも俺の方は大丈夫だ。
I think. As I spoke with Shion, I thought back on today. I had no grounds to say that everything was fine.
そうですか。では気のせいということにしますが、ケイちゃんも注意してください。特に一人で表を歩くときは細心の注意を払ってください。私は沖宮ですから、一人きりになることはそうそうありませんが、一人ぼっちになることも多いはずです。特に注意してください。
そうだな。ああ、気をつけるよ。
それからお姉なんですが、何か変わった様子はありませんか？
Honestly, not super strange. Like she questioned us, but beyond that, she's just kind of tired.
お姉って
Your sister?
ミオンのことだ。
Oh yeah, Ion.
変わった様子ってどういうことだ？
Oh man, imagine getting caught smoking in the church during their walk for cancer. That would be hard to explain.
先日、私、お姉に渡流しの夜の書
Mion, you need a new greeting, alright? Some people say hello. She's like, what were you doing on the night of the Watanagashi?
それは俺もだよ。一昨日かな。ミオンに聞かれた。
やっぱりですか。私は言ってないと答えました。ケイちゃんは？
同じだよ。ごまかした。
Both of us gave a quiet sigh of relief.
渡流しの晩以降、お姉の様子はおかしいです。用心に越したことはありませんので、注意してくださいね。
Mion was acting strangely. Aside from her asking me about the night of the Watanagashi, she hadn't seemed too out of the ordinary. At least from my point of view. Her twin sister, though, was saying she was acting weird. Maybe it was just a slight change that a stranger like me wouldn't be able to notice.
わかった。少し用心するよ。帰り道は必ずレナも一緒だから、二人きりになるってこともそうそうないしな。
用心してください。気になることがあったら教えてくださいね。
わかった。
Get her phone number so you can call her if necessary.
では、ケイちゃんの方では
Oh,
何か
are we gonna
私に
tell
話
her
すことは
that
ありませんか？
we have employed this protection of a 10-year-old? My turn. That's right. Maybe I should report on Uisi-san asking me the same question at the library.
あ、ケイちゃんが逃げ遅れたあの時の話ですね。
ああ、大石さんにかなり強い口調で聞かれたよ。あの晩、高野さんたちと一緒にいなかったか、シオンに会わなかったかって。大石さんは俺たちが4人一緒にいたところを見ていたようだった。
警察にしてみれば、高野さんたちが最後に会った人間ということになりますからね。
Yep.
私たちに興味を持つのはある意味当然でしょうね。
こっちもごまかしたけど、かえって興味を持たれたかもしれない。
There was no way I could have tricked that sly old fox Uisi-san. My troubled countenance would only have made him even more certain.
なあ、シオン。警察なら行っちゃってもいいんじゃないのか？むしろ俺たちの状況を思えば、警察を味方につけるのはプラスだと思うぞ。
But Shion hates the police. Shion didn't answer right away. For a few moments, all I could hear was her breathing as she thought about it.
そういえば大石さんはミオンに何らかの嫌疑があるなんて言ってたような気がする。うん、確かにそう言ってた。
昨日も話しました通り、園崎家はひなみ沢に強い影響力を持っています。大石は一連の連続開始事件を園崎本家が中心になった村ぐるみの犯行だと疑っています
So
から。
that's why Mion hates him.
園崎家が中心になった村ぐるみの犯行？
Please don't get angry like you did yesterday and just listen. I hammered that home before I got too upset. Probably smart.
ひなみ沢のダム闘争の時、リーダーシップを期待された神主があまりに日和見だったので、園崎本家が首謀格になって決起したんです。戦いの歴史についてはお姉から聞いてますよね。
ああ、ひなみ沢全体で一丸となって戦ったんだろう。デモをしたり裁判に訴えたり
Wait,
テレビ
no,
に出た
that
り。
was Shion. What?
実際はもっともっと過激なこともたくさん行
That
われ
was
て、
Shion who told us that.
園崎本家が水面下でさまざまな違法な抵抗活動を行ったと言われてます。
違法な抵抗活動？
You kids!
例えば夜中に建設現場に忍び込み、機材を盗んだり壊したり、建設重機のガソリンタンクに角砂糖を入れたりとか。
ガソリンタンクに砂糖？なんでそんなことを？
知らないんですか？戦争中にフランスの地下組織なんかがやった典型的なゲリラ活動ですよ。砂糖を入れるとエンジンが焦げついて壊れちゃうんですよ。
That's pretty bad though, isn't it? It was the destruction of property and nothing else.
建設現場への監視が強化されると、今度は工事の重要な立場にある人間への攻撃に変更されました。例えば工事を認可した役人たちには様々な脅迫が行われました。それは県庁の役人だけでなく、建設庁の偉い役人にまで及んだそうです。聞いた話では子供の誘拐
Wow! Well, that escalated quickly.
誘拐？
ええ、建設庁のひなみ沢ダムを担当する偉い人の子供が神隠しにあったんですよ。で、ある日突然、ひなみ沢のもっと上流の高津戸の山中で保護されまして、犯行声明はなかったって言われてるんですけど、ダム工事を中止するようにとの脅迫があったのではないかと囁かれています。他にも枚挙にいとまがないほどの脅迫の話があります。
それは確かにちょっとやばいな。
そんな最中だったんですよ、第一の事件。現場監督のバラバラ殺人があったのは。園崎家が主犯格の男を買収したのではと囁かれてますが、何しろ今日も逃走中ですからね。
When she put it that way, the Sonozaki family definitely seemed suspicious.
犯人も口封じで消したんじゃないかって大石は思ってるみたいです。当然ですね。身内である私ですら、園崎本家の暗躍があったのではないかと思ってるくらいですから。
それを俺に信じろってのか？ミオンの園崎本家がそんな悪いことをやってきたと信じろというのか？
ケイちゃんが信じなくても村人たちは信じてます。自分たちが綺麗な抵抗運動をする陰で園崎家が汚い抵抗運動をしてくれた。自分たちの矢面に立って戦ってくれたんだってみんな思ってます。ですからちょっとしたダークヒーローとして崇められているんですよね。私が知っているのは本当に一部だけだと思います。例えば誘拐なんかの特にヤバい話は当主のバッチャを含めほんの数人しか知らされてない。
Grandma did the kidnapping. How could she?
園崎家は秘密主義ですから。
秘密主義か。
A family so unforthcoming that even Shion, who is related to them, doesn't know everything about them. The Sonozaki family. Unlike Shion, her older twin, Mion, was deeply involved with everything, and that was not a fun thought to entertain.
そういった違法な抵抗運動の中心として年少ながら活躍したのがお姉でした。
ミオンが？
Grandma was too old.
どういうことだよ。
うちのお父さんヤクザの大物ですから。年少のお姉でも若い柄の悪いのを何人も従えることができました。で、様々な嫌がらせや妨害をやってのけたんです。
Playing fire, Mion.
ミオンが？
今はなんだかのんびりした雰囲気だから想像もつかないでしょうが、器物破損から脅迫、暴行まで一通りこなして何度も補導されたんですよ。子供ですからすぐに釈放してもらえたみたいですけどね。お姉は自分の年齢が武器になることを知ってたみたいです。
It may have been indiscreet, but I couldn't help but chuckle dryly. She may have been young, but she was certainly still Mion. Even back then, she had already been known for her craftiness.
笑い事じゃないです。真剣になってください。
悪い。そんなつもりじゃ。
Shion had gotten pretty angry with me.
まあ、そんな不良娘だったお姉もいつの間にか園崎本家の
You're a delinquent. Good job.
大石がバラバラ殺人以降の事件を疑いたくなるのもまあ無理ない。
I told you, Uisi's playing his own undercover cop murder investigation game. For a few moments, I was dumbstruck at the tales of Mion's past. None of them matched the image I had of her. A younger Mion, dirtying her hands with all sorts of crimes, giving the dam construction project hell. As the successor to the Sonozaki main family, she was always right at the center of the vortex of strange incidents occurring year after year. Was that really the Mion I knew? Maybe the one I know isn't the real Mion? I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't bring myself to accept these images of Mion I was hearing from another person.
まあ、話を戻します。お姉が注意に値する存在であることは理解してもらえたと思います。注意してください。
I didn't want to understand. Mion was a fantastic friend. She would never do something to back me into a corner like that. She did ask me pretty harshly about the night of the festival, but even that, it wasn't like she said it in a mean way or anything.
わかった。気をつけるようにするよ。
Are you gonna tell her about Rika, though?
私とお姉は血のつながった姉妹ですが、園崎家にあってはまるで格が違うんです。私とはとても遠い存在だということを認識してください。お願いします。
The more Shion tells me about Mion, the less I understand who Mion is. The Mion I know wasn't a dangerous person. She joked around, smiled a lot, and was full of passion. That's right, you have the Mion plushie. Now I'd realized I held such a view towards her. Shion was telling me to change it. To be careful around the best friend ever. To doubt her. The idea was very sad and painful.
で、大石の件ですが、ケイちゃんがいいと判断するなら、必要な情報を与えてもいいと思います。やはり警察を味方につけるのは、私たちに有利に働くと思います。
やっぱりシオンもそう思うか？
ただ、今説明した通り、園崎の人間はそもそも警察に睨まれているんです。特に大石は、園崎家が丸ごと連続事件の黒幕だと決めてかかって。
Understandable. They're the most obvious suspect.
それはもちろん私も含めてです。
The thing about things like this, it's never the person you most suspect. It's also never the person that you least suspect. Therefore, I determine that the killer is Satoko, because she's the person I most mediumly suspect.
ですから、私はあまり大石には関わりたくないんです。
I see. If Uisi-san had found out about the Sonozaki family's strife-filled history, then he probably wouldn't be very happy with Shion either. At last, I understood Mion's instinctive dislike for Uisi-san.
どうせバレてはいるんですが、一応私の名前を伏せておいてください。それだけ守ってくれれば、大石には何を話しても問題ないと思います。
わかった。伏せるようにするよ。
警察の捜査力は、今の私たちにはとても心強い武器になると思います。大石が興味深い話をしたら、
Get her phone number so you can call her.
ああ、もちろんだ。情報は互いに交換し、研究し合おう。高野さんたちを殺したのは誰なのか、そして俺たちを狙うのは誰なのか、それが分かるまで、俺たちは自衛しなくてはならない。
あとはありますか？大石に聞かれたこと以外は、身に起こったことは、どんな些細なことでも教えてください。
Aside from my discussion with Uisi-san. Rika, Rika-chan. Oh, should I tell her that I revealed everything to Rika-chan? That's kind of important! Rika was acting like she knew something I didn't. She told me to leave it to her. But what? Ah, that's right. When I was talking to her, I mentioned Shion's name too. Was that a mistake? I felt like Shion would get angry.
何もないんですか？
Tell her!
ケイちゃん？
I had remained quiet for a little while, so Shion encouraged me to speak, unable to bear the silence. Keiichi, if you lie about this, I really don't think it's going to end well. I'm pretty sure that Shion's becoming increasingly more paranoid, like we did in Chapter 1. I could see it! I could see it! It wouldn't surprise me if Satoko was a killer. It really wouldn't. As I struggled with what to say, Shion addressed me instead.
ないようでしたら、私から聞きたいんですけど、私もついさっき聞いたんですが、君吉のおじいちゃんが行方不明になったって、本当ですか？
Yoshi! The old man Kimiyoshi? My gut told me that that was the name of the mayor.
村長さんのことか？なんだシオン、聞いてないのか？
何も知らないです。お父さんが電話でそう話してるのを、また盗み聞いただけですから。
I realized I shouldn't have said that. Here in Hinamizawa, the fiends that happened around this time, when Oyashiro-sama's curse would recur, would all be covered up.
ああ、実はな、昨べ会合の後、家に帰ってこないとかで、ひなみ沢中で大騒ぎになったんだ。村中で探したみたいだけど、まだ見つかったって話は聞かないな。警察も探してるはずなんだけど。
なんでそんな大事な話を先にしてくれなかったんですか？
She shouted angrily at me, bringing all her emotion to bear.
悪い。もう知ってると思ってたんだよ。隠す気なんかなかった。
The receiver was silent. Did Shion get mad again and hang up?
おい、シオン、もしもし？
ケイちゃん、私、どうしよう。
Oh, she's really scared. Shion's tiny, confused voice sounded like it belonged to a different person than the one yelling a few seconds ago.
どうした？話せよ。俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ？
Shion hesitated for a long while, but then she confessed.
ごめん。隠すつもりはなかったんです。ちょっと言うのが前後したっていうか。
俺たちは仲間だろ。怒ったりしないから正直に話せよ。
I also gotta say, the voice acting in this game is top tier. Especially whoever voices Mion and Shion. Shion still hesitated for a few moments. Then, in a resigned voice, she continued.
私、君吉のおじいちゃんに
Really?
打ち明けたんです。
That's kind of surprising to me. Shion seemed to think I would yell at her right after she said that, so I heard her catching her breath. Contrary to what she thought, I was a little relieved. Shion had done the same thing that I had when I confessed everything to Rika. Oh no, does that mean Rika's gonna get targeted next? Oh, that would be bad. So, in as gentle a voice as I could, so as not to set her off, I responded.
君吉のじいさんってのは、シオンにとって相談できる心安い人なんだろ？
はい。私のことを小さい頃から本当に可愛がってくれて。
Shion felt the same pain as the rest of us from the mayor's disappearance. Mayor McCheese, what a guy! She had a different kind of strength from Mion, and as she continued, her voice sounded truly sad and pained.
私、いつも意地悪なことをしてたのに、いつもニコニコと笑って、私の言うことは何でも聞いてくれて、本当に優しい人だったのに。
落ち着けよ、シオン。別に死んでしまったわけじゃないだろ。そんな簡単に諦めるなよ。
I don't know, he's probably with Shrek now. Shion didn't answer. Even as I said it myself, I didn't think we'd ever find the missing mayor again. We probably wouldn't even figure out if he was alive or dead. Shion must have been thinking the same thing.
村長さんに、私、あの晩、最後でに忍び込んだこと、誰かにそれを見られてて、私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
村長さんは高野さんたちがまともじゃない死に方をしたの。
That's absurd.
はい、知っていました。あの二人がお社様のたたりで死んだから、私はその怒りを鎮める生贄にされるんじゃないかって。
Wow.
本当に率直に言いました。
ああ、それで
君吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。そしてにっこり笑って、シオンちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって、本当に笑いながら任せなさい。
That's literally the exact same thing Rika did! Until Shion stopped sobbing, I was unable to find any words for her. I couldn't imagine what kind of person the mayor was, nor what Shion's relationship with him was like. Words of comfort, however, mean so much to us when we're about to be crushed by anxiety. Today, Rika taught me that too. If someone who gave me such a sense of security were to disappear, then I could guess what kind of shock Shion was in.
私のせいです。私が打ち明けてしまったから。
よせよ、シオン。シオンのせいじゃないよ。
私のせいなんです。私が打ち明けてしまったから。君吉のおじいちゃんが知ってしまったから。だから殺されてしまったに違いないんです。
Oh, this is getting good.
だって打ち明けてすぐなんですよ。打ち明けて大丈夫って言ってくれたその晩に消えてしまった。
He found out, so he became involved.
話すんじゃなかった。これは全部私たち4人の咎だったはず。他人に話してはいけないことだったんです。話したから殺されてしまった。だから殺されてしまった。打ち明けたから殺されてしまった。
おい待てよ。そんなやつなら打ち明けた村長を殺す前にお前から先に殺すに決まってるじゃないか。順番が違うよ。
Keiichi, what are you talking about? I'm having a fight with my girlfriend!
殺されるなら俺かシオンが先、他の奴らが先に死んだりするものか。
順番はあります。私たちを一番最後に殺すつもりに違いないんです。
は？なんだって？
人を思いに殺さないで親しい人たちから順々に殺していって散々悲しい思いをさせた後に殺す、そういう狙いに違いないんです。
落ち着けって。シオンは今ショックを受けてパニックを起こしてるだけなんだよ。村長の失踪はシオンとは関係ない。無関係だ。高野さんたちの死とも全く関係ないんだ。
My words came out as a scream, as if I were shouting them at myself. Our parents definitely heard that.
関係あります。絶対にそうなんです。私が話したから殺されてしまった。だから殺されてしまった。
This is right now the embodiment of, like, the guy with the corkboard in his room, like, the conspiracy theorist meme. She repeated the same thing as before, as if she were in a delirium. Despite my trying to console the crazed Shion, for some reason the shadow at my feet began to freeze. From that shadow, a cold arm reached out, so cold it seemed like it would freeze even my heart just by touching me, and grabbed my ankle. The heat generated by my body, the arm was absorbing it. It was a horrible chill, a freezing, cold, numbingly frigid. It was an inviolable chill of fear. Though I sympathized with Shion, I had been naive in thinking it was something only she had to worry about. In my head, Shion's eerie words repeated again and again. He was killed because I told him. He was killed because he found out. I confessed everything. So he was killed. Those words echoed through my head like a monotone mantra, and finally, those even repetitions took on meaning. The quiet shaking that had already overtaken me turned into a violent shiver that shot up my spine.
リカちゃんだ。
今なんて言ったんですか？
俺も実は打ち明けたんだ。
It's okay though, guys. Rika's not gonna get hurt because we were speaking in code. Nobody knows.
リカちゃんに今日。
リカちゃんってリカちゃまのことですか？フルデ神社のリカちゃま？
そうだよ、リカちゃんだよ。俺もどうしようもなく不安で打ち明けたんだ、リカちゃんに。
Love the siren in the background. Man, this scene is top tier writing. This is great.
リカちゃまはなんて？
But also, I don't want Rika to get hurt. The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure. That's what Rika-chan said, and then she smiled. She smiled, just like the missing mayor had when he encouraged Shion.
ごめん、シオン。俺ちょっとリカちゃんのことが心配になっちゃって。
はい、そんなに心配でしたらぜひ電話を。安否を確認してみてください。
ああ、そうさせてもらう。
また明日もこのくらいの時間に連絡します。それをもって私の安否確認としてください。
わかった、待ってる。じゃあな。
This is getting interesting, because in Chapter 1, after the festival, we really didn't see Rika and Satoko much at all. They just kind of disappeared. I put down the receiver without waiting for Shion to say goodbye. Oh, Shaggy's playing Resident Evil. How fun. The danger to Shion and myself was secondary at this point. My sixth sense was blaring alarms in my head. I don't like this feeling. It's really bad. It's definitely bad! Do we know where Rika lives? I know she, like, is part of the shrine, but I don't think she lives at the shrine. Well, guys, I think this is where we're going to end the stream for today. No, I'm just kidding. We can't do that. Oh, new tips unlocked. Scrapbook note 8. The punishment isn't over. from the Scrapbook 8. The three families in modern times. As previously described, the Three Families Council today is a mere shell of democracy. In reality, it is a dictatorship run by the Sonozaki family. Both the Kimiyoshi and Furude families are far from their former glory, and it doesn't seem at all like they've maintained the ancient traditions. Oh, you were hoping I would end it there? You need to get dinner? If you need to get dinner, you can get dinner. The VOD's not going anywhere. I'll be uploading this in parts. It's all good. Here's the thing. I want to make sure I finish this before the end of Halloween. And judging by the amount of achievements here, I still have a good ways to go, so I have to keep going. Only the Sonozaki family had retained their glory from the past and has inherited the many colorful traditions from the age known as the Onigafuchi village. Even the most recent verifiable example of Watanagashi that occurred at the end of the Meiji era seems to have been done under the orders of the Sonozaki family. Refer to the three families' genealogical tree from the late Meiji. At the start of the Meiji era, the Sonozaki family wanted to push the development of Hinamizawa village, so they took a strong role in leadership. During the dam wars a few years ago, the Kimiyoshi family served as the chair of the opposition alliance, but this was in name only. In actuality, the Sonozaki family reigned as leader behind the scenes. People whisper that perhaps the Kimiyoshi family dictated acts of opposition that could be publicized, and the Sonozaki family enacted those which could not. Even in Hinamizawa, they whisper that the multitude of unsettling incidents reported during the dam protests, such as the kidnapping of the famous head of the Ministry of Construction's son, had been carried out by the Sonozakis. Additionally, they say that perhaps the Sonozaki family's secret maneuvering was responsible for the serial freak death incidents that have continuously occurred in recent years as well. The serial freak death incidents are without a doubt the second coming of the traditional Watanagashi. They must be enacting the Watanagashi on the day of the original Watanagashi, which has fallen to the level of an ordinary village festival, in order to remind the villagers of the holy laws of Onigafuchi village. It's safe to assert that exploring the Sonozaki family is the fastest route for researching it today. If I can expose the contents of the Furude Shrine storehouse, I'd like to narrow my research target to the Sonozaki family next. The Sonozaki house is strictly guarded by security cameras on the premises, but thankfully I've become acquainted with the sisters Mion, the next heir, and Shion. I want this to be a breakthrough I can connect to my next line of research. This is interesting. Alright, and the punishment is over. Why are we going back to the festival? Did they not take it down? Did they not take the stands down?
いえいえ、気にしないでくださいよ。この店でおでんを食べるとですね、なぜか年計のガソリンスタンドの請求書に化けちゃうんですよ。だから遠慮しないでもう一杯飲んでいけばいいのに。
That can't be ethical. The man, red-faced, waved his hand to say that he'd had enough, and disappeared into the brilliant neon lights in front of the station.
クマちゃんも勉強しといてくださいよ。謙虚な人が結局一番長生きするんです。
さっきの話、本当っすかね？
クムガイ。
さて、それはわからないですけどね。真偽はともかく、そういう話がまことしやかに流れてるってことには意味があると思いますよ。
そんなのが村長を狙う動機になりうるんすかね？
クマちゃん、いつも言ってるでしょ。動機っていうのはその本人に十分でありさえすれば足りるんです。価値観の違いをよく考えなくちゃ。あ、お母さん、もう一杯ください。
Though we have been suppressing the information, Toмотake and Takano's deaths were already known throughout Hinamizawa. All of the rumors pointed to them having incurred the wrath of Oyoshiro-sama for setting foot on the Forbidden Temple, the storehouse for ritual implements. According to the rumors, there were two other people who went in there with them. Shion Sonozaki and Keiichi Maebara. He's the cutie assistant cop. Now that best boy is dead, you gotta find next best boy. People were whispering in the shadows that those two would be cursed by Oyoshiro-sama as well. Apparently, however, their responsibility didn't fall solely on the four trespassers' shoulders. Until last year, it was locked up tight, but this year, it had been changed to a simpler lock. Hadn't that been what allowed thieves to enter so easily? Those were the rumors going around.
クマちゃんは見たことありませんか？ 私はずいぶん前に何かのようで行った時に見たことをよく覚えてますよ。
すみません。ちょっと思い出せないっす。
そりゃもうおっかないくらいに厳重に施錠してありましてね。重そうな缶抜きでどっかりと塞がれていて、まるで大金庫みたいに厳重な蔵だったんですよ。
This year it was a very simple and cheap padlock. The lone girl protecting the shrine, Rika Furude, disliked the heavy locks and consulted with the mayor, who had replaced it with a simpler padlock.
だから村長とフルでリカも同
Thanks, Rika!
だとしたら村長に続いてフルでリカもまずいじゃないですか。
その可能性は大ですね。クマちゃん、ひなみ座を巡回している覆面者に至急連絡。フルデ神社近辺に張り付かしてください。
Okay, good. Rika's got bodyguard. You know, if everybody's like, hey, Rika might be being targeted. You know, the old people will be like, no, not Rika. Even if Rika gets killed, like, oh man, the uprising that's gonna happen, because she's like very well respected in the village.
了解っす。
There we go. Cool. So she's got all the bodyguards and cars. So hopefully she'll be okay. Unless it's like, it really is this giant conspiracy. Why did it have the festival stands there, though, as the... that don't make much sense to me. Okay, we gotta continue. We gotta continue. After hanging up on Shion, I searched for Rika's phone number on my school's contact list. Baby wants the lock changed, she's marked for death. Well, her changing the lock resulted in the family secrets being aired out, essentially. And also, she now knows that we went in and she's trying to protect us. There it is. My fingers trembled with urgency, and I failed multiple times to put in the simple 5-digit number.
圭一、こんな時間に電話？夜遅くは先方に失礼だからよしなさい。
My friend might be dead!
今はそれどころじゃないんだよ。
I shouted angrily at my mother, listening to the dial tone. Pick up! Come on, pick up! The time was 11 p.m. It certainly wasn't early. It was essentially the middle of the night. Had Rika already gone to bed? Probably! Girl needs her beauty sleep. Her phone would be ringing constantly, though, so would she get back up for me? Rika didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. She didn't pick up! Maybe she just happened to miss it. Maybe her bed was just too far away from the phone. The sound of a phone ringing gets clearer and clearer the longer you go on sleeping. Then, the bathroom? Yeah, she must be taking a bath! If that was the case, then even if she heard the phone, she wouldn't be able to pick it up. It was a little late to be taking a bath, but it was possible she normally took baths right before going to bed. I'll wait 30 minutes, then try calling again. Yeah, that's a reasonable thing to do. Even as I was thinking that, I called her house over and over again. I kept calling, over and over, again and again. I kept on calling her, but she didn't pick up even once. I think I kept trying for about 30 minutes, yet she wasn't picking up. Were my phone calls so persistent that she had gotten scared of picking up the receiver? No, that couldn't possibly be it. There was no point in doing this any longer. The best thing to do would be to go there in person. Where was Rika's house, though? Shit! I've never even asked her where she lived! Her residence was written there in the contact list, but it was an address with mostly numbers, so I couldn't tell where it was just by reading it. Isn't there a map or something in here? Rika Furude. Her last name was Furude. It was a bit of an odd last name, so it might be easy to find. Thinking that, I rummaged around the drawer of the phone book, but could only find things like takeout menus and phone numbers for public establishments. Shit! I tore one thing out of after another out of the drawer, but I didn't come up with any clue as to where Rika's house was. Calm down, Keiichi, my bara. If you don't know, then just ask. Ask someone who does know.
そうだ。レナなら知ってるに違いない。
I looked up Rena's phone number on the contact list. Rena Ryugu. There she was. We're gonna get Rena's mom, and she's gonna be like, "Who's calling at this hour?"
もしもし。
Oh, Rena's dad. Never mind.
竜宮です。
It was the voice of a grumpy-sounding man. We probably woke him up. He's right to be grumpy. It must have been Rena's father. I'm calling in the middle of the night. I need to be polite.
夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。前原と申しますが、レナさんはいらっしゃいますか？
レイナは風呂に入っていますが。レイナ、友達から電話だぞ。
Oh, he still calls her Reina. Oh, right. Reina Ryugu was her real name, wasn't it? I'd gotten so used to calling her Rena that hearing her real name caught me a little off guard.
もしもし、お電話変わりました。
あ、俺だよ、刑事だ。夜遅くにすまん。
あれ、ケイチ君？こんな時間に何かな？
実はリカちゃんの家がどこにあるのか。
This is gonna sound really weird and creepy, but I need to know where Rika's house is so I can visit it at this hour. Rena seemed a little appalled that I'd call her for something like this. Yeah, I don't blame her. This is gonna be hard to explain. This is gonna be really hard to explain. However, she spoke her next words seriously, as if she'd caught on to how urgent my need was.
いいよ。フルデ神社の境内に集会所があるよね。その裏手に2階建ての倉庫小屋があるのを知ってるかな？そこに住んでるんだよ。
I couldn't immediately visualize the place, but as long as I knew she lived on the shrine grounds, I'd just have to take a look around.
わかった。ありがとう。こんな遅くにすまなかったな。親父さんに謝っといてくれ。
そんなのはいいよ、ケイチ君。それより、どうしてリカちゃんの家を聞くの？
I need to know for a thing! Rena asked in an unusually sharp way, halting me before I could hang up the phone. I hesitated for a moment about whether to tell her. He was killed because I told him. We don't want to endanger Rena, so he's not going to tell her. Rena affected her usual tone, but beneath her words lay a certain tension, like she'd intuitively sensed something going on. Just tell her that she left her homework at school and you have to, like, bring it back to her. If it's Rena, can't I tell her? He was killed because he found out. I revealed everything, so he was killed. Rena asked me once more in a tone so forceful I couldn't imagine her ever using it normally. I was taken aback by her vigor. Rena was Rika's friend, too. She had the right to be concerned about Rika's disappearing. If I told Rena then, even if only for a moment, I could drive away my horrifying fears.
レナ、理由を聞かれると困るんだが。
Rena's tone was seriousness itself. Just from that tone, I could feel her saying, "No matter what you say, Keiichi, I'll believe you." That subtle sense of security gave me the courage to reveal the truth.
リカちゃんが危ない気がするんだ。
Rena's got a hatchet. She's good.
それは虫の知らせかな？それともリカちゃんに危険が迫っている何か確信がある？
This is very interesting, though. This is now quite different from Chapter 1, because in Chapter 1, we were like, can't trust anybody, everyone's out to get us, and now we're like kind of getting the whole group involved in this like weird conspiracy. It's very interesting. I didn't want to tell Rena about this still. I think listening to her calm voice soothed my pointless impatience.
確信はないけど。
Yet I still hesitated. I had told Rika-chan that we had snuck into the ritual storehouse. The mayor, to whom Shion had confessed before that, had already disappeared. So, it was possible that Rika also. I didn't know how to explain it to Rena. While I was tongue-tied, Rena spoke up. Rena laughed a little, seeming a bit absent-minded. I wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh, so this time I was dumbfounded. Rena continued in a cheerful, yet still purposeful voice.
それを確かめるのに理由なんかいらないと思う。仮にリカちゃんが寝ててそれを起こしてしまったとしても、それが理由なら私たちは誰も怒らないと思うよ。
If Mion is behind putting Rika in danger, that would be quite a plot twist. That would also be very sad. But here we are. Rena, thank you.
じゃあまずはケイチ君に確認するね。リカちゃんの家に電話はしたんだよね。それでどうしても繋がらないから家の場所を聞いてきたんだね。
ああ。10分以上は鳴らし続けたと思う。ひょっとしたら気づかなくて寝てるだけなのかも。
リカちゃんの家はとても狭いの。だから電話が鳴ったらたとえ寝ていても気づかないわけはないよ。
Uh-oh.
さとこちゃんもいるんだから2 二人揃って気づかない
Wait,
わけは
Satoko's there too? Oh, they having a little sleepover?
サトコってリカちゃんと一緒に住んでるのか？
うん。
Oh no, she's flat out living there?
知らなかったの？
No, I did not!
今はその話は後ね。とにかく電話をそれだけ鳴らしてって。
Why are there two 10-year-old girls living by themselves? Ren understood that the situation wasn't normal far faster than I could have ever imagined her to. It made her seem dependable. However, the fact that Rena had acknowledged this also meant the best-case possibility of it all just being the result of my own needless fears went out the window.
私も今からすぐにリカちゃんの家に
Oh! We're gonna go over as a date!
一緒に行く？なら迎えに行くよ。
I can't tell. Either everyone's crazy, no one's crazy, or Shion's crazy. I have a feeling Shion's gonna go crazy.
わかった。じゃあいつもの待ち合わせ場所で合流しよう。待ってるぞ。
私、ケイチ君の家に迎えに行くから。だからお家で待ってていいよ。それからご家族に私と一緒にリカちゃんの家に行ってくるって伝えておいて。
I don't want to get my parents involved with
う
this.
ちでいいのか？時間のロスのような。
あと、みーちゃんには電話した？みーちゃんはこういう時すっごく頼もしいの。
About that!
まだなら私から電話しておくね。
My thoughts froze for a moment. Shion had just told me to be careful around Mion during our phone conversation a little while ago. If the Sonozaki main house was somehow lurking behind the surface of the annual freak deaths, then the current heir to the family, Mion, wouldn't be uninvolved. So, wouldn't that mean she wasn't uninvolved in what happened this year to Takano and Toмотake and also the mayor's disappearance?
じゃあね。すぐに行くからね。待っててね。
That's all Rena said before hurriedly hanging up. Now wasn't the time to be doubting Mion. I needed to make sure Rika was safe. Mion scares me a little bit. But honestly, Mion herself hasn't done anything to make me think she's behind something. It's more just all this conjecture of, like, it's probably the Sonozaki family. I'm like, yeah, probably, but also maybe not. I got changed and grabbed the key to my bike. I figured things would go more smoothly if we met up in the place we usually do before school. Rena wouldn't need to come all the way to my house. My parents would probably have objected if I told them I was leaving, so I creeped out without a word. The night was unusually warm and disagreeably humid. She said that Rika and Satoko lived together, right? Huh? Then it wasn't only Rika. Satoko wasn't there either? Realizing what them living together really meant caused my thoughts to immediately take a turn for the worse. That can't be. Satoko is... She's got nothing to do with any of this! Even if there were a reason for Rika to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Satoko. They're just like, man, this girl's annoying. Hey, girl! Rena was really fast. She approached me on her bike at an amazing speed. Her breath was ragged, painting a clear picture of how hurriedly she'd been going.
Oh, Rena. さあ、行こうぜ。
ケイチ君。
Uh-oh.
私、お家で待っててって言ったはずだよ。
My parents are asleep. We don't want to tell them. Rena's expression was all business. Was she mad? It came out of the blue and I faltered for a moment.
いや、ここで合流した方が
Keiichi,
早く出
I
発
know
でき
you
ると思っ
lied
て
to
た。
me and you know how I feel about liars.
ケイチ君は本当に分かってるの？
Rena shouted, clearly angry. I'd never seen Rena like this before. Well, technically you have.
分かってるのかって何がだよ。
Then yeah, Mion's just studying for exams, and she dealt with a hangover for the first time in her life. Rena seemed to notice she was scaring me, took a couple of deep breaths, then continued as if admonishing me, but her expression didn't soften at all.
ケイチ君、昨日村長さんがいなくなって村中で大騒ぎになったよね。
ああ。
そんな中でケイチ君はリカちゃんとサトコちゃんがいなくなったって言ってるんだよ。
Yeah, it's natural she's gonna be like, what the flippity dip.
そういうことになるな。
じゃあもっと用心しなくちゃダメだよ。こんな夜中にたった一人でこんなところで突っ立ってるなんて不用心にも程があるんだから。
Rena's got a head on her shoulders. Good job, Rena. I began to understand where Rena's anger was coming from.
ご家族にはちゃんと私とリカちゃんの家に行くって伝えたよね。万が一私とケイイチ君が揃って失踪しちゃうようなことがあっても、いつどの辺でいなくなったのかを残すことができる。
About that. Rena was perfectly level-headed in this emergency situation. Ever since the night of the Watanagashi, every night someone had died or disappeared. On the night itself, Takano and Tomitake met strange ends. On the next night, the elder vanished. Now, on the night after that, Rika and Satoko were nowhere to be found. I hadn't been thinking of anyone but myself, but it wasn't enough to say that Inamizawa was a little weird at the moment. In fact, it was extremely strange. Where was this Rena in Chapter 1? Rena in Chapter 1 went super crazy stalker psychopath. So, that's what happened. She was clear. I don't think she was using her full brain in Chapter 1, so to speak. Rena had even anticipated our own disappearances and had told me to tell my family where I was going. I was embarrassed at my own carelessness, and the need to be embarrassed made me afraid of the night.
ごめん、まだ言ってなかった。
うん、じゃあ一緒に言いに行こう。
With Rena beside me, I wheeled back toward my house. Thank you, Rena. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. Oh, dude, that's a boss background right there. Oh, that's a good one. A sky that was uselessly vast and cold. So that no matter what, it would never seem to me like a dream, this cruel fact that had already confronted me. That's the real thing. Rena's just taking her medication in this one. I'm pretty sure Rena's probably on medication after she broke all of the glass windows in her old school. They're like, yeah! She has schizophrenia. Here are some pills. On such a crazy night, Rena had been unimaginably dependable. Hinamizawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Rena caution me against carelessness, was to me the most fearsome thing of all. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. You said that! We met up with Mion on the way, and she, of course, was unsure whether to believe me about Rika and Satoko's disappearance.
ケイちゃん、本気で言ってんの？もし冗談だったら、ただに怒るよ。
I'll be relieved if it's a joke. Mion was clearly displeased. If this were a joke, it wasn't very funny. I understand how indiscreet my words were. Ever since the day before yesterday, someone had either died or vanished every night. Rika and Satoko disappearing after all that was something you just couldn't say, even in jest.
みーちゃん、本当に冗談だったなら怒るんじゃなく笑おうよ。
Rena's very understanding.
だって冗談なんだから。私たちはそれが冗談であることを確かめなくちゃいけない。
そうだね。
Oh wow, dang, they did their math on this one.
機嫌の悪そうなことを言ってごめん。
See, Mion doesn't seem like she's crazy. If she is, she's hiding it pretty well. However indiscreet a joke may have been, if we learned that our friends were safe, it would end up as nothing more than a funny story. Having been warned about that by Rena, Mion gave a dry smile, the tension she felt loosening a bit. She mounted her bicycle as well. Our free bicycle's lights flashed down the pitch-black roads. They were some of the only illumination outside.
ケイちゃんはなぜ急にこんな時間にリカちゃんの家に電話なんかする気になったわけ？
Hey, look, a jack-o'-lantern! Mion asked me about the same thing that I had trouble explaining to Rena.
虫が知らせた。じゃあ、おかしいか。
I couldn't quite tell it because it was dark, but I thought I could see Mion smiling very ambiguously. I definitely understood that she wasn't convinced, though, despite the darkness.
俺さ、うたた寝してる時に悪い夢を見ると、
Oh,
どうして
Dane!
も気になっちゃうんだよ。
ケイチ君はそれでリカちゃんがさらわれる夢を見
It's
た
more
わけ
than
か
a
な。
feeling.
その、もっと漠然とした予感みたいなものだよ。リカちゃんが電話に出てくれたなら、レナやミオにも続けて電話するつもりだったよ。
Lies smoothly babbled out of my mouth, makeshift though they were. This is literally the best lies he's told. I was lying because I thought telling them I was connected to Shion would be like silently admitting we'd stolen into the ritual storehouse together that night. Mion didn't press me any further. I don't know whether that convinced her. Or maybe she figured that making sure Rika and Satoko were safe would be faster than making an issue out of it. I felt relieved and immediately a little guilty. We're gonna get to the shrine, it's gonna be like, why were there like 20 police cars here? That's not good! Mion hadn't really been acting any differently these last few days, but I'm still trying to distance myself from her for some reason. It was only because of what I heard from Shion and Uisi-san, that she was the successor to some kind of super extravagant Gain family. No. Was I just trying to force myself to forget? Don't do that, Keiichi Maibara. Wasn't it Mion who was the first to ask about the night of the Watanagashi? In such a harsh tone at that? Have I already forgotten the terror I felt? At that time, Mion looked like someone different from the Mion I knew. When I think about that Mion, then Shion and Uisisad's descriptions of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. Oh boy. That's it, isn't it? If it wasn't for how she acted that day, then I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her now. What on earth was going on with her back then? She probably thought we were making out with Shion. I was conveniently thinking only of everything she had done after that, while disregarding the very first thing, the thing I should have been looking at most, wasn't I? Mion was pedaling her bicycle in front of me, her long hair fluttering in the wind. No matter how long I looked at her back, it never gave me any answers to any of my questions. We went all the way to the stone steps leading up to the shrine grounds. Of course, we weren't going to haul our bikes up there, so we parked them beside the staircase instead.
フルデ神社か。
みんな公園みたいな感覚で勝手に出入りしてるけど、本当はここはフルデ家の立派な私有地なんだよ。
Oh, let's do the ultimate move. Just we go by like the creepy shed and we're just like, what's that? I've never seen that before. So the entire shrine is private property. It really makes you feel the passage of time. 10 or 20 years ago, it would have looked the exact same.
だとすると、フルデ家って結構な旧家なんじゃないのか？代々続いた由緒ある。
うん。ない。おかしいよ。
Rena said something clearly disquieting, so I ran over to her.
どうしたレナ？
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいつもここに自転車を止めてるはずなの。
Uh-oh.
ほら、どこにもない。
I took a look around. Indeed, there were no other bicycles aside from the ones we'd taken to get here. Well, maybe they put their bicycles up in the shop.
他の場所に止めてる可能性もあるんじゃない？例えば、担いで石段を上がったとか。
女の子には無理だよ、ケイイチ君。
Rena, that's sexist. Just as she said that, I couldn't imagine Rika and Satoko lugging their bikes all the way up here. We hadn't yet knocked on Rika's door, but reality was also already sparkling some ideas that weren't what you'd call good. Maybe they were just parked under some trees and we hadn't noticed them. I refused to believe that not being able to find their bikes here was proof that they'd disappeared.
行こうぜ。家に行った方がはるかに確実だろう。
We all nodded and dashed up the stone steps. We passed through the red arch and came out onto the shrine grounds, which was covered in neat gravel. It was so quiet here, as though the Watanagashi festival had never happened.
で、リカちゃんたちが住んでいる家ってのはどこにあるんだ？
こっち、ついてきて。
Rena took the lead and sprinted off. We went towards the assembly hall behind the shrine, and then looped around behind it. In the darkness of the night, we found a small, prefab two-story shack that looked like a warehouse. There, that's where they live. Wow.
明かり消えてるね。
You know, I could see it. I could see it. It's 2 stories. And there's 2 of them, and they're both young. That would work.
寝てるんじゃない？
ノックしてみよう。
Rena and Mio neared the shack, which didn't really look like a place people would live. No, you can make do with that. No electricity there probably, but they had such a beautiful shrine, so I figured they'd live in an equally beautiful house. It was far from what I had expected. Well, they were shrine priests and maidens. Maybe they were trying to live in humble accommodations.
リカちゃん、サトコちゃん、いる？
Rena shouted up towards the second floor. Her voice was restrained at first, but it steadily grew louder. No answer. In fact, there wasn't any sort of activity in the house at all.
寝てるのかもしれない。起こしてみよう。
Mion banged on the shutter of both hands, and the loud sounds echoed into our surroundings. They would have to notice this much noise. They would have to turn on the light in their room, fling open the windows, and yell, "What time do you think it is?" That, however, wasn't happening. There was absolutely no response. Mion stopped slamming her fists on the shutter, and a sudden silence fell over us. The silence aroused terrible thoughts in us. I could feel the blood draining from my face.
鍵かかってる。どこかから中に入れないかな。
Rena showed no signs of stopping. It didn't look like she would admit that they weren't there until we went inside and saw for ourselves. That refusal to give in gave me strength.
2階の窓とか鍵をかけ忘れてないかな。俺ちょっと試してみる。
ケイちゃん、はしご。
Actually, that's a step ladder. Mion brought over a ladder that was standing against the house. The footing was a little unstable for me to get climbing into it, but Mion held the ladder firmly in place for me. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. My inexperience of them exposed, I climbed up one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor.
みーちゃん、私念のため本宅の方も見てくるね。すぐ戻るから。
Rena darted away. What, a main house?
フルデ家の本当の家だよ。
It's the big blue house.
両親が亡くなって以来ずっと放置してあるそうだけど。
あ、そうか。リカちゃんのご両親って亡くなってるんだよな。
Yeah, the poor girl. At that point, I recalled something else. Wasn't Satoko living here too?
サトコも親なしだよ。
Oh no.
お社様のたたりってことで、両親が崖から落っこちてね。
Did we learn that already? Was that revealed in Chapter 1? I actually can't remember.
お兄さんだったサトシ君も。
Well, I knew about her older brother, Satoshi. But I can't remember if that was something that they established in Chapter 1. That, like, her parents were one of the victims. It probably was one of the names, but I just forgot and didn't make the connection. Okay, so there we are. That's an interesting new connection.
サトシって前に聞いた名前だな。
I remembered. He was the one who disappeared last year because of the curse.
それ以来、サトコはリカちゃんと一緒にこの小屋で暮らしてるんだよ。互いに身寄りのない一人ぼっち同士。助け合ってね。
本宅って言ったか？そっちで暮らした方が楽だろうに。
The curtains were drawn, so I couldn't get a good look inside to see, but two young girls living together seemed like a pretty tough life.
初めはそうしてたみたい。でも、両親を思い出すから辛いって言って。
Yeah, that would be hard. I had no idea. I feel really bad for them. They were normally so cheerful at school that I never even realized an atom of this.
リカちゃんもサトコも大変なんだな。
呪われてるんだよ。
え？
Suddenly, Mion said something in such a low voice that it sounded like she was really cursing someone, and I didn't let it slide. There it is! There it is! I turned around on the ladder to face her again and asked again.
ミオン、お前、今、なんて言った？
呪われてるって言ったの。
Mion, still holding onto the ladder, brought her head up to me and looked at me in the eyes. Oh no, she's holding the ladder beneath us! Oh, this just got bad. As soon as our eyes met, an absolute jolt of electricity surged through my body. There's the eyes again! Mion's eyes clouded over, and within them boiled and bubbled a stew of chaos. They whirled around like a raging sea, and bubbles floated to the surface. I had at some point been trapped on this ladder, like being cornered on a dead-end street.
ミオン、お前、なんて顔してんだよ。
I intended to follow that up with, "You're going too far with this joke," and give her a forced smile. However, on such uneven footing as I was, the only thing that came out of my mouth was a hoarse groan as I desperately struggled to not let nausea overwhelm me.
王女サトコはね、お社様のたたりを一身に受けた呪われた子なの。
Not Rika, Satoko. Mion answers, with a response to something I never asked, as if replying to somebody else's question.
公園の展望台から転落死したのは両親だけ。あの子をミソッカス扱いしてた冷たい両親だけが死んで、あの子は一人だけ助かった。
Oh no, were her parents terrible?
引き取り先であの子をいじめたおばは、綿流しの夜に異常者に脳みそがぐっちゃぐちゃに飛び散って頭が原型をとどめないくらいにめった打ちにされて殺された。
That would explain why she is a bit of a brat then.
いつもあの子をかばってたサトシ君もあの子の誕生日に突然消えてしまった。あの子をいじめていなかったのに消されてしまった。
Well, This just got interesting.
警察は家出したんだって決めつけたけど、サトシ君は逃げ出すような人じゃなかった。いつも一生懸命、誰の力も借りずにコツコツと一人懸命に努力する人だった。たった一人の妹のために身を粉にして頑張ってたのに消されてしまった。
Okay, I changed my mind. Maybe Mion is going a little
あ
crazy.
の子のためにだけに生きていたのに消されてしまった。かわいそうなサトシ君。なんて報われないサトシ君。なんて恩知らずなあの子なの。あの子は呪われた子。あの子に近づけばそれが誰でも末路は同じ。たたりで死ぬかたたりで消えるか。
Okay, I just said that the killer was Satoko as a joke. And now Mion's like, no, you called it!
安らぎなんてあるものか。あの子に安らぎなんてあるものか。リカちゃんが消えたのもきっとサトコのせいだよ。違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない。
Okay, okay, Mion. I heard you the first time. Mion was mumbling words over and over that were no longer coherent. Wait, that was what Shion was doing earlier. Her shoulders were trembling so hard that I could feel it through the ladder. Oh, maybe. Maybe. We don't know if Mion was crushing on Satoshi, though. I almost lost my footing, which made me realize just how far away the ground really was. Excuse me. I wasn't even sure if she heard me. Mion rocked back and forth, and that rocking and trembling was becoming even more violent. Help me. The ladder. It's falling! Help me! Help! Ran to the rescue! Just then I heard the sound of many people running towards us. Help! Help! My girlfriend's twin is trying to kill me! I very nearly said help me outright. 4 or 5 adults, led by Rena, ran over here with flashlights. Dang, Rena's a real winner in this chapter. Man. Who did you get? You borrowed the key.
助かったね。
Oh, hey, she's back to
どうも
normal.
窓も戸締まりは完璧らしくてね。困ってた。
When I heard Mion talking like nothing had just happened, I felt a chill run through me. Okay! The person currently holding the ladder in place. It was definitely Mion. It was the real Mion Sonozaki. Then, the person muttering to themselves, just a few seconds ago. Who was that? The person who was mumbling about terrible things, like curses. Who was that? I jumped down from the ladder as if running away, before Mion turned into the person who wasn't Mion a second time. The adults tried a few different keys on a keyring as they tried to open the big shutter on the first floor.
リカちゃんの家はね、もともとは町会の防災倉庫だったの。
As long as that scene doesn't spoil anything else in that I haven't encountered yet, then by all means, please post that in the Discord. Oh, so you got spoiled that Mion went crazy in it? Oh, darn it. Sorry about that.
だからシャッターの鍵を今でも村長さんの家が預かってるの。
Score 1 for Mayor McCheese.
今ではリカちゃんとサトコの指定だけど、まあもともとリカちゃんの家の敷地内だし、誰も文句は言わないけどね。
I'll check it out when I finish up here. Mion gave me a smile as she said that. I, however, could only return her gaze with an aghast expression. Mion was acting all too normal now, but that only contrasted all the more sharply with her earlier un-Mion-like creepiness. Oh, that was... I don't know why I did the sound of an elephant marching band going down the stairs. The shutter opened up for the first time in a very long while. Rena located the light switch and wasted no time going inside. I followed her in. We climbed a narrow staircase. It had looked like nothing more than a warehouse, but now that I was inside, I could feel how lived in it was. It was a person's home. We go upstairs, they're like, "Get out of here! We're playing Minecraft!" Hey, Ruben! How's it going? Oh, did I just finish a famous scene or something? Yeah, I just had a scene where Mion was, like, holding the ladder for us, and then she was just, like, kind of freaking out. It was a great one. I'm having a blast. Somehow the scent of the two of them filled the place. This is definitely where Rika and Satoko lived. So, for those of you who know what happens in this chapter, spoiler-free question, just how much more to the chapter 2 is there? Because I'm trying to basically estimate how late I should stream before ending, and so we can finish on Halloween. Because ideally, I don't want to stream till like 3 a.m. on tonight or Halloween, but if I had to stream really late one night, I'd want it to be this one, because I have to work after Halloween. But I don't have to work after tonight. That was a long roundabout way, so I'm basically just trying to figure out how many more parts of Chapter 2 there are. This was definitely where Rika and Satoko lived. Do we get like a BG of it? We do! Oh, this is a quaint little place. The first floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second floor was a space entirely for living. Just like a one-room apartment, past the kitchen was a living room taking up about 150 square feet. Dressers, cupboards, and the like were packed into the space, and in the corner there was a huge pile of clothes that appeared to have just been taken in from outside. In the center of the living room was a fold-up table, and on it were small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing. The sense of a frugal lifestyle drifted from it all. Well, yeah, it's hard to live a non-frugal lifestyle if the only two people living here are 10-year-olds with no income. I'm sure Rika can use her charms to have old people be like, "Oh, Rika, you're so cute. Here, we'll buy your groceries for you." Which, I mean, good for them. There's still quite a bit to go in Chapter 2. Wonderful. It was strange that they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults, climbing the stairs one at a time, began to make a fuss and talk amongst themselves.
どう？やっぱりいない？
いない。絶対おかしい。
The village had just been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. Then today, even Rika and Satoko had. Were they out playing somewhere together? At night? That can't be. Their bicycles aren't here, though. Where would they have gone so late at night? Have they just not come back yet? Where did they go? The adults put forth various possibilities, and the house immediately devolved into a state of confusion. Eventually, Mion settled them down.
信じたくないけど、君吉の村長さんが消えたのが昨日の今日。無関係とは言い切れないね。
The adult's faces paled at Mion's declaration. Mai and Rena's did as well.
例えば、ご近所に行ってお茶でもごちそうになって眠っちゃって、起こすに起こせなくなってるなんて可能性ももちろんあるよね。その可能性をまず潰そう。牧野さんは裏手から沢のあたりの家を回ってください。
Looks like we got some
清
missing
太郎さんはお茶
persons.
会家の方、岡村さんは。
Mion promptly gave directions to the villagers. The adults followed them without hesitation, despite her age.
私はここに残って電話で片っ端から心当たりに問い合わせてみます。じゃあ皆さん、そういうことで。
Got it. The adults all roared in reply and pounded down back the stairs below.
さすがみーちゃんだね。みーちゃんは学校だけじゃなく、ひなみ沢の委員長さんみたいだよね。
茶化さない茶化さない。ほらどいて。おじさんは電話を使うんだから。
I'm an old man. Mion grinned proudly, took the receiver, and got started. Rena gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for doing all this. My feelings, though, were a little more complicated, since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonozaki family successor impression that Shion and Uisi-san had given me. Stop right there, Keiichi Maebara. None of that matters right now. The most important thing is to make sure Rika and Satoko are safe. Any theories on what's happening this time around? Well, I thought that it was Takano who was kind of, like, doing things, but then she was confirmed to have burned alive. So, I don't really see how it could be her. I mean, it's definitely trying to convince me that Mion is, like, kind of manipulating all this stuff behind the scenes, but, like, that's the easy way out. I don't think they're gonna go that direction. I think that's gonna be, like, a red herring! Oh, that's it! The mastermind behind this is red herring! Obviously. That's it. Back it up, folks. I don't really know. I still have no real ideas of who's doing all of the murders and, like, all the disappearances, but I do think Shion is going crazy. A little bit. Like, and it's gonna get worse as time goes on. But otherwise, I'm just kind of sitting back and here for the ride. Let's see. Couldn't there be a clue hinting at where they might have gone somewhere in this room?
とはいえ、そんなのわかるはずもないよな。
If we tore the whole place apart and figured out what was different from before, we might be able to speculate, but There was nothing strange about this room, and there was no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never been here before. There was no way for me to know what was different if I didn't know how the room usually looked. Hey, don't give up, Keiichi Maebara. Stop thinking and start looking. For something. In search of something, I tried pulling open the dresser drawers and opened the windows. I didn't uncover anything meaningful, though. Rena, also unable to stand around doing nothing, was looking around the room like I was.
でもレナ、冷蔵庫や流しの下の棚とかを開いてもリカちゃんは見つからないと思うぞ。
Rena's hungry.
隠れてるかなって思って。
As we were searching, it got noisy outside. Villagers were quickly assembling here, having heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people Mion had called.
私、みんなに話をしてくる。遅かれ、警察も来るだろうしね。
She called the police! Okay. If she called the police, could she really be a bad guy?
大石のやつにも事情を説明しなきゃ。
I mean, she's also kind of going crazy, but I don't know what to think. Mion began descending the stairs, and we followed her out the front of the house. There were already 10 adults there, and all of them looked uneasy. Your fury, Mion put a hit on Takano. That could be true. That's possible. I suddenly noticed that the old people from the shrine were here as well, and they were praying for Rika-chan's safety, rubbing their prayer beads. This had gotten bad. This wasn't just a problem between friends anymore.
Mion-chan! Rika-chanとSatoko-chanがいなくなったってのは本当かい?
The villagers all formed a ring around Mion, swarming her. Mion raised her right hand as if silently telling them to calm them down.
誰かの家にお邪魔していないか、町会の回覧区分に沿って全校をまず調べよう。本人たちがこっちの気も知らずに、誰かの家ですやすやとお泊まりしてる可能性もあるわけだからね。
It would definitely be hard for someone to wake up Rika if she had eaten a good full meal and fallen asleep like a kitten afterwards. Oh, how nice it would be if that were the case.
こんなことは考えたくないけど、もちろん悪いことも。
Or it could be bad! Mion's face grew remarkably more grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults.
我々も手分けしよう。昨夜の村長探しで回ったところをもう一度回る。
俺たちはダム現場をよく念入りに探してみる。お前さんたちは学校のあたりを探してみてくれ。
どうしたら早う回らんと。行こう行こ
う。みんな昨日も村長さん探しで徹夜だったからね。寝不足で辛いだろうけど、どうかよろしく。
I know that's how I say got it as well. With that as their signal, the adults scattered in every direction. I figured I should scatter somewhere as well, so I started walking unsteadily in a direction no one else had gone in. I was getting farther and farther from people. I didn't feel scared or anything, though. If someone were made to disappear, Shion and I should be first. It would have been perfectly normal for me to be scared of the dark. However, I didn't feel that way. Why was that? It was because tonight, someone had already disappeared. So nobody else would disappear tonight. It would take some time before I, exhausted as I was, would feel guilt at the cause of my own selfish sense of relief. Yikes. They might be dead. They might be. I hope not. Oh, wow. We get the nighttime helicopter shot now. Suddenly, my vision cleared and a cold wind caressed my body. Oh, is that so? Wow, why don't we get more helicopter shots like this? This is so nice. How far up is this gonna go? Good golly gosh! Wow. Very nice. Suddenly my vision cleared and a cold wind caressed my body. This was the hill from which you could see the whole village. Looking down from this hill I could see lights on here and there, and I knew the entire village had awoken from its slumber. First Takano and Tomatake, then the mayor, and now even Rika and Satoko had been sacrificed, and word of it was spreading everywhere. See, like, it's not the whole village is a death cult that's kidnapping people, because they would not do that to Rika. They have too much respect for her, so there's something else going on behind the scenes. The strength in my knees left me. Yeah, I know the whole village, it's not called Hinamizawa, but, like, it's a real village. Which, man, imagine playing this game if you lived in that village. Like, oh, that would totally add to the creep factor. This could no longer be a joke. We could have found them. Mion would have told me I was a worrywart, Rena would just be glad we did, and they would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared as if I were awakening from a dream. That was what the view I could see was telling me. Following my knees, my arms both bent forward onto the ground, and I clawed at it with my nails. Don't do that! I couldn't figure out if I was feeling sorrow or frustration. I couldn't endure the burden of my own sin, and I had just told Rika-chan about it. They had nothing to do with it, but Rika-chan and even Satoko had been sacrificed. It was like a cross that Shion and I would each have to bear the weight until we ourselves were erased. Well, if I'm going that far, then the problem started long before that. My original sin of breaking taboo and entering the ritual warehouse without asking. I knew I shouldn't have gone there from the start, yet I lost out to cheap curiosity. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this very moment. There was a crunching sound. I wasn't even interested in who made the sound, despondent as I was. Is it Shelly the killer?
Keiichi-kun?
Oh no, it's Rena, even more dangerous.
Keiichi-kun? Daijoubu?
It was Rena. Perhaps my clawing at the ground made it look like I was having stomach pains. She ran over and rubbed my back to make me feel better.
Keiichi-kunが? 何も悪いわけはないよ。自分をどうか責めないでね。
I could tell Rena was doing her best to choose the right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Keiichi-kun, you know why Rika and Satoko disappeared, don't you? Is what she really meant to say. Because it was an emergency, Rena had ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure Rika was safe, but now that we'd actually confirmed her disappearance, it was only natural Rena would start to wonder about why. However, with the situation having gone this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. I didn't want to admit that Rika and Satoko had disappeared, but I couldn't let Rena disappear too.
Keiichi-kun, こんな風通しのいいところにずっといたら風邪ひいちゃう。
Rena sat down, bringing her eyes level with mine.
子供たちはね、もう解散して家で寝ろって。
Rena showed me her watch as she said that. It was long past 1 in the morning. Time was passing too quickly. Had I been crawling around here for that long?
もう寝ないと明日の学校に差し支えるよ。
We're not going to school tomorrow!
大人たちだって昨夜も一晩中村長さんを探したからみんなクタクタ。
I've mentioned it before, DX. I don't play games unless they have banger soundtracks. It's not like, oh, there's this game with a banger soundtrack. If not, I'm not going to play it. It's just every game that I play is coincidentally happens to have a banger soundtrack.
今夜は少し早めに解散するって。
I was a little upset that they weren't allotting as much time to this as they had to search for the mayor last night. But that was something I, the cause of everything, had no right to criticize them for.
大丈夫。さっきね、警察の人も来たの。今、どんどん街から応援のパトカーが来てるよ。
So much for the cars guarding their house. Hearing that remark, I looked down at the village to see that there were indeed more cars than one would normally expect at this hour, coming from the darkness on the other side of the mountain. However, none of their emergency lights were on. Of course, their sirens weren't wailing either. That's right. All of the incidents that occurred right after Watanagashi were seen as the product of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and would be handled in secrecy. Rika and Satoko too. Their disappearance would end up exactly like the other serial incidents in the past. Surreptitious. Unresolved. Declared a mystery. And disappear from memory. Rika's face, her sweet face like a western doll's, would fade away. Satoko's smile, her energetic feigned smile, would fade away. And the more I tried to remember them, the less I would be able to. I deserved to be called an idiot dozens of times over, and it wouldn't be enough. I couldn't hold back the tears at my own sheer stupidity.
圭一君が 何を自分に責めているかわからないけれど、もうやめよう。
I wasn't about to deny it. I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I wanted to at least keep Rena out of this. If she found out, she would become involved.
頼む、レナ。放っておいてくれないか。俺きっと家に帰ったって眠れない。
If I couldn't get to sleep, then I at least wanted to search for Rika and Satoko until I collapsed. The entire village was looking, and yet they still hadn't been found. I don't think I'd be able to find them if I went looking alone at this point. Still, I had to do it.
俺のせいで消えてしまったんだ。他の探してくれてる人たちよりも先になんか眠れるものか。
I had said that to myself, in self-deprecation, but I soon realized that Rena was silently trying to find the meaning in my mumblings. I realized I had misspoke.
圭一くんのせいなの？どうしてそう思うのかな？かな？
That can't be. Keiichi, you're not at fault. I was happy that Rena said these things to me, but she only did so because she didn't know the truth. If she knew that everything that had been caused by breaking taboo on the night of Watanagashi, then even Rena would curse my existence. However, I can't even allow for those curses. That would mean confessing my own crimes to Rena. If I spilled even one word of having snuck into the ritual storehouse on the night of Watanagashi, then even Rena could disappear tomorrow night. The gentle, spirited, always joking, always howling, but at a time like this, the most dependable person in the world, Rena, might disappear. I don't want that. Anything but that. This time, I need to bear my own cross. Alone.
圭一くんがとても仲間思いだって知ってるから。
Maybe Rika and Satoko just went on a cross-country trip to go to Disneyland. That's my current theory.
自分を傷つけたくなる気持ちもよくわかるよ。だけどレナは圭一くんのせいじゃないって知ってる。圭一くんが悪くないって知ってるから。
知ってるって。
The shivering in my veins rushed up my back and replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe I accidentally said something that caused Rena to figure it out. This is bad. Now, Rena will disappear, Rena will disappear, Rena will disappear. Then Rena, the same way as I always did, grabbed my head and began to pet it roughly.
圭一くん、ひょっとしてレナも消えちゃうかもしれないって思ってるのかな。お社様のたたりで。
She puts more force into the hand rubbing my head.
だったら安心して。レナは消えたりしないよ。
She's really
絶対
nice.
に。
どうして消えないなんて自信を持って言えるんだよ。
Rena just needs to stay on her meds, honestly. Yes. And she's very nice. I mean, someone's been sacrificed every night so far. There was no proof that it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. There was even less proof, after all, that the sacrifice wouldn't be Rena. I don't care who you are. Just, please, if you're going to erase someone, erase me first. Please, stop cruelly getting rid of people we're close to, like the mayor for Shion and Rika and Satoko for me. Shion's hysterical shouting came back to mind. They must be planning to kill us last of all. They're not killing the first people who got to bide. They start by killing those we're close to. Then after they've caused us so much pain, then they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing.
レナ。
Please, don't disappear. Please don't. As long as I'm still here, I can no longer conceal the sobs welling up within me.
ほら、圭一くんに涙なんか似合わないよ。みんなのところに行こう。婦人会の人たちがね、お味噌汁の炊き出しをしてくれてるの。飲むと温まって落ち着くよ。
Ah, tear water tea. Rena prompted me to stand. I didn't have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. Rena's a real winner in this timeline. We returned to the shrine grounds to find several gas stoves there with miso soup in big pots. The many villagers there sipped at the soup they were given in dead, stony silence. Their expressions were absolutely exhausted. Everyone had just been running around the village until a little while ago. From the dreary looks on their faces, though, I assumed they hadn't come up with anything yet.
ケイちゃん、どこ行ってたんだよ。ケイちゃんまでいなくなったのかと心配したよ。
すまん。
Mion held out some miso soup for me, but I refused the offer. I didn't have much of an appetite. But it's poisoned!
みーちゃん、どう？何か手がかりはあった？
We need to get Steve on here. Steve and Blue, that we can find the clues. Mion took a sip of her soup, her expression frank.
全然ない。学校が終わってから家に帰って、二人で自転車に乗ってどこかに行ったらしい。しかも、二人が自転車に乗った姿は
I
全
told
く
you!
目撃されていない
Secret
し。
cross-country trip to Disneyland Tokyo. Man, the music's good. When it gets dark out in Hinamizawa, people quickly vanish from the streets. Aside from adults hurrying back home from town in cars or on bicycles, it was normal to see absolutely nobody walking around outside. That's my favorite time to go for walks, is at night when it's dark and there's like nobody out. I love doing that. You get to see the world in a new way. It's beautiful. And in the summer, it's nice and cool. You don't have to do it while it's like hot and sweaty and salt. Of course, if you do that in the winter, then oh man, you better bundle up. Oh, but also in winter, you can go out at like 5:30 p.m. and it's pitch black. It wasn't at all strange that nobody had seen Rika and Satoko riding their bikes.
昨日の村長の時と同じ。お手上げだよ。
Mion's apathetic tone pricked my nerves, but that anger quickly subsided. She had been doing all sorts of things to try and find Rika until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'd probably say she was up all night last night too, looking for the mayor, wouldn't she? I know. I mean, here's the thing though. If they were able to kidnap them without anyone knowing, they'll get away with it. It's sad but true. It would be way too easy to dispose of them with no evidence. Morbid, I know, but it would embolden them. Maybe they just really hate Hinamizawa. She must have been far more fatigued than I was. Besides, what about me? I had spent the whole time hunched in over an indecision all alone. I had no right to say anything about Mion.
ケイちゃんも辛いだろうけど今夜はこれで休もう。さっき今夜は解散しようってなったところだよ。これを飲んだらもう終わりにしよう。
終わりなのか？
あ、もちろん終わりじゃないよ。明るくなったら警察も増援を入れて徹底的に探すってさ。沖宮の方に行ってる可能性もあるからね。村長の件も含めて獅子骨市全体で目撃情報がないか洗うって言ってる。それよりもケイちゃんだよ。どこに行ってたんだい？いつの間にかいなくなっちゃうから心配したんだよ。
Suddenly, I was on the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to respond.
すまん。気をつけるよ。
何もなかった？怪しい人に監視されてるとか、付け狙われてるとか、そういうのはなかった？
Are you Mion? Or are you Shion? Shion told us earlier that she thought people were spying or stalking her and watching her, and told us to be wary of that, and now Mion's saying the same thing, almost like a reminder. Huh. And if that's the case, then it was Shion who was at the ladder as well. Because I'm pretty sure Shion's going crazy. The question is Mion going crazy as well? Mion demanded this with a serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I had been. Despite being in so much pain, I was frustrated that I was being criticized, but it was my sin. My sin, and I must bear it alone.
何もないよ。でも気をつける。すまん。
Mio, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders, looking relieved.
おやおやおや。
Oh, hey, boy!
美味しい匂いが漂ってくると思ったら。
You're up late.
これはぜひご商売に預かりたいですね。
We heard the repulsive voice of a fat man. Hey, be nice to him! It was Uisi-san, trailed by a handful of police officers. He was acting energetically in a way unfitting given the situation.
大して残ってないですよ。それでもよければ勝手にどうぞ。
Mion didn't like Uisi-san very much. Her cold attitude, though, didn't seem to bother Uisi in the slightest. It was like splashing water in a frog's face.
ありゃりゃ。味噌汁のお残りってちょっと塩分高めなんですよね。参ったな。
They were looking for the mayor a lot, yeah.
君たちはいただきます？
He recommended it to his subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused.
どうですか？警察の方では何か手がかりはつかめましたか？
We're gonna have to pull out the thinking chair for this one. Rena's smile was warm enough to replace the miso soup.
大丈夫ですよ、お嬢さん。ご安心、ご安心。ちゃんと探してるんですから。
He didn't say a word about having found any new clues. In other words, there had been no progress. That sure was an annoying way of beating around the bush.
それよりも、もう本当に遅い時間です。どうぞ若い皆さんはお帰りになってお休みになってください。体に触りますよ。
そうだよ。ケイちゃんもレナも今日はもう休みな。あとは税金で働いてるおっさんたちがやってくれるから。
私たちだって税金払ってるんですけどね。蕎麦屋さんが自分の作った蕎麦食ってるみたいな気分ですよ。
Don't bring up soba, man.
な。
I've had enough of soba in the Let's Play that we uploaded in like 2 years. 3 years. I wasn't really in the mood for laughter. In fact, Uisi-san was the only one laughing like an idiot.
じゃあ本当によろしくお願いしますね。
On my end, I can still clearly see her choker, but yeah, if you squint a little, it does look like she has a disembodied head a little bit.
帰ろう、ケイチ君。明日が辛くなるよ。
そうです、そうです。なんならお二人をお送りしてもいいですよ。
Ooh!
熊ちゃん、車を回してあげてください。
Yeah, let's...
結構です。
No, let's take the police car
俺た
back.
ち自転車で来てるんで。
ご安心を。
We got a trunk,
私た
kid.
ちワゴン車で来てますから、自転車も積めますよ。
We may have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just needed a ride to ride home at this point. I didn't want to bother the police like that. Rena, however, nodded.
せっかくだからお世話になろうよ。
Then you can tell people that you had to be taken home in a police cruiser.
私たちだけで帰るよりきっと安全だよ。
When I thought about it carefully, I realized that Rena's idea was extremely rational.
そうと決まれば行きましょう行きましょう。
By the way, I want to talk to you more about the night of Watanagashi. Oh, I'm so sleepy.
レナもケイちゃんも。
みーちゃんも早めに休んでね。おやすみ。
I waved my hand as well, saying goodbye. Rika and Satoko still hadn't been found. My unease, however, was steadily being pushed away by sleepiness. Rena showed the police where our bicycles were so that Uisi-san could haul them up to their truck. He prompted us to get into the back seat. I could hear the spring squeaking as I sat down onto a seat that would normally hurt my rear end, but at this point it was very soft and was more than comfortable enough for me to fall asleep on.
では、レディーファーストでお嬢さんの家から行きましょう。住所はどちらですか？
So we'll have a little bit of time where we're alone with Uisi.
ありがとうございます。私の家はですね、
This way we don't have to give a real address. Rena's voice slowly grew distant. I felt myself being sucked into the void of sleep. Keiichi, why are you being brought home in a police cruiser?
もしもーし。
Mom.
前原さん、完全に眠っちゃってますか？
When I came to, it was quiet. The car was parked. Uisi-san was giving me light slaps to the cheek. It didn't feel good at all, so I woke up immediately.
すみません。すっかり寝込んじゃって。
Something was being held right under my nose. A clump of metal? It was a can of coffee.
ぬるいですがね。 甘いカフェオレなら常温でも結構飲めますよ。
あ、どうも。
Someone's already drank out of that. You don't drink out of another person's cafe o leche. I mechanically took the can and opened the pull top. Never mind, it's a new can. Never mind. The feeling of the warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleepy mind. When my drowsiness receded, I started wanting to know why the car was stopped and why I ordered coffee. Uisi, who had been in the driver's seat, had at some point moved to the back. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. It reminded me of the questioning yesterday at the library. Man, a lot has happened in 3 days! It was already too late by the time I'd realized I'd made a mistake. Today, of all days, it didn't look like I'd be getting away. Also, Shion... Shion already called tonight. It didn't look like I would be getting away. I had a feeling that until Uisi-san heard what he wanted to, he wouldn't be letting me go. But we already agreed we should get him on our side.
別に取って食おうってわけじゃないんですから。前原さん。
Uisi-san gulped down the last of his coffee, then stretched wide, showing me how relaxed he was. That, however, only served to heighten my nervousness.
俺にまた何の用ですか？
よう。いえいえ、別に。
He's like, I already know. You're going to evade the question at this point. What a deeply unreadable man.
私からは用はないんですが、前原さんから私に用があるんじゃないかと思いましてね。
別に用なんかないです。
ありゃあ、本当にあるんじゃないですか？
There was only one side door in the back seat of this truck. In other words, my only exit was blocked off by Uisi-san. I couldn't get away. I could only limp behind my head and maintain my silence. Uisi-san, despite my residence, relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. Bruh, in the car? I know it's 1982, but really, the cries of the insects outside seemed to be growing longer and longer, to an amount of time that seemed almost infinite. Even they don't like the smoke. Uisi-san exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smoke still accumulated inside the vehicle. How much did Uisi-san know? What did he know, and what did he want to hear from me? If finding out the truth made you disappear, then if I told him, would Uisi-san disappear too? I had a feeling that I didn't need to worry about that in this case.
どうしてこんなことになっちゃったんでしょうね。
Uisi-san addressed me in a low tone as if he was talking to himself. How all of this ended up happening? How the hell should I know? That was what I wanted to know.
富武二郎さんと高野美代さん。
How many times are you gonna ask me this?
お祭りの時、園崎紫音さんを含めて4人で一緒におられたのを私がこの目で拝見してますから。その富武さんと高野さん、今どうしておられるかご存知ですか？実はお亡くなりになってましてね。気の毒な死に方でした。
Uisi-san probably played that card in order to surprise me. However, I already knew, and didn't display the extreme reaction he expected.
おや？ひょっとしてご存知でした？
Unfortunately, for this question in particular, remaining silent was equivalent to saying yes.
じゃあ、こっちもご存知かな。富武さんと高野さんがたたりに遭われた理由の方です。なんでもですね、入っちゃいけない禁断の建物に入ったからだって言われてるんですよ。
The storehouse for ritual implements. That forbidden shed sealing away Hinamizawa's blood-stained past. Where the mistake that started it all happened.
村長さんや古出里香さんもそのせいでたたりに遭われたんだという噂はご存知で？
That would mean it was mine and Shion's fault. He was right. As soon as we revealed what we did.
西宮殿って言いましたっけ？あそこの鍵を簡易なものに付け替えたから賊に入られたんだっていうケチがついてるらしいんですよ。
What? That was news to me.
一昨年くらいまでは西宮殿にはでっかい缶抜きとでっかい錠前がいくつも付けられていたらしいんですよ。ところがほら、神主夫妻がお亡くなりになられて、 今はフルでリカさんが切り盛りされてるでしょ。
Wait, did I accidentally skip? No, I did not. I was wondering if I accidentally skipped a piece of
反
dialogue.
日が重くて大変だからもっと軽い簡単な錠前に付け替えてほしいと村長さんに相談したらしいんですよ。
I didn't know anything about those big bars he was talking about, but the lock had certainly been a simple one. It was a pretty cheap one, too, and it really didn't fit my impression of what a lock for a place you'd store something as important as ritual implements would look like.
リカさんはあの通り小柄な女の子ですからね。錆びついて重くなった缶抜きはしんどかったんでしょうな。で、村長さんが職人を手配して簡単な南京錠で鍵ができるように付け替えたんだそうです。
それがどうしてケチがつくことになるんですか？
つまりですね、前の厳重な錠前なら賊には忍び込まれなかった。村長さんとリカさんが勝手に安っぽい鍵に変えたから賊に破られたんだと、こういう話らしいんですよ。
そんな話？
そういう話がまかり通ってて、一部の村人たちが西宮殿に忍び込んだ賊と賊に破られるような鍵に変えた村長とリカさんを罰したんだなんて話があったりなかったりしてるんですよ。相原さん、どう思います？
どう思うって、その一部の村人ってのもよくわからないし。
御三家ってご存知ですかな？綿流しのお祭りの開会式典で各家の代表がそれぞれ挨拶をなさってるでしょ
う。Yes.
祭りには途中から来たからよくは。
御三家ってのはひなみ沢の旧家の3つの家のことなんです。具体的に言うと君吉家、園崎家、古出家の3つのことです。本当に古い家筋らしくてね、大昔から村の決め事は御三家が合議して決めるんだと言われてます。
Yeah, there's probably some kind of maniac going around who's like, hey, I'm gonna take advantage of all this crazy stuff, and it's the Joker. Well, no, it's Red Herring, but if it's not Red Herring, it's the Joker. The Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, meaning the mayor's family. The Sonozaki family was Mion's, so the Furude family was Rika's family then. You already know this!
が戦後に一気に勢力を拡大しましてね。例のダム闘争で反ダムの旗頭になってからは事実上ひなみ沢を牛耳るトップに躍り出ました。でもですね、古いしきたりに従い今でも重要な村の方針は御三家で合議して決めているんだそうです。だから綿流しの開会挨拶も御三家の当主がそれぞれなさるんですよ。
One thing I want to check. What is the remake soundtrack here? Oh, yeah, it's this music. Let's listen to this one for a little bit. This is a good one.
つまり村長と園崎家の現当主のおばあ様、そして古出家の最後の一人、リカさんです。
園崎家が大した家柄だという話は聞かされてたけど、リカちゃんの家もそういう旧家だったのか？
まあご存知の通り親族は全くおられませんから、古出家は事実上全く勢力を持ちませんがね。
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Rika's adored by like everyone in the village.
ただリカさん個人には求心力があるようで、村のお年寄りには盲信する方が多いと聞いています。
It was certainly true that Rika had an odd sort of charisma amongst the elderly.
で、その御三家ってのが何だって言うんですか
？Uisi-san paused for emphasis, lighting another cigarette.
ここまで説明してもまだ説明が足りませんか
We're about
ね。
to get to the rockin' part of the psalm.
わからないから聞いてるんです。
Uisi gave me a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another big puff of smoke.
御三家の人間が相次いで消されてるんです。どういうわけかね。
Oh, that's what he's going
ひなみ
after.
沢の内側の古い因習か何かに基づいているんじゃないかと読んでいるんですが。
Oh, so either
それ以上
Mion
の
or
こと
Shion's
は
gonna get
さっぱ
targeted
り。
next. Or maybe it'll be their grandma.
そんなの俺にだってさっぱりです。
Or Yakuza dad.
ですから君吉家、古出家の当主が消えたんですから、 次は園崎家の当主が消えるんじゃないかななんて思ったり思わなかったりしたりする今日この頃いかがお過ごしでし
You
ょう
would have to be very stupid to target Mion. Her dad's a Yakuza. Her sister's crazy. I guess that we don't know about her mom. Her grandma owns the village. Yeah, the sitar is being used to incredible effect. Even though I'm normally used to sitar being used for dance, water, dance in Kingdom Hearts.
園崎家の当主って誰だよ。
当主は園崎本家のおばあちゃんなんですが、実質上の当主権限はもう孫娘のミオンさんに移行していると見て間違いないでしょうね。
Grandma Oreo was probably the one. The visage of Mion giving prompt directions to the adults while searching for Rika sprung back to mind.
ミオンが消える
I hadn't even thought of that possibility. All my hair stood on end. That's insane.
嫌でしょ
Bruh, they own like all the town. If you do that, like you're eventually gonna get found.
当たり前だ。そんなの許せるものか。
Although I guess Keiichi killed her last in chapter 1. Clamp. Uishi-san grabbed my shoulders with both hands. Oh, I thought he handcuffed us.
では協力を前原さん。園崎ミオンさんについて最近気づいたこと。
Well, she tried to knock me off the
何でもいいから
ladder.
話してください。
I was going alone with him? By the time I'd realized it, it was too late. Uishi-san brought his face in closer, almost close enough to ram into me, waiting for my next words. This pressure. I can't tear my eyes away from his. That moment, I'd heard a beeping sound. It was from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but then it started to bother him, so he finally let go of me and leaned into the driver's seat.
もしもし。はいはい、感度良子。
I was saved. Of course, it's not like I could use this opening to escape.
そうですね。はいはい。では戻りましょう。はいはい。はいはい。
Apparently, he was being recalled. Now I know that I'd be freed, the tension of my body dissipated all at once.
そろそろ戻らないといけないみたいです。これからがいいところだったんですが、残念ですね。
Uishi-san flung open the door, exited, and walked around the front of the driver's seat. He left the door open. Did that mean I could leave?
前原さんは友達思いの今時関心な若者です。
I do admire that about him.
友人のことを警察に喋ると、なんだか裏切っているような気持ちになるの。よ前原さん、一晩差し上げますから、ゆっくりお休みになってよく考えてくださいね。
It's the middle of the night, therefore a good night's sleep I don't think is going to happen.
前原さんのほんのちょっとの勇気が結局大勢の友人を救うことにつながるかもしれないのです。
Did he want to say that the sacrifices wouldn't stop with Rika and Satoko?
分かってると思いますが、綿流し以降、毎晩何かが起こります。これまでは毎年1回だったたたりが、今年は連日。
I mean, if this continues, eventually we're going to get some crazy arsonist who's just going to burn the whole place to the ground. I have no idea if that's true or not, but that would be kind of cool. And it feels like everything's escalating a bit.
本当に景気のいい年です。
そんなの景気がいいなんて言いません。
All right, Uisi, don't make me add you to the list of suspects.
おととい。
I want to trust you, man.
昨日。そして今日。明日の晩も起こらないなんて保証どこにもありませんよ。それを未然に防ぐのが私たちの仕事ですが、それには前原さんの協力が不可欠なんです。
I looked out the open door to see none other than my own house right in front of me. It creeped me out that he knew my name and address, but I was too sleepy right now. I was too sleepy to care.
まあ、今日はもう眠いでしょう。もう3時になりますからね。どうぞごゆっくり。
There is no way we're going to school tomorrow.
はい。では失礼します。
When I was about to get out of the truck as if to deliver a parting blow, Uisi-san said in a raised voice.
私、前原さんが
Oh, that's how we're gonna do it. That's how I was gonna do it.
取り調べ室で自白を強要ってのもう時代じゃないと思いますんで。
He's gonna be our new best friend. That's how it's gonna be. I couldn't say anything in response, but me slamming the door shut probably served the same purpose. After lightly beeping the horn, Uisi-san's truck drove off. Oh, our parents are probably worried sick. I went to the front door without waving goodbye. The door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I unlocked the door and entered. Lights are on. Then walked over to the staircase. That was where I lost consciousness. That's a lot of new tips. But none of them were beef tips. Empty-handed. Go home already. How many achievements do I have now? I have unlocked 9. There's still 6 more achievements. I can't look at... Some of them might be like unlock all the tips, but I'm not looking at the descriptions because they might contain spoilers. If we still have 6 tips left, though, my gosh, we have a lot to cover. Not 6 tips, 6 achievements. The Sonozaki family. The one to drastically expand its influence after the war was the Sonozaki family. The leader at the time was Oryo Sonozaki, who still has that seat today. Oryo Sonozaki has grown old, and today you can only catch a glimpse of who she was at the time. From what I've been told, however, she was a leader extolled as the best in history. Having become so old, aside from going out a few times a week for lessons, she spends her time at home in solitude, and she seems to leave most of the ceremonial affairs to her heir, Mion. Grandma Oreo, she was quite the looker back in the day. There are different views on why the successor was not her daughter, but her granddaughter Mion. That is true! That is a little weird. But it's rumored that it has something to do with disownment of her daughter and son-in-law. Oh. Wait, but hang on, if she disowned her daughter, wouldn't she also, by extension, be disowned from her grandchildren, too? Like, I'm pretty sure if you disown your kid and then they have kids, you're not like, okay, I'm still disowning you, but I'm re-owning your, like, that's not how that works, I don't think. That uninhibited granddaughter, Mion Sonozaki, still shows no signs of the dignity required of the next leader. However, she does have Sonozaki blood in her veins, and is permitted the name of Demon. She still doubtlessly requires caution, and is probably hiding her fangs and claws as skillfully as the leaders of the past did. Translation, whoopsie. It should say disinherited rather than disowned. Okay, that makes more sense. I didn't know you could be like, you're not inherit. No, actually, hang on. I guess if you made a will, you could make it so that it's like, I'm giving all of my stuff not to my daughter, but to my granddaughter. Like, yeah, okay, you could do that. The elderly leader of the Sonozaki family. Oh, yes. I want to hear more about Oreo.
はい。郵便局員も目撃してないそうです。園崎本家は郵便受けにハンコが吊るしてあるそうで、書き留めも宅配便も勝手にハンコをして投函していいことになってるんだそうです。
What about you? I'm still waiting for the reveal where it's like Mion and Shion are not different. They're the same person. I'm waiting for that. Like, I feel like that's gonna happen, even though we've seen them both on screen at the same time. I don't know how they'll try to explain it. I don't think they would explain it. I think they would just be like, oh, by the way, they've been the same person, and then not do anything. They'll be like, Chapter 3! We do it all again!
そりゃ不用心ですね。ってことは、最後の目撃はいつになるんです？
Just end on a mind screw.
綿流しの開会式でした挨拶が最後です。その後すぐに帰宅したらしいですから。
恒例ですからね。話じゃ週に何回かお稽古ごとで外出してるそうじゃないですか。
What type of lessons? Paintball lessons. Yeah, take this, you whippersnappers.
シャドウです。
毎週月曜に集会所で大正事を習ってるんですが、今週は休んだそうです。
Uh-oh, did she go missing?
欠席の電話とかは？それを誰かが確認したとかは？
いえ、誰も。ただ、たまに休むことがあったらしいので、誰も不審には思わなかったようです。
明日さ、10時くらいになったら市役所のふりして電話してみましょうかね。在宅を確認してみてください。
10時ですね。了解っす。
Ever since it started to seem more and more like ancient Hinamizawa traditions had something to do with all this, he'd been keeping a careful eye on the three families. At this point, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family and the leader of the Furudate family had disappeared. There was only one leader left. Oryo Sonozaki, the leader of the Sonozaki family. She was apparently a pretty old woman. I know! You've only told me that like 5 times now. Her dignity... Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's try that again. Her dignity hasn't... You know, it's just so fitting that the burp happened on that sentence. Oh man, I'm immature. And it's late at night, so I'm even more immature at night. Her dignity hasn't waned, but she still only appeared before people very rarely, so it was difficult to confirm where she was at any given time. If Grandma Oreo is killed, oh yeah, that person that person is just like, I do what I want. She, the last leader, hasn't been seen since the day of Watanagashi. Was she still alive and well within the Sonozaki main house? Or had she...
園崎美音が言うには体調を崩して寝込んでるんだそうです。
本当に寝込んでるのかな。顔と脈を見てみたいですね。
まったくっす。
Two of them breathed out a big puff of cigarette smoke.
おいさん、園崎本家と古出神社の捜査令状、申請通ると思います？
At least he didn't respond, exhaled another cloud of tobacco smoke, his surroundings now as foggy as his mind. You really gotta stop smoking in that car, or you're never gonna be able to get a good retail price on it. Also, imagine the next person who has to use that police cruiser and they're like, why does it smell like smoke? Oh, Isi was a big-time chain smoker, dog. From the scrapbook 10. The Hidden Demon. The inhabitants of Hinamizawa believe that the blood of demons flows in their blood. As such, the character for demon, whatever that is treated as very sacred. For example, usage of that character in names is apparently a right reserved for only the leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Sonozaki families. Case in point, we can see it in the current Sonozaki family leader's name. Oryo is written with this character. This, and only this, is proof that she is a legitimate leader of the Sonozaki family. In the same way, Mion Sonozaki, its successor, contains this in her name, with Mi being written as that. It also goes for Oryo's daughter and Mion's mother, Akane, who did not succeed her. Okay, Akane. Interesting. It's known that before the disowning, Akane's name was actually written as that, although it was changed afterwards to this, still read as Akane. Takano lives through her notebook, yeah. Incidentally, it's thought that the first character in the Mayor Kichiro's name originally meant demon, and it can also be read as Ki. It should be said that the names using this character aren't limited only to the successors of the Sonozaki family. You can even find it in the last names of the three families. For example, these characters for Kimiyoshi are likely a split-up version of that. If you write it in reverse and top to bottom, it clearly resembles that character. Kanji is weird. As for the Furude family, who have been in the Shinto priesthood for generations, the word for fortune teller can be written without interval characters as these. To think that with the addition of a demon's horn, the tick at the top of the character, this became this, and it's used in their name now. This is very hard to read in English. In the name of the case of the Sonozaki family, where Sonozaki is written this way, I can't find any reference to this character, perhaps because it's already ingrained in their first names. They were the clan responsible for running the Watanagashi ceremony, so I think that instead they included the contents of that ceremony into their last name. The Zaki in Sonozaki is a conjugation of the word for slice, and the Sono, written as this, it probably contains the hidden meaning of human body, as it is a complicated mess, organs, enclosed by 4 sides. I think, in other words, that Sonozaki comes from those who slice open the gut. Thanks for the localization info dump there, Takano. Appreciated. That one probably wasn't even in the OG game. Request denied? Uh-oh, Mr. Incredible's got to deny someone their health coverage.
Oh, お疲れ様です。
どうです？何か手がかりはありま
Does
した？
this man not sleep? The officers shook their head in disappointment. Exhaustion was plainly showing in everyone's faces. That was only natural. None of them had gotten a wink of sleep since the day of Watanagashi.
課長、若い子から交代で仮眠取らせてあげてください。ここからは長丁場になりますからね。無理せず、体を休めながらのんびり行きましょう。
みんなには交代で休めって言ってるんだけどね。みんな遠慮してなかなか休んでくれないんだよ。お医者さんからも言ってくれないか。
ありゃありゃ。みんな遠慮しないでいいんですよ。小宮山君、若い子から順に交代で休ませてあげてください。
小宮山さん、そうしてあげてください。
After the chief told him as well, Kominami-san left his seat.
で課長、例の請求なんですけど。
第一、村人の噂だけなんでしょ。もっと具体的な証拠がなければ難しいよ。
その証拠があの中に詰まってるかもしれないんですよ。
その証拠が中に詰まっているという証拠が必要なんだよ。
課長、なぞなぞやってるんじゃないんですよ。死んだ2人を含む4人が綿流しの晩に西宮殿と呼ばれる禁断の蔵に無断で入り込み、それを何者かが見ていた。ここまでは信頼できる情報なんです。
情報と言ったってあくまでも噂だよ。証拠があるわけじゃない。
そりゃまあ、4人が放火無理して忍び込む写真はありませんがね。とにかく4人は西宮殿の中で何かを見たんです。消されるくらいの何かを。
消されるくらいの何か？それは何だい？
That's why I'm asking for a warrant to go looking for it in the first place.
園崎家絡みの暴力団関係が有力候補ですな。拳銃の山か密造工場か。園崎家の隠し資産ってのも捨てがたいあたりです。
大石さん、気持ちはわかるけど、あの西宮殿ってのは古出神社にある神聖な建物で、地元の人間への相当な配慮が必要な建物なんだよ。
I heard that there was an hour-long call made from Congressman Sonozaki to the big man. Chief, could he have nailed you back down?
とにかく相当の証拠がない限り西宮殿の捜査令状は取れないよ。園崎本家への令状も同じだ。特に園崎本家への捜査は四課と県警の暴対が絡んでる。入念な事前調整がいるんだ。
調整がいるってんなら私直接乗り込んでつけてきてもいいですよ。暴対は三海さん、隣の雀荘で話した方が早そうなメンツですね。
課長にお客様です。
Pushing the employee who guided him right out of the way was an old man who looked like a Yakuza member, given his crested kimono and hakama. The equivalent of suspecting a drug den in the church. Yeah, maybe. He not get enough of this over the phone?
わしは議員の園崎じゃ。責任者を出さんか。
Oh, he sounds nice.
はよせい。
どうも。私が課長の高杉でございます。
Toughen up, chief.
お前の名刺なぞいらんわ。お前なんぞいつだって官職に飛ばせるんじゃぞ。それにお前だけでは足らん。大石とかいう男も呼ばんか。神聖な古出神社に捜査令状なんぞを請求しよった罰当たり者じゃ。
This guy seems like the kind of guy I'd want to invite to my Christmas party.
申し訳ございません。大石はただいま捜査に出ておりまして、なかなか連絡がつきにくく、私が代わって受けたまわりますので、どうぞおかけください。
The chief's eyes were telling me to get out of here. Perhaps I'll gratefully accept this favor. Maybe I'll go lie down in the nap room.
よいか。古手神社はそもそも公暦2600年に次ぐ2500年の歴史を有する神聖にして犯すべからずの聖地なのじゃ。
There was a serial killing.
八百万の神々とお社様と先祖の霊を祀り、日が昇りてから沈むまで、月が昇りてから沈むまで、ひなみ沢を見守る尊い神社なのじゃ。
Just because you speak loudly and angrily doesn't mean you're right.
それを土足で踏みにじろうというバカがいる。そもそも信仰の自由は 憲法で定められた国民の最も尊い権利であろうが、
You have a right to
それを
religion,
自らの
but
捜査の怠慢を口実に汚そうという魂胆。
you have a right to practice your religion, but if we suspect that a serial killing happened in the church, you can investigate the church. That's how it works.
こんなものは断じて許せんぞ。聞いておるのか、大竹や。
I think you need to talk a little louder, Mr. Representative.
わしを怒らせてただで済むと思わん方がいいぞ。
This guy sounds like one of the aliens that you'd encounter in Star Wars, like at the cantina or something, or in Jabba's palace. The Jabba no Wabba! Great job. Just wonderful. I am still wondering how in the world we have even more to go through. Well, obviously, but like, oof, man, this is gonna be a rough one, folks. I'm still gonna continue for a little bit more, but I will probably have to end pretty soon. And worst case scenario, maybe we don't finish on Halloween, and we have to do an extra stream after that. It really just depends. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice that I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I had awoken at precisely the same moment as I always did. He doesn't like you. Exactly. I'm so low on sleep, but I guess you really can get up at the same time every day. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently we too had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika and Satoko were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening.
じゃあ昨夜はお友達とみんなで夜遅くまで探してたの
？3時くらいまでかな。うん。
結局見つかったの？そのリカちゃんとさとこちゃんは。
I warily bit into my toast. I really didn't have any taste. Just then we heard the chime go ding-dong. I looked up at the clock and saw it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Rena. It was her at the door.
おはよう。
Hi, Rena.
少しは眠れたかな？
何時間寝れたんだろうな。多分鶏の足でも数えられるくらいだと思う。
Rena seemed pretty sleep-deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit.
学校行くか？
うん。
She's wearing her uniform, so yeah.
その方がね、きっといいと思うの。
She said that smiling, albeit stiffly. Yeah, let him stay home. It's kind of like a town emergency. Rena was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school.
今日お休みしたら、きっとケイチ君は病んで寝込んじゃうと思う。
You're not wrong, but also we need sleep.
私、そんなの嫌だから。だから、一緒に学校に行こ
う。わかった。ちょっと待っててくれ。すぐ支度するから。
I was just a little bit happy about Rena mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us.
みーちゃん、さすがに今日は起きられないかもね。
あ、そうか。あいつにとっては昨日だけじゃないんだよな。一昨日の晩も村長さんを探して徹夜してるんだよな。
We waited for a bit. Time passed until it got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and we exchanged glances.
どうする？もう少し待つか？
At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Uishi-san had left me with last night. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one after the other. And next, it might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have... No, that couldn't be.
行こう。今日は寝かせておいてあげようよ。
Rena gave me a pat on the back.
本当にいるよな。
ん？何か言ったかな？
あ、いや、独り言。行こうぜ。
Two of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Makes sense! Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before.
おはようございます。
おはようございます。
The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous.
前原君、おはよう。
Hi, Principal.
優宮君、おはよ
おはようございます。
う。先生から大切なお話があるから、すぐに教室に入るように。いいかね？
Rena and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. Teacher's still in a good mood. Imagine if Teacher's the mastermind. Man, I don't know if I'd be able to process that. The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like an illusion the moment the teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning.
まず校長先生から大切なお話があります。校長先生、どうぞ。
The principal cleared his throat and approached the dais.
もう知っている生徒もおるだろ
The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either.
はい、皆さん注目注目。今日から当分の間、登下校は保護者の方と一緒に行います。保護者の方の都合がつきにくい生徒は集団での登下校とします。プリントを作りましたので、よく読み、保護者の方にも必ず見せてください。いいですね。
The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. They should have just canceled school today. Yes, actually! However, Rena told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled. That's fair, I
では
guess.
授業を始めます。委員長はお休みですね。
I'll do it.
では日直号令起立。
That feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if for only in the school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. Will the cicadas stop beeping? But it's called When the Cicadas Cry. It's the evening cicadas, not the robust cicadas. As for the teacher, who had always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Well, let the lady eat some curry. It's her favorite. Rena brought the chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any desks over was sad.
眠いね。
ああ、でももうそんなに気にならなくなったよ。むしろ今寝れるくらいのずぶとい神経が羨ましい。
そうかもね。
I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Rena's bento box didn't have its usual luster. That was to be expected. Rena was up for a long time last night, too. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand, since it's not like she would have gotten up early this morning.
遠慮なくつっつけよ。今日は素直に俺の弁当の方が立派なのを認めろ。
じゃあ遠慮なくいただくね。ああ、しそチーズのちくわ巻きなんて面白いな。
レナのだって今日のはレトルトだろうけどなかなかうまいぞ。
I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom, and it seemed like there were only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess.
こうして2人だけでお弁当をつつき合ってるとなんだか
It's like a date.
なんだかだよね。
Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up.
ごめん。悪かった。
いいよ。仕方ないよ。
Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore.
リカちゃんとサトコ、どこに行ったんだろうな。
Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said it. I heard Rena catch her breath.
昨日ね、ケイチ君がいなくなってる間にいろいろと話を聞いてたから、レナの知ってる限りを話すね。
I think Mion has a couple other things going on in her life now, so she's probably too busy to think about romance.
ゆうべはすまなかった。頼む。
At that time, since they had arrived for support, Rena was helping the Ladies' Society cook the miso soup we've had. They reported all the information the villagers had gathered, and Rena said she overheard it.
でも、結局何もわからなかったんだろう。学校が終わってから家に帰って、
Maybe Shrek knows? Maybe Shrek can get them out of the swamp? Mion had told me that yesterday. We had no clues.
警察の人も家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行ったんだろうって言ってる。家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行くところと言ったら町かもしれないでしょ。だから沖宮の町でいなくなったんじゃないかって結論になってるみたい。警察は明るくなってから捜査範囲を沖宮にも広げるって言ってた。
In town. It makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that, just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika that was likely very important to her that day. Then Rika had told me to leave it to her. And then, what did she say? Oh right, if she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but it might have been Rika's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it! I'd selfishly pushed my anxiety onto Rika and then tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up! Anyway, I don't think Rika was in a situation where she would just go off and play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch.
町なんかに行くわけないと思うんだ。
ケイチ君もそう思う？レナもそう思うよ。リカちゃんもサトコちゃんもひなみ沢でいなくなったに違いないの。
I looked back at Rena, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went into the hallway.
お弁当箱を洗ってくるね。
She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she would say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento and followed her. Rena didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains out back, where students seldom went. The water flowed down onto our bento boxes. During that time, Rena didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんが町に遊びに行っていなくなったなんて、なんだか腑に落ちなくて、私なりにいろいろ聞いたり調べたりしたの。
Detective Rena, what did you uncover?
聞いた？何を？
婦人会のおばさんたちにいろいろ。昨日のお味噌汁、お豆腐がいっぱい入ってたでしょ？富田豆腐店のおばあちゃんも来てたの。
The Tomita Tofu Shop? Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub-like cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
おばあちゃんね、昨日学校の帰り道にさとこちゃんがお店に寄ってお豆腐を買っていったのを覚えてたの。
豆腐？学校の帰り道にだろ？ それが何か手がかりになるのか？
いいから聞いて。リカちゃんの家に行った時のこと覚えてるかな？
Rena stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika's room.
ガス台にお鍋がかけてあって、その中にお味噌汁が入ってたの。中にはお豆腐が多分一丁の半分くらい入ってたと思う。残りの半分は冷蔵庫の中にあったの。冷ややっこにするつもりだったんだね。お皿に開けてラップがかけてあった。
As Rena explained, she walked around as if she were really going through Rika's room.
でもレナ、それが何だって言うんだ？
ケイチ君、お味噌汁のお豆腐って本当に最後の最後に入れるんだよ。
I didn't know that.
つまりお料理してたリカちゃんか、もしくはさとこちゃんはお夕飯の時間の直前まであそこに立って料理をしていたことになるの。
Dang, Rena's real smart.
夕食の時間の直前まで？
Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
三角コーナーのゴミを見たらすごく不吉祥だった。食事やお弁当はほとんどリカちゃんが作ってるんだけど、たまにね、さとこちゃんがすることもあるの。だからその晩はさとこちゃんがお料理したんだね。
それってつまりさとこに関しては遊びに行かず夕食の準備をしてたってことなのか？
うん。それで私、炊飯釜も見てみたの。炊飯釜には2人分のご飯が炊けていた。
ってことは2人分の夕飯は作ったけど2人とも夕飯は食べなかった、そういうことか？
Rena nodded.
それで次に冷蔵庫の中も見てみたの。
I prefer my tofu to be lightly sauteed in coconut oil and then scraped in the trash.
そうしたら残り半分のお豆腐で作った冷ややっこがあったの。それだけじゃない。お夕飯用に作ったおかずも何皿かあって、それらにはみんなラップがされていた。
You usually plastic wrap things so that you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them in breakfast or lunch.
そう。ラップって食べ残しとかを取っておくためにするものだよね。冷蔵庫に入れたということは、少なくともその晩のうちには食べないつもりだったということ。
そういうことになるのか？
ケイチ君、もっとよく考えて。お夕飯を全く手つけずでラップしてあったんだよ。どういうことだと思う？
じゃあ夕食を食べる必要がなくなったわけだ。外食とか出前とかで。
それも突然にね。前もって決まっていたらお料理なんかしない。そしてお夕食は2人分用意されていた。つまりさとこちゃんは2人で食事ができると本当に直前までそう思って料理をしていたということなの。
じゃあ2人で遊びに行っていなくなったというのは間違いじゃないか。
そう。つまりいなくなったのはお夕飯ができて、
Yeah,
夕食に至るま
someone
での本当に
invited them
わずか
to
な
dinner.
多分7時頃くらい。
そんな時間に食事もせずに2人はどこへ行ったんだ？
And it must have been someone they trusted.
当然そこに行き着くよね。
Which could be literally anyone in the village.
ケイチ君、覚えてるかな？折りたたみ机が置いてあって、その上にお醤油や箸立てなんかが置いてあったの。
There might have been something like that. I didn't remember.
お醤油の小瓶ね、空っぽだったの。もう一滴も入ってなかった。これじゃあ冷ややっこは美味しくないよね。だから私、流しの下にある醤油の大瓶を探してみたの。
よくそんなところにあるって知ってるな。
私もリカちゃんの家に行ってお料理したことあったから。
Rena cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression.
でね、流しの下を開けてみたら醤油の大瓶が瓶ごとなかったの。
Oh, this is a song I haven't heard before.
醤油の大瓶がないとどういう意味になるんだ？
ここから先は全部レナの想像だからね。
This sounds like an Earthbound psalm.
だから最後まで口を挟まずに聞いていてね。
Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably lying down watching a variety show or something. I'm not good enough at Photoshop to do that one. Well, maybe. I'll see what I can do. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika, who had nothing to do, brought a big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs.
俺ご近所付き合いってよくわからないんだが、醤油なんかって分けてもらえるもの？
Oh yeah, small town, absolutely.
うん。ひなみ沢ではそんなに珍しいことじゃない
Especially
の。
since it's two 10-year-olds with no parents living on their own. I'm pretty sure, and it's literally like, it's Rika, I'll do anything for Rika. That's how the mentality's gonna be. So Rika rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko waited, though, Rika didn't come back. So then Satoko called up the house where Rika was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then the other person must have replied with something like
うち
this.
に食事の用意があるから、さとこちゃんもいらっしゃい。リカちゃんはもう食べてるよって。きっとそんな感じで呼び出したんだと思う。
Satoko called Rika a few times and a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too and headed for the house where Rika was.
でもすでにこの時点でおかしいの。食事ってね、突然やってきた人に振る舞えるほど多めに作るものじゃないんだよ。
A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed 2 extra people.
たまたま偶然作りすぎたことだって考えられるだろう。
それでも絶対に考えられない。
Rena flatly denied me.
だってリカちゃんはさとこちゃんが頑張って作ったお夕飯がもうできてることを知ってるんだよ。
Maybe Satoko's an awful cook.
どんなにお夕飯を勧められたってさとこちゃんのお夕飯を無駄にするようなことをするわけがない。
Never mind. This was only circumstantial evidence and Rena's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It would be in character for Satoko to say that. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple the situation bereft of clues.
じゃあレナ、リカちゃんはどこへ醤油をもらいに行ったんだ？
This was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it suspicious that she'd been invited for dinner. So who was it? Rena slowly shook her head.
レナの推理はここまで。
Maybe it was Shion.
あくまでも想像だからね。警察の人とかには内緒にしておいてね。
隠すことはないんじゃないか。仮に半分しか会ってないとしてもきっとヒントにはなると思うぞ。
ケイチ君、これってひなみ沢の人を疑うって意味だよ。
You don't do that.
確信もないのに村の人を疑えない。
I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Rena cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Beep, 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 beep. Let's think about this. In my own way. Rena had barely any information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. So there should be something that only I, who knew far more than Rena did, could deduce. Uisi-san said that last night, too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Whoever killed the girls killed Grandma. Why would we don't know if Grandma's dead. Grandma might have just been like, I'm not doing my paintball lessons now. I'm eating Oreos. We don't know if Grandma's not around. If Grandma did disappear, then that probably removes Mion and Shiona suspects. Unless one of them, or both of them, secretly hates their grandma. I mean, if Mion took out Grandma Oreo, she becomes instantly truly large and in charge. Rena might not want to have believed it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the four of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tomatake and Takano were sacrificed. There were two left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs and Shion on me, they went after the mayor, to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika, to whom I had confessed my sin. Then what about Satoko? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika being sacrificed after I'd told her everything was mortifying. But Satoko, who was sacrificed for no reason? Wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault! Who would be the next to disappear? Would it be Shion and me next time? Why? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday, Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. It could be Yakuza, Uncle. It could be any of the Yakuza people. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I had never once had that impression. And he had that last time, so something's very different compared to Chapter 1. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just careless. That's another story though. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be... Was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? I thought and thought, but still couldn't come up with an answer. The one thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. Time for class! I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure. And then put an end to all of this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us.
Maebara-kun, 昼休みは終わりであるぞ。
Oh, thanks, Principal.
教室に戻りなさい。
At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else, followed the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers, silently marching for the mountains. As we went, one left, then another, and in the end it was just Rena and me. I was supposed to escort Rena all the way to her house, but she declined. I have a hatchet!
レナを送った後、一人で帰るケイチ君だって同じくらい不用心だよ。まだ明るいんだもの。大丈夫。
そうか。じゃあ気をつけてな。
うん。あれ？あれ、警察の人じゃないか。
Oh no, it's my new best friend. Rena pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. From out of the car came Uisi-san. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Uisi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin.
レナはもう行きな。あいつに絡まれると長い。
でもどうして警察の人が
Why are the coppers at your house, Kiichi? Are you Breaking Bad? Not yet, no. Rena's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try to pressure me into revealing the truth.
俺は犯人じゃない。
そんなの知ってるよ。
でも事件に何の関わりもないとは言い切れない。
Rena simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though I were looking at something dirty.
今度話すよ。
She was.
待ってるね。
じゃあ早く行きな。
Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Uisi-san, who walked over.
どうもどうも。お帰りなさい、前原さん。
どうも。
ご家族はお留守みたいですね。
Oh, I wonder why.
いやはや困っていたんですよ。
He came all the way to my house? I could only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they would probably be back late.
親父の仕事の関係で出かけてるんだと思います。帰りは遅いと思いますよ。
そうですか。それは好都合です。
That's convenient. Now I can question you a
親御さ
lot.
んに変な思いをさせずに済みます。
Or you could stop hanging around my house. Uisi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. It seemed like he wanted me to get in the car.
警察に連行するんですか?
We're going to Hooters. I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if he wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling.
いえいえ、立ち話もなんですから。車の中でお話ししようってだけですよ。さあさあ、どうぞどうぞ。
He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, however, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. Okay, best friend, what are we talking about today? The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only very rarely.
ありゃ、冷えすぎます？切りましょうか。
He turned off the engine, and it suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, snuck inside. He's a copper, it's okay. It sounded like a chorus of voices, lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments, while listening to these voices, I myself lamented the days that had been twisted and distorted since that night. Uisi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first.
捜査の方はどうなってるんですか?
捜査？何のですか？最近はいっぱいありすぎてどれのことやら。
全部です。
いいですよ。本当は報道管制の敷かれた秘密捜査なんですが。
Well, that was surprisingly easy. All right, I'll let you in on a little dirt.
じゃあ、最初の事件からいきます。
No, let's just get to the important stuff we don't know yet. The freak deaths of Toмотake and Takano-san on the night of the Watanagashi.
こっちはお恥ずかしいかな。さっぱり進展なしです。まずは富武さん。集団で暴行を受けた形跡はあるのですが、自分の喉をかき破るなんて異常な死に方の説明がつかない。
So that's pretty much exactly the same as the first time.
何らかの薬物中毒を疑っているんですが、検出はされませんでした。
Okay, that guy, I hate to say this because he is best boy, but I think Toмотake-san might have been Breaking Bad himself and he took the wrong drug.
高野さんはどんな感じなんです？
同じくさっぱりです。焼死死体は検視が非常に困難でして。
Yep, I would imagine.
首を絞められた後にガソリンをかけられたんじゃないかと見ています。
Hopefully she died via strangulation before she was doused in the gasoline and then lit on fire.
管轄が岐阜県さんでね。あちらさん、自分たちの縄張りの事件だからってあんまり協力的じゃないんですよ。
Why is that a different police department?
これは関係ない話ですね。
That's weird. So the police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably.
ですが、犯行時間はおおむねお祭りが終わった直後だろうと見ています。
It's so weird because Toмотake is like completely normal and then like immediately afterwards claws out his throat. That's kind of crazy.
高野さんの方はちょっとあやふやですが、富武さんとほぼ同じ時刻に殺害され、岐阜の山中に遺棄されたと考えるのが妥当でしょうな。
どうしてわざわざ遠くの山まで死体を
They're
運んだん
gonna
でし
throw
ょ
her in the volcano.
富武さんも同じように遠くへ運べばよかったのに。
ありゃ。前原さん、あなた、なかなかどうして鋭いですね。もちろん、私もそこは注目すべき点だと思っていますよ。他にもいくつか不審点はありますが、まあ、現時点でお話しできるのは、この
村長さんの方はどうですか？何か手がかりはありましたか？
Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation on me.
失踪された一日の足取りを調べました。手がかりになるようなものは見つかりませんでしたが、一応お話ししましょうか。
The mayor, Kichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently, he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. Oof, that's not
古
good.
い生まれの方って非常にプライドが高いんですよね。それで村長さん、誰にも内緒で鹿骨市内にある大学病院の肛門科に通われていたんです。
That's a decent... Yeah, maybe DX, maybe. That's certainly an idea.
失踪当日、村長さんは診察の予約が取ってあったんで、朝一で出かけられました。
Even I knew that big hospitals, like university hospitals, had a really long waiting time. Apparently, people would get in line for hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment.
診察が終わったのは午後1時頃です。その後、病院内のレストランで軽食を取られ、雑誌を読みながら時間を潰されました。この辺りのことは、自宅にあったお財布の中のレシートで分かってます。
There was nothing suspicious at all about that.
その日は夕方から神社の集会場で会合の予定があったんです。それで余裕を持ってお帰りになるはずだったんですが、途中電車で人身事故がありましてね。どうもそれで足止めを食ってしまったらしく、家に着いたのは会合の時間の直前でした。
Oh, this is before the meeting started.
ご家族が大慌てで神社の集会場に出かけていく村長さんを目撃しています。
会合ってのは何だったんですか？
Shion talked to him before that day, though. She talked to him the night of the festival.
確かその会合の帰り道に失踪してるんですよね。
会合は御三家と町会の主要役員が集まってのものでした。今年も起こってしまった連続開始事件の対応について協議したものと思われます。
So then, on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter, he was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet, Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart.
あれ？
どうなさいました？
I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back what I had only just realized for a split second. Remember, Keiichi Maibara, you just realized something. Something important. The night of Watanagashi. That was when everything started. That night, Takano and Tomitake died. The next morning, word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital. That was the same place we went in Chapter 1. Ate something. Of course he went to Hooters. And then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident on the night of Watanagashi until he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that he went to the hospital alone, he ate alone, and he got on the train alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You couldn't have even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maibara? Why does that matter, Keiichi Maibara? Ah! He didn't talk to anyone other than after Shion.
どうした？話せよ。俺たちの間で 隠し事はなしだろ。
私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi everything.
村長さんに、私、あの晩、最後段に忍び込んだこと、誰かにそれを見られてて、私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
Oh wait, I thought she said that on the night of the festival. If she said that on the night after, then that means she lying.
それで
君吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。そしてにっこり笑って。
Ooh, Shion.
ちゃんと反省してるなら、鬼隠しになんかなるものかって。
Is she the mastermind?
本当に笑いな。
She's a great actress then.
任せなさい。
Because I thought she talked to the mayor on the night of the festival, not the night after. Shoot, if I'd picked that up, I probably would... Actually, no, they only revealed that. Never mind. Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one lone strand and slid down. Down from my forehead to my nose, and fell. So then... What does it mean? Heikichi Marubara, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said that she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Maybe he went to Hooters for lunch, and she was his waitress. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride home back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began, and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Shion, why are you lying? Which meant...
前原さん、大丈夫ですか？やっぱり暑いんならクーラー入れますよ。
Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I didn't think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed all inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. It was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape.
前原さん、もしもし。
はい。
Ushi-san lit yet another cigarette. Again? There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long?
私、知ってる限りのことを話したつもりです。お返しに、今度は前原さんの話を聞かせてもらっても。
Okay, we gotta drive to my girlfriend's house. My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't think.
ほらほら、また黙り込む。もし誤解があるようなら先に解いておきたいんですがね。私は別にあなたが犯人だなんて思っちゃいないんです。
Uisi-san gave his best attempt at an adult smile.
あの晩、あなたたち4人が西宮殿に忍び込んだことは知っています。次の日にはもう村の知る人は誰でも知る噂になってましたからね。それ自体は不法侵入として問われるべきことですが、問題はそれじゃない。そこで何があったかなんです。忍び込んだ人間が次々と犠牲になるような何があったのか。
何もなかったです。
That's true. If Shion's the mastermind, she actually might be able to take down Mion. Oh man! Wait a second. I suspected that the Mion who we met the night Rika and Satoko disappeared was actually Shion. What if Shion has taken out Mion, like killed her and replaced her, and is like pretending to be her now? That would be epic and really dark. As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore.
本当に何もなかったんですか？だって現にこうして中に入った人たちが次々と犠牲になってるんですよ。しかも扉の鍵を付け替えた村長やリカさんまで犠牲に。それだけの事態を引き起こす何があの中にあったんです。
I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps it was Isi-san's goal all along, but again, that didn't matter anymore.
大昔に使った拷問道具がたくさんしまってありました。それを高野さんたちと見て回りました。
本当にそれだけ？
本当にそれだけです。
It is, but I would totally see this pulling that plot twist, and it would be pretty epic, let's be real.
口封じをされるようなとんでもないものが隠してあったんじゃないですか？
But that wouldn't explain Chapter 1 at all.
例えば、
Unless it's a
覚
completely
醒剤
different
の
area.
山とか、消しの秘密工場があったとか、あるいはソ連か中国あたりの拳銃が山ほど積まれていた。
American handguns.
不審な木箱やコンテナが山積みされてませんでしたか？
Okay, is there an actual Breaking Bad operation going on here? There was nothing as exaggerated as what Uisi-san was hoping for, but I felt like in a way there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I thought I had seen crazy things didn't matter in the slightest. The four of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened.
あの西宮殿に何か秘密があるんじゃないかと思って捜査令状を請求したんですがね。もう空前絶後の妨害工作がありまして、信仰の対象に対する侮辱であり、憲法で定めた信仰の
Oh
自由
yeah,
を
that
何
was
たら
nice
何たら
angry guy.
いやもうだから実際に入ったあなたに聞くほかはなかったんですよ。
本当に古い錆びて埃をかぶった拷問道具しかなかったです。他に目立つものなんて何もなかったです。
では富武さんたちが殺されたのは禁忌を破ったからという制裁だけなんですかね。
I didn't have an answer for the only part.
もういちいち隠しませんけどね。あなただけが今日まで被害を免れてるんです。あなた以外は全員が消えたのに、
Shion's
あなただけが
disappeared?
無事なんです。あなたが無事で、あなた以外が被害に遭う。どんな違いがあったのか。
So Shion's disappeared.
それが知りたいんです。
Oh, I bet she did. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. She replaced Mion. There was something wrong with what Uisi-san was saying. You alone? You alone? What?
ちょっと待ってください。あなただけがってどういう意味ですか？
ですからあなただけが最後の生き残りなんじゃないですか。西宮殿に忍び込んだコソ泥4人組の
The only one left alive? Hold on. Shion was still...
あの晩に富武二郎さんと高野美代さんが死に、翌日園崎紫音さんが失踪しました。
I'm sorry? But she called us! Oh!
だけが無事に今日までを過ごしてるん
This
で
is
す。
getting crazy.
なぜあなただけなのか。
Shion like faked her own death or something.
私はそれが
What
知り
the
たい
heck
と
is
言っ
going
てる
on?
んです。
It has to be she's pretending to be Mion.
シオンが失踪したって？そんなバカな。
I unintentionally raised my voice, but I didn't care about that. Toмотake died, Takano died, and Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What is this guy talking about?
ありゃ特にご存知だったとばかり。
You saw me with her at the freaking library.
そんなのは初めて聞いた。シオンが失踪した？いつ？
遡ると綿流しの次の日に失踪していたことになります。
Going back for a bit? Wait, stop saying stuff I don't understand!
園崎紫音さんはその日の気分で親類の家を泊まり歩いたりしますので、所在不明が当たり前なんですよ。学校も気分一つでよく休みますしね。先生も困り果ててました。
そんなことは聞いてない。シオンはいつ失踪したかって聞いてるんだ。
ですから綿流しの次の日です。
The fluids in my body all reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared? Then... That night, that call, that phone call. Who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, that should have been a phone call of Shion. Should have been a phone call of Shion. Should have been a phone call of Shion.
学校は平気で休むし、それを自宅に知らせても
I
取
don't,
り合
I
って
don't
も
know
ら
if
えない
Mion
か
or
ら、
Shion is the
学校もい
mastermind
ちい
here,
ち電話
but
しない。そんなこんなで
I think it's Shion.
彼女が失踪したことに気づくのにだいぶ時間がかかったんで
Okay,
す
no,
よ。
no, no. Think of this through. Shion was definitely hearing weird noises that no one else could hear on Watanagashi. We know that was Shion because we left Mion behind, and then Mion, literally right after Shion left, confronted us, and they were different clothes. There's no way they could have swapped then. So that was Shion. So Shion, I think, is going crazy and is like, oh. I think Shion is the one who's crazy, not Mion. I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it had completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well.
ほら、覚えてませんか。綿流しの次の日に私たち図書館でお会いしたでしょう。あの時シオンさんもいましたよね。あれが最後の目撃なんです。あの後彼女の所在は確認されてないんです。
そんなバカな、そんなバカな。
That day, Uisi-san had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me that night?
エンジェルモートっていうファミレスのバイトですよね。あの日から無断欠勤です。今日に至るまで全てを無断欠勤してるんです。お店の人も連絡を取ろうにも取れず困りきってましたよ。
そんなバカな、そんなバカな。
状況証拠だけですがね。図書館でお別れしてからバイト先に向かうまでこの間に失踪したと考えるのが妥当でしょうね。
Right after Shion ran away without me?
ご存知なかったみたいですね。
It is simple! If we really want to prove, just take Mion's fingerprints. Compare them to the birth certificate, you'll see.
なら先に話せばもっと話が早かったかな。もうこれでご理解いただけたでしょう。あとはあなただけなんです。あなただけが西宮殿に忍び込んだ4人の生き残りなんです。
It couldn't be. It just couldn't be.
次に何か起こるとすればそれは前原さんどうかご理解を。
It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared. That couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion. From Shion.
シオンさんはとっくに失踪してるんです。次はあなたなんですよ。
Then who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights?
そんなバカな。
Wow! What a mind screw. That's, wow. Okay then. Wow. 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 That was crazy. We can finish the end of the day, I think. I lay on the couch and I stayed there dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late and that I should have some ramen or something for dinner. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite. I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. We can't call her because we don't have a number! The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. I guess we could call Mion. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared? Would she still call me? Where were they calling from? And who were they? You should call Mion. The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi Maribara. Uisi-san admitted it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have just gone to relatives that Uisi-san didn't know about and have been there ever since? Shion and I were both being targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think that she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. That must have been why Uisi-san couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her a disappearance. So, I know, I was going to end it right there. I was literally planning to end it the next time we got like a fade to black or like a to be continued thing. But no, I gotta know a little bit more. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Yeah, then my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold stain let me calm down a little.
都合よく考えすぎるなよ、前原圭一。
I knew I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do.
でも、逃げるな、圭一。
If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say. And fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who? Who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. I know! Man, like, Dan, it's amazing, like, so many of the visual novels I play, like, there's a lot of stuff in them where it's just like, this is so cringy, why is this in here? But then when it gets good, it's so gripping and so good. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It could only have been Shion. There was someone, though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse, and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else could have? Why though? Why would Mion? I thought back to the things about the Sonozaki family that I had heard from Uisi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched at my head. Courage. Give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it'll ring tonight. It would be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful, be careful. I'm scared. I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this. Yep, yeah, he's spiraling a bit. At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again, tonight, the people had disappeared. Their corpses simply hadn't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? Of course, that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone. And yet, as though she were alive and well, the phone continued its incessant ringing. I didn't want to pick up if I didn't have to. I had just concluded, though, that not doing so would not solve anything. Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, would I pretend I was still fooled to try to grab her by the tail?
それが一番安全かもしれないよな。
What I was most afraid of was the person on the phone, what they would do when they realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? If I just made sure to be careful, that should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why is she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomatake and Takano? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika and Satoko? Yeah, Rika probably knew something was up. I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know. Too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi!
もしもし。
Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion.
ケイちゃんですか？私です。シオンです。
My momentary convenient and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for this.
電話、なかなか出なかったんで、お留守かと思って切ろうとしてたんですよ。
ごめん。ちょっとお風呂に入っててさ。
それでも、ご家族の方が電話を取りませんか？
Uh-oh.
ひょっとして、ケイちゃんの家、今のご両親が留守なんですか？
I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information, one that I was currently the only one in my house.
いや、別に留守ってわけじゃ。そんなことより、聞いたか？リカちゃんとサトコの件。
いえ、結局、あの後どうなったんですか？見つかったんですか？
ああ、見つからなかった。
ケイちゃん、どうか気を落とさないで。
If Uisi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect as Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear.
リカちゃんとサトコはさらわれたんだよな。
はい、それは間違いないでしょうね。
Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold? Their weight astonished me, and then a moment later I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I'd asked if Rika and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind her words.
リカちゃんとサトコは。いや、ごめん。村長さんはさらわれてどうなったと思う？
I'm getting real nervous right
ま
now.
だ生きてるんだろうか？
What happened to Rika and Satoko after they were kidnapped? That's what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. Like, I feel like this is the final boss confrontation right here. What if she had given the question a terrifying response in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however much I talked about the
殺
mayor...
されちゃったんだと思います。
おいおい、そんなにあっさり。
人間をさらってその状態を維持するのってとても大変なことだと思います。人質にするんでもない限り、ヨンが済んだら殺しちゃうのが一番合理的じゃないかと。
The world started to bend so much that I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, a severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly?
殺しちゃうって、そんなにあっさり。
What is this music?
人の命を何だと思ってやがるんだ。
恐ろしいことだとは思いますが、多分そうではないかと。
If the mayor was killed, then did that mean the same had happened to Rika and Satoko? No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika. It was Satoko. They couldn't kill them so readily.
リカちゃまとサトコちゃんも同じだと思った方がいいでしょうね。
Those were the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own, even though it wouldn't change anything. I still couldn't help but scream. This time, the tears flowed. I'd been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I'd been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika. That's why they were killed. That meant that I killed them. When Rika looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in. Even my voice gave out, and yet still I cried and cried. Shaggy, not that, how many times are you gonna be playing Resident Evil tonight? Rika and Satoko, they've been killed. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it.
そんなことでどうするんですか？次に狙われるのは確実に私かケイちゃんなんですよ。お願いですから、しっかりしてください。お願いします。お願いしますから。
Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. Thus, Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why? Why?
どうしてだよ。どうして人をさらったり殺したりするんだよ。たたりだかなんだか知らないが、人の命ってのはそんなに安いのかよ。あっさり消したり殺したり。
ええ、全くです。悪魔ですよね。
I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach, and it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment.
なあ、シオン、教えてくれ。どうしてこの北見沢では綿流しの夜に人が死ななければならないことになってしまったんだ。
それは私が知りたいです。
もうダム計画との戦いは終わったんだぞ。なのにどうしてまだたたり足りないんだ。どうしてだよ。どうして。理由があるなら言ってみろよ。
I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. Keiichi, we're home! And he's just having a complete breakdown now. These were not the simple questions. This was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop crying.
ケイちゃんの気持ち、私もよくわかります。ダム闘争はとっくの昔に終わったんです。なのに毎年お社様のたたりという名の殺人と失踪が繰り返されている。なぜ？どうしてなんですか？全然関係ない人もいた。たたられるのに不相応な人だっていたのに、どうして？どうして？
それを俺が聞いてるんだ。
それを私だって知りたいんですよ。
Both of our ragged breaths could be heard over the phone.
いいですか？お社様のたたりなんて非現実的なものは初めから存在しません。ケイちゃんの言う通り、村の何者かがお社様のたたりというもっともらしい大義名分を利用して綿流しのたびに殺しと失踪を繰り返しているんです。奴らは狡猾でした。たたりを都合よく利用して村の旧敵を毎年2人ずつ消し去るシステムを構築していったんです。そしてこのシステムで今年は高野さんたちが殺された。
じゃあ2人で十分じゃねえかよ。どうして村長やリカちゃんやサトコまで殺されなくちゃならないんだよ。それに俺は過去のことは今さらどうでもいいんだ。リカちゃんとサトコがなぜ殺されなくちゃならなかったのか。どうしてなんだ。サトコには打ち上げですらないんだぞ。どうしてサトコまで。どうしてなんだ。
A silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while.
ケイちゃん、もういじめないでください。
A sob. Was Shion crying?
私だって何が何だかわからないんです。最後殿に忍び込んだあの晩から全てが変わってしまった。
It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding.
あの晩、高野さんたちが死んだと聞き、耳を疑いました。そしてすぐに気づいたんです。今度は自分が狙われる立場になったんだ。
Tomotake deserved better.
忍び込んだのは私たち4人。私とケイちゃんだけが都合よく許してもらえるわけがない。 そう思った時、それがどれだけ心細くて恐ろしいことだったか、ケイちゃんにはわかりますよね。
But there's sad music playing in the background too. She has to be legit. There was nothing fake about her words. She'd even understood how I felt.
だから私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。私はみんなが入ってはいけないという西宮殿に面白半分な気持ちで踏み入ってしまいました。いけないことだとは分かっていましたが、本当に面白半分な気持ち、ちょっとした探検気分のつもりだったんです。一緒に入った高野さんたちはその後すぐに殺されてしまいました。それもあんなむごい最後。あの日からいつ私も襲われるのではないかと怯えています。君吉のおじいちゃんしか助けてくれる人がいません。だからおじいちゃん、助けてって。君吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。そしてにっこり笑って、しおんちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって、本当に笑いながら。
I know. Call her out. Call her out. Do it. Do it. Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, I did let my emotions take over and go off at her. Shion was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. Thump. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, "Don't forget Keiichi Maibara. Don't forget about the mayor on the morning after Watanagashi." He was told of Takano and Tomatake's deaths over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He'd only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Uisi-san said.
いつ村長に打ち明けたんだよ。ごめんな、シオン。悲しい気持ちのところに追い打ちをかけるようで、シオンは打ち明けたんだよな。君吉のおじいちゃん、つまり村長に。
はい。
いつ打ち明けたんだよ。
I'd begun to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me.
村長さんは重い痔を患ってて、病院にかかっていたという話は知ってるか？
ケイちゃん、それが何か。
答えてくれ。知らないなら知らないと答えればいい。
There was a momentary silence. Then, after stammering a few times, she replied,
痔だったのは知ってます。座る時とか辛そうでしたから。
病院に通ってたんだ。どこの病院かは知ってるよな？
ごめんなさい。それはちょっと知りませんけど。でも、ケイちゃん、それが一体何の。
Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any ever chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right after the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans.
単刀直入に聞きたいんだ。シオンはいつ村長に打ち明けたんだ？どこで？大雑把でいいから教えてほしいんだ。
ケイちゃん、なんでそんなことを。
Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're the real Shion.
ありえないんだよ。村長が失踪した日、朝から消えるまでシオンには接触できる機会はありえないんだ。 村長は朝一で誰にも内緒の大学病院へ一人で診察に出かけた。シオンは今この病院を知らないと言った。だから帰ってくるまで村長と接触することはできないはずだ。そうだろう。帰りの電車が事故で遅れたので自宅に帰ってきたのは会合の始まる直前だった。つまり会合が始まるまでの時間にも打ち明ける時間的余裕はないんだ。
I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it.
シオンも一緒に会合に出たのか？そして会合の席上で打ち明けたのか？ここで打ち明けなきゃもう時間がないもんな。村長は帰宅途中で失踪するんだから。
Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response.
実は会合にで
You didn't answer me right away. You had to think about it first, didn't you?
あの日シオンが行くと言ったバイトすら君は欠勤してるんだ。もっと端的に言おう。君は俺と一緒に行った図書館以降
ケイちゃん
園崎シオンは綿流しの翌日に失踪したんだ。
I feel like I'm waiting for an Ace Attorney breakdown here. The other end fell silent as the grave. It was so quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there.
大石さんは君がすでに失踪していると言っているんだ。でもシオンはこうして毎晩俺に電話をかけてきてくれただろ。
Shion's sobs were torturing me. Still, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything wrong.
頼むシオン、俺が言ったことが間違ってるならそうだと言ってくれ。シオン頼むから。シオン、お前は村長に会ってなんかないんだ。もし会ったとしたなら
If Shion ever did have a chance to meet with the mayor on that day, then that meant
村長が会合を終えた後、すなわち失踪する直前、もしくは失踪してからしかありえないんだ。
Yay! Okay! Was not expecting that! Jump scare time! Yikes! Oh, she's insane. She's insane. Flippin' A. I was waiting for something like this. Alright, this is an Ace Attorney breakdown. And she hangs up immediately. Beep beep went the dial tone. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she had hung up on me. Well, that happened. New tips unlocked, scrapbook note 11, and at the Mahjong parlor. Tough call, demand the truth. Oh, wow. As much as I want to use that as a thumbnail, I feel like I shouldn't because that's kind of a spoiler. And I don't want to put spoilers in the thumbnails. Because only evil people do that. Alright, we'll look for the tips, and then I think we literally will have to end the stream there. The problem with twins. This is not limited to just Hinamizawa, but in Onigafuchi village especially, the three families detested giving birth to twins as successors. Really? The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the three families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife from things like family quarrels. According to the literature, if twins were born, then they had to be cold. What the F? Shaggy, stop playing Resident Evil. Come on. With that, the very fact that both the Sonozaki family successor Mion Sonozaki and her twin Shion are alive is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader Oreo is sympathetic. Of course, the twins were not cared for equally, and as the heir, Mion received special treatment. Oh, wonderful! From what I've heard, despite the two of them looking exactly the same on the outside, the talent lies solely with Mion. My own observations of the two of them don't seem to leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates that the leader of the Sonozaki family is said to inherit a demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. Oh, does Mion have a tattoo? That's how you know. In accordance with the tradition, there's an extremely high possibility that Mion has such a tattoo on her back. From what I've heard, though, there is apparently a magnificent demon tattooed on Oreo's back as well. Then, I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the heir Mion. I really want to see her back. Well, you'll have to go to the beach episode for that one. There's probably like a DLC beach episode. It's like, hey, you want to see the girls in swimsuits? It's like, it's not in my top 10 list of things I want to do in life. Reserved for the day, Suzu Mahjong Parlor. Clatter clack.
あんりゃ、クラちゃん、あんたが一番遅いよ。若い人はみんな揃ってる。
じゃあお母さん、すみませんね。
Uisi-san handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owned the Mahjong Parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now.
おいさん、お疲れ様っす。
Lovely.
なんだ、みんな真面目に待ってたんですか？さんまでもやってりゃよかったのに。
Everyone sitting at the Mahjong tables in the small parlor were Uisi's subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out anywhere.
皆さん、連日の不眠不休の捜査、本当にお疲れ様です。
Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already it had lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment.
状況は芳しくありません。所長が園崎系議員の恫喝に屈したそうです。近日中に高野殺しは岐阜県警に譲り、村長たちの失踪は行方不明扱いで生活課に委ねるようです。
That damn upstart chief! The veterans in the room cursed him.
請求した令状もすべて却下されました。課長からは園崎家界隈には近づくなとまで言われています。いやいや困ったもんです。ちなみに私には来週から警視庁への研修命令が出るそうです。その後は余った有給を伊豆で消化しろとまで言われています。いや、そういうのも悪くないですね。
He heard a few dry laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but that was all they could do.
いつもそうですが、事件と車のキーの閉じ込めはよく似ています。開けるための鍵はいつもその中に閉じ込められている。
That sounds like a Bidenism.
車なら修理業者を呼んで扉をこじ開ける。事件なら、熊ちゃん、図面を。
Kumagai, is that his name? Kumagai? Flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets.
私もずーっとこの商売をやってます。勘には自信があるつもりです、ね。
I read that as I bet that's where the bodies are, in the Waffle House.
かもしれませんよ。
It could be in the Waffle House.
退職金が欲しい方は、私が10数える間に席を外してください。
Uisi began to count to 10, and everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution.
9、10。ああ、誰も出てかないよ。皆さん、ご家族はもっと大切にしてくださいよ。
Wow! Everybody laughed uproariously, cheering things up.
各自、手元の資料を確認。監視カメラの所在と資格を叩き込んでください。
Dane!
熊ちゃんは指揮者
We're getting a GTA heist going on now.
非常時は私に代わって指揮をお願いしますよ。小宮山君は突入 A 班、淳君は突入 B 班を指揮。監視班は1から8まで所定の位置で監視を。ボンチ君はタイムテーブルを厳守。署に怪しまれないようローテを管理してください。さて、待機中の班が一番大仕事ですよ。課長に私の所在を聞かれたらとぼけてください。
It's a good thing that it's not Keiichi who has to fight for Rika's life, because he lost to Otaku. Okay, well that's rude to laugh at him losing to Otaku.
ゲストのエスコート役は私がやります。きっと会場へ連れて行きますので、皆さん気長に待っててください。
落ちるっすかね、前原圭一は。
私の見たところじゃ、明日明後日にはやれますよ。
Alright, he's got a plan. Oh, we'll make him squeal. Don't you worry. Okay, well, I feel like after that we have to be moving towards the end game for Chapter 2. Oh! We've just got the achievement for reading all the tips. So there's literally just one chapter left. Or there's literally one part left, probably. You know what, folks? We're finishing it on Halloween. I know we're kind of leaving it on a cliffhanger, but we now know who the mastermind is. It's either Mion or Shun. I'm like 98% sure it's Shion pretending to be Mion, based on the evidence I've seen so far. But wow, that was good. That was good. Writing superb on here. And yes, so 2 days from now, Tuesday, at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, we will finish with Tanagashi. Hopefully it's not going to take till 3 a.m. But since we just read all the last of the tips, I assume that there's not going to be a huge amount, maybe like 2 hours of content left. Thank you guys for watching. It was great talking with you all. I need to go to bed, and I think pretty much all of us do at this point. Hope you guys have a great rest of your week, and